Hello, friends. Hello, traders. And of course, everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV, the best and most watched futures trading stream that you will find. And yes, of course, all-star cast each and every day of the week here. Real traders, real educators, real people that give you 100% transparency in your trading. You're not going to find another show anywhere like this one, TopstepTV, that has education, support, and tradertainment. This is opening call, and he's Felix, I'm Oscar, and yes, we're the odd couple. We have an exciting and informative educational programming for you today, and throughout this week, we'll be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, fellow trader, and even that voice in your head that keeps telling you, when you give joy to other people, you get joy in return. Think about that. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Jonathan, is your game plan ready?
Check.
Check. Is the checklist checked?
Checklist is checked and rechecked.
Check. And journal ready to go? Clean slate?
All ready. Nice.
All right.
Clean piece of paper here.
Beautiful. That person that's got his game plan ready, checklist ready, journal ready, that is John Hoagland. And good morning, John. How are you, my friend, the Hoag?
I'm good, man. It is February 1st already. Made it a whole month. Feeling good about it. Looking forward to an interesting and challenging trading day today and tomorrow. A lot of information coming out. Eddie, how you feeling this morning?
I am good. Just recovering from all that walking at the Bulls game, but actually fell out of bed today, and the wife sort of dragged me to the bathroom and sat me on the toilet. I love her.
Oh, geez.
Good girl. I don't know why, but
Very
she
nice.
just sat me there. But anyway, let's get down to some news. Markets are moving, man. Yesterday, the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, tempers expectations that the central bank will soon begin to slash rates as he seeks further evidence that the inflation in the U.S. is continuing to cool. Feds held their borrowing cost at a 23-year high after its latest policy meeting, and investors are gearing up for a fresh batch of earnings from the tech giants that Johnny will talk about. So if you are on a tropical island with no Wi-Fi and just got back to civilization yesterday, the Feds and Uncle Jerome turned the blender on. Yes, Federal Reserve Jerome Powell has poured yet another bucket of cold water on recent hopes that the central bank will soon start to cut interest rates. He did note that as soon as March were not his base case, despite growing signs of cooling inflation. Over in the Dow inched up about 47 points earlier today. S&P, the SPOOs, 16, and the NASDAQ, or the NASCRAC as Dolby calls it, 95 points. So main averages ended the prior session. Sentiment was dented by the diminishing expectations for the March interest rate cuts. Benchmark shed 1.6%, and the heavy NASDAQ also. So, John, what else do we have here? Talk about these tech giants.
Yeah, well, we did have a couple of earnings this morning of note. Merck and Shell both beat expectations on earnings per share and revenues. After the close, three of the big ones, Apple, Amazon, and Meta. So a lot of focus will be on that throughout the trading day, and especially at the end of the trading day today. As far as economic numbers are concerned, we did have the Thursday jobless claims as usual. Initial jobless claims are up a little bit from last week. Last week's was revised down a little bit at 215,000. Came out this morning at 224,000, a little bit higher than last week. Continuing, they revised the number higher from last week. It was 1,828,000. It came out 1,898,000. So both of them a little bit higher than last week. As far as productivity and costs are concerned, they also came out at 7:30 this morning. Productivity up 3.2%. That was difficult to say. And labor costs up 0.5%. At 8:45, we've got the PMI manufacturing index. 9 o'clock, the ISM manufacturing index and construction spending. We've got Nat Gas at 9:30 for all you Nat Gas crazy traders, and at 10:30 we have a 4-week and an 8-week bill auction. So that's pretty much what we're looking for. And of course, we'll be seeking accurate context, always thinking about risk management and patient in our trading today.
Indubitably. Crude. Dude, where's my crude? And for you ladies, dudettes, where's my crudettes? Crude prices inched up today as traders are waiting that last meeting of OPEC. U.S. crude futures inched higher 0.8%, and the Brent up 0.7. So OPEC, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries and Allies, known as OPEC, set to hold a meeting of the Joint Monitoring Committee later in the day. This is the first gathering of 2024, and I wonder what they're going to have at the buffet. This meeting is not expected to result in any changes to production, particularly after the difficulties the group had in agreeing upon output cuts late in 2023. So there's your update on the crude. Super Bowl is coming up here. Yes. Chiefs and 49ers, February 11th. And quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes. Did you know that his dad used to pitch for the Chicago Cubs?
Oh, really?
I did not know that.
He was
a major league pitcher. He spent only 1 year with the Cubs in 2002. The right-handed reliever enjoyed an 11-year big league career, posting a 5.47 ERA, 452 strikeouts in 709 innings pitched. I didn't know that. It was pretty cool. You ever hear this, John, this Coachella Fest?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. It's if you haven't heard about it, it's an annual music and art festival held in the Coachella Valley in the Colorado desert. One band was offered $80 million to play a few gigs at a few shows, and they turned it down.
Really?
This band is called the Talking Heads, not the Talking Feds. Of course, they would play at every gig they possibly could be. But the band apparently didn't bite here. Talking Heads haven't performed since 2002, and they were inducted to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and they haven't toured since the Stop Making Sense era 4 decades ago.
Wow.
80 million. Gosh. Okay. Well, I guess that's, their choice. But anyway,
guess, right?
Yeah. Tip of the week. If you're offered 80 million, take it. No, the tip of the week is, James, what do you got? Keeping emotions in check. Well, I've been thinking about this one, and mindfulness, meditation. Practice mindfulness to stay in the presence in the moment. Meditation can help you develop better control over your thoughts and emotions. Now, it seems corny, but if you haven't tried it, give it a try. Give it a try here. John, anything to add on that?
Yeah, I think mindfulness meditation is always useful. I tend not to do it that much. I usually end up taking a nap if I try and do that. But
yeah, man.
But keeping tabs on your emotion is certainly something that's going to be important for you as a trader. And great stuff, Eddie. Yes, always keep an eye on those emotions. I know when I start to get emotional, I start making bad decisions. And I'm better just walking away in that regard.
But anyway, Johnny, let's get to the charts here where everybody's waiting, saying, Eddie, shut up. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. So there's so much to think about, so much to unpack, and so much expectation in these markets with everything that's coming out today, tomorrow. The earnings, unemployment tomorrow, everything that's coming out today. Yesterday was the FOMC meeting. The market did take a step backwards. Now, looking at this on the daily chart, there's no big market state change in another direction, right? I think yesterday was a healthy pullback from those highs, and this has to happen in an uptrend. Markets don't go one direction. They go up a little bit, they come back a little bit. They go up a little bit, they come back a little bit. I'm not really concerned about any major changes in market state unless we can start to see some sustained participation down below 48.30 back into this week-long range or month-long range that we were in. Yesterday on that pullback, we lost about 25,000 in open interest. Now, that tells me that there was some long liquidation coming in, and that's really going to be somewhat kind of healthy for a continuation to the upside. When longs liquidate, they're able to get back into the market in one direction or another. And I think that takes a little bit of selling power away from the markets. Now, everything that we think, everything that we anticipate, everything that we hypothesize can change in a heartbeat with some sort of news, some sort of economic news, some sort of earnings problems. Anything can happen, right? ACH, we say that anything can happen.
Mm-hmm.
But just kind of looking at this from a technical standpoint, I think that this pullback that we saw yesterday was actually healthy. Now, the S&Ps did close below the weekly kickoff low. It's showing potential signs of rejection of that level now as we speak this morning. And again, still a lot of data, a lot of earnings, a lot of things to digest in these markets. So take a look at the 30-minute chart. If we're gonna be looking at shorter time frame day traders, we're all going to be looking at shorter time frame charts. So yesterday, FOMC came out. We had a good dive to the upside. It really kind of stutter stepped on this trend line, which it kind of comes and remains off of the all-time highs back here, two points of contact, a couple of points of contact, magnetic there, and then the market kind of stepped there. It stopped, after the FOMC, spent a little bit of time bouncing around in that area and then finished the day to the downside. Now, weekly kickoff low, 48.82. It's kind of an important level. It stuttered there for a while too. It had a pretty good bounce off it, had a really good bounce off it in the NASDAQ. We'll see that shortly. But we do have a late spike in the profiles. A late spike is when the market is range bound and then late in the day extends outside of that current range and closes outside of it. If the market doesn't get enough time to show acceptance of those prices over time. So what we look at is the true base of the late spike is down here at 48.75. 48.75 is where that last 30 minutes extended the range and then closed down there. There's another kind of level that I'm looking at, and it's where the market really started to break after that kind of stutter step. This was the 2 o'clock bar. So the market really didn't become directional until after 2 o'clock. If you were watching the power hour yesterday, it was a pretty interesting power hour session. So there's kind of two steps to this late spike. Fred, we've got the 48.75. We've got this one up here as well, 48.95. This is, I'm kind of viewing as a large late spike. Opening in the late spike is a potential acceptance of lower pricing. The basic rules. If we open below the late spike, that is the highest probability of acceptance of lower pricing. So I'm going to be looking at this market as opening in the late spike. If we get up to this area, anywhere near, let's just call it 48.95 up to 49.02, 49.05. This to me is kind of a pivotal area for us to look for potential opportunities. If we reject lower, we could just continue this push to the upside. If we reject higher here, then we could see a move that back to the downside. And remember, the markets they expended a lot of energy yesterday. There's always the possibility that it could just go into a hangover day, awaiting the earnings from 3 of the Magnificent 7, as RIPS likes to call them. So, interesting trading day, always challenging. Make sure that you are trading what you see. There is the potential for change because we're close to the weekly kickoff level here. And I'll be watching that 4900, 4902, 4980, 4895. This whole area up here looks like it might be something that I would be interested in as the day goes on. Now, take a look at what the NASDAQ did yesterday. I was kind of excited to see that the weekly kickoff low provided a pretty decent support opportunity. It bounced off of it a couple of times. If you were trading against it, you had maybe a couple of decent shorter time frame trades on that bounce off of that. But again, looking at this daily chart, the structure is still to the upside. No major market state changes at this time. This is that same trend line in the S&Ps that we broke out of yesterday. It is holding above, more like range bound trade before yesterday in the Nasdaq, and we did break out of that range and find directional activity to the downside, right to where 17,240, our weekly kickoff low. We added, actually, we lost 4,300 approximate in open interest yesterday, indicating long liquidation, possibly some profit taking, maybe some weaker hands longs up here. And Marie and I have been talking about this day in particular. That was the first day that we really saw the market pull back off of highs, and that remains the all-time high to this day in the Nasdaq. So we were kind of looking, as Anne Marie calls it, as a little bit of a sea change possibly, and it certainly seems to be ringing true, at least for the time being. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. There's so much information, so much data that it's all right. So here's when the market, here's 1 o'clock, we start to whip around. We take out the high, we reject. We come all the way back down, bounce right off of that weekly kickoff low, within a tick of it on the 1 o'clock, on the 2 o'clock bar here. Nice pullback off of that, pretty good opportunity. And then right back to it, we closed right on it. Overnight inventory is to the long side. No late spike. No late spike in the Nasdaq. We have a late spike in the S&Ps, no late spike in the Nasdaq. Nasdaq has been presenting as weaker. I think the S&P did a little bit of catch up yesterday. Overnight inventory to the long side, in range, in value. Try and stay patient. We're right at the point of control. Yes, overnight inventory is a little bit long, but we've done a lot of consolidation here that does a pretty good job of evening out that inventory. So particularly in the Nasdaq, I think it's going to be important to try and stay patient and wait for better opportunities as the day goes on. S&Ps telling a little bit of a different story. If we open in that late spike, our opportunities might be earlier in the session. Let's take a quick look at crude oil now. Here we go. All right. So really kind of falling more into range than anything major as far as a difference is concerned. We've seen a couple of good days of pullback, including yesterday. We did add 20,000 in open interest to the downside yesterday. We brought in some shorts in this market. Where are they going to be protecting? They're going to be protecting basically last week's high, 78.26. We've really kind of fallen into balance in a previous area of balance. The extremes of this, obviously, our 200 session moving average was supportive yesterday, was supportive last night, and last week's high. I'm looking at this as an area of balance. So I'm going to be using basically balance rules. If we get to the extreme, I'll fade the extreme unless it breaks out, and we get a sustained breakout, then you have to go with breakouts. We're pretty centrally located between last week's high and low, this week's weekly kickoff high and low. I'm going to be looking for probably some shorter time frame opportunities, especially with the OPEC meeting coming up, and we'll see how things play out there. Let's take a look at gold now. We had a pretty good look at weekly kickoff high yesterday, 2064 even. We did close above at 2067.40. Still struggling to show any signs of participation or time or acceptance above that level. Excuse me, my goodness. So on the daily chart, I mean, this market, it continues to coil, lower highs, higher lows, a triangle formation, if you will. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Wow. I know. So we've left a lot of kind of weak structure. There's points of control, point of control, point of control. We just took out this point of control this morning, and we're headed right back to where? Weekly kickoff high, 2064. It rejected yesterday. When the FOMC meeting started, the gold market already settled. It settles at 12:30 Central Time. It was a half an hour before the FOMC came out. So when it came out, the market tumbled. It brought in some decent volume on that pushback from the downside. So That's making the anything above weekly kickoff high look like rejected price. We rejected here. We rejected it overnight. We're right back to it now. Somewhere up here, there is a decent opportunity for an execution, whether that is an acceptance or continuation above weekly kickoff, or a move above and rejection and a rotation back to the downside. Yesterday's profile largely was neutral, normal variation day, a little bit of a trend to the upside, a little bit of P shape, which would indicate some possible short covering, which makes sense. We did add again 2,500 in open interest, and I'm looking at that open interest as more probably new shorts to the downside after the number came out yesterday. So we may see some shorts kind of trying to protect this area up here. We see rejection, rejection, rejection. Will it be rejected again? Keep your eye on the dollar if you're going to be trading gold this morning, if you can. Let's look for some decent opportunities today. I'm going to take my deep breath.
Ooh.
Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And let's have a good, successful trading day.
And remember, control those emotions. Don't let those emotions hijack your account. If you feel the slightest that those emotions are taking over, check your platform, make sure you're flat, or make sure you got your stop in. Step away, right? Take a few steps back, reevaluate, and get back on again. All right. We're going to take a break here, but before we do that, we've got Fast Markets. Anne Marie's going to be with us here today. I'm excited about that. We've got Shoulder Tap, Hoag and Mick, one of our hot segments that everybody likes. Power Players with Coach Jay, Robert, and Andre. We've got TopQuiz, Vanessa, and Jack. And group coaching, Hoag and JD. We've got RIPS going to join us here. RIPS recapping for Back to the Futures, Andre, Hoag, and RIPS. And end of day, RIPS is going to stick around. And we got D-Time. We'll see if D-Time's going to put on some big size. And, of course, Andre. So we're going to take a short time out, a little coffee break. John, I'll meet you at the coffee machine. And we'll be right back. Stick around. Welcome back to Fast Markets. Yes, we've got Anne-Marie, the knowledgeable and wonderful Anne-Marie. Hello, Anne-Marie.
Hello. How are we today?
And of course, we are doing very well. Exciting day here today. And of course, we've got the Chippendale calendar stud for February, Andre 3000.
Whoa. Happy February. Happy February to everybody.
I got that calendar. And of course, the boss man, Michael Patak. Hello, Michael.
What up, guys? Let's do it.
All right. We got about 2 minutes here, so let's get our feds in the gates. Who's your favorite Fed? All right. A couple minutes here. Looks like markets are giving us some action, so I'm going to pass this over to Andre. All yours, my friend.
I think you got 2 minutes here before the open. Yesterday, we saw FOMC come out, hold rates steady. Powell came out and kind of pushed rate cuts back to May-ish based on what Fed Fund futures were pricing in. So a pretty good sell-off. John, are we see some action in the downside, or are these just discount prices to get long from in equities?
I wish I had a crystal ball.
Yeah, John, before you answer, Blake, I'll take your $50. No, hold on. I'm going to give you $50. What levels do we have out there, guys?
Was this bingo?
Well, no, $50 to say what levels do we have out there? It's always good to start your day with levels. So, John, back to Andre's question. What do you think?
No. Here's what the levels first.
Michael, weekly kickoff
sir?
low put in the low yesterday in the S&Ps. Or in the NASDAQ, I should say. 17,240. That first stab down to it, it stopped one tick short of it and got, $70, $80 bounce off of it. It actually ended up closing right there. So the NASDAQ is in range and in value. I would suggest trying to stay a little bit patient because of that. I would be looking for opportunities down near that weekly kickoff low, 17,240. And looking probably at value high from today for a possible opportunity. I have no idea if these markets are going to go higher or lower. I'm just going to try and trade what I see and see if we get any decent opportunities here. We got a $7 opening range trade here in the S&Ps already. That's a little bit rich, but the S&Ps are telling a different story. S&Ps are opening in the late spike that occurred yesterday, which can be an indication of acceptance of lower pricing. So if we can't get up and hold above that 48.95 to 49.05 area, it's a $10 range there, then I might be looking for another test back to the downside. But if we do accept above there, then those bets would probably be off. I am probably not going to take the opening range trade today because it's 10 points of risk. 10 points of risk. The market is kind of more, I think, waiting for the unemployment numbers tomorrow. And of course, we have Apple, Amazon, Meta. We have some of the Magnificent Seven releasing their earnings after the close today. So a lot of focus is going to be on what those are going to be like and the unemployment numbers for tomorrow.
Okay, cool. Good stuff. Anne-Marie, I think we saw you in the chat yesterday. How did the trade treat you yesterday with all the volatility we saw in the afternoon? And we saw you in there. Hopefully you were able to capture some profits from yesterday.
Yes. It was, my thought is always, I'm going to go to the extremes and keep a really tight stop. And so what I have a tendency to do is I will put a standing order to go short just over 3 standard deviations above and to go long just over 3 standard deviations below. And so if actually I've got my chart, we're up here right now.
Excellent.
You can see yesterday, and went kind of crazy right there. But you can see yesterday into the edge of the motion right here. It bounced at about 7 minutes of, and so it gave a long, but only into rejection zones because the slope was down, but the short off the bounce early in the day, and then again right at that 330 line, it came right into 1 standard deviation, collapsed. So I was able to trade both sides, one side into prior support, the second one just for a little bit, because towards the end of the day, I really, really suck at closing trades and opening trades in the right direction there. What I did just see is the 1 minute. Take a look at this. Now, today I'm running a little bit of a different chart. I'm running the 3200 tick. Now, normally that would affect all kinds of things, moving averages, blah, blah, blah. But because I just use a VWAP, nothing really changes, because VWAP is not time or candlestick sensitive. It is just price sensitive and volume sensitive. So what I just noticed was that we've got a VWAP that's a little bit flat, and we've got a 1 minute bar. It went to the top of it, lost the VWAP, rejected back down, and now it's trying to hold again. So this area is going to tell me at this juncture, my bounces are still sell zones. Why? Because I'm under the VWAP. I have downward pressure on the motion. I have downward pressure on my linear regression slope. So I'm going to be looking for that short action that is old support and potentially new resistance. And so that's really where I'm going to position that at that time. And so I am going to set that trade up right now to come in at the area around. Wow, why did it automatically enter me in? That's very strange.
And she's in.
Yeah. So I was going to put a limit order in there, but there we have it. And so it's coming to the top and dropping it. And so I'm just going to flatten that because they're holding pressure into the opening tick. So that's about $300 right off the top there. And unfortunately, I mean, if I'd waited on my limit order, it would have left me in the dust. But the clear notion is this: resistance, support, resistance right now. And so that's what I'm going to be after. I've got lower highs and lower lows and negative pressure. So all of my bounces until I recover the VWAP and get over this 17,320-ish level, I'm going to be selling every bounce into the 1 standard deviation because we can see buyers coming there.
Okay.
Michael, how are you? Michael, what are we working on today?
We're working on patience. And I think some of the guys in the chat, it's Feb 1. January is behind me. January is behind me. Coming out of the gate with a little bit of turbulence. Call it turbulence. We can get better. But I'm doing I'm writing it down actually on a notepad and I'm putting it on my monitor. Whenever you work on stuff, it's always good to have it front and center. I mean, at least for me, everybody has their own way of doing something. So
we gotta get back to the Post-it notes, Michael. I think since you dropped all the dude, do February. That's what's been missing in January. No Post-it notes, man.
I started again. I'm gonna still blame it all on, besides my own behaviors. The end of February or end of December, when I'm like, I'm just gonna stick around and trade with the community between like Christmas and New Year's. I was trading for the sake of trading. I was calling it tradertainment when it was. I can still do that and be like, hey, it's tradertainment. But as far as my own like mojo, put me out of whack for sure. So that's me. Hopefully everybody else, and this is kind of a community talk, hopefully everybody else has something that they learned in January that then they can post-it note it to their monitor and hold themselves accountable to one little thing that they want to get better on in their trading. I think that's like not too much to ask of yourself in this game of trading.
My big one is stop sizing up so fast in these accounts. I'm used to sizing up and then expecting that things will turn in my direction, which they often do because I have a good read. But if I've sized up and I'm wrong, I mean, I wipe out days, and it just really, I got to watch that. And I didn't used to be that way as much, but you know, I see all the guys going, I pulled down this, and this, and I'm like, I'm sizing up, baby. And so, you know, yeah, I'm trying to, and it's totally ego. I'm totally fessing up right here. Total ego that's driving the train. And so I've got to go, just pump the brakes and do your thing. You do your jam, and then not size up so fast in these.
I like
these
it.
Accounts.
Yes,
that's what you're. That's what. Yes, is that what you're working on? And then for February.
Yes.
Okay, Johnny. Besides making $1,000 from me, which I will be giving. Yes, which I'll be giving you a $1,000 chip when I see you in Vegas. Congratulations. I really thought your discipline was incredible. Not in the markets. Well, it still is always in the markets.
Seriously.
But the fact, guys, I had a bet with John, dry January. Yeah, you guys always hear that and all that kind of stuff. Well, John stuck it all out for January, even after I tempted him with, and he didn't know this, but I said, make sure John goes to the Bulls game and sits in the box.
I got to tell you a story about that.
Oh, yeah. You got to listen to this.
So Scotty Cunningham was there, and we were talking, and he says, "Why, you're drinking water?" I said, "Yeah, I'm taking dry January. As a matter of fact, our friend Mr. Patak, bet me 1,000, or he said he would give me 1,000 if I did it." Scotty looks at me and he says, "I'll give you 1,100 to do a shot right now."
It's such a trader thing.
Yeah, guys, those are traders from the trading floor that Cunningham Commodities, CTS trading platform, T4, whatever you are calling it. I've been with those guys since 2002 as a clearing firm. John knows all of them. Floor guys, but also run a very good prop group. They got bought out by Plus 500. Long story there. They have a box. John was sitting next to them. So all these guys, I'm sure had a drink in their hand or 10. The temptation was great. I put you in that scenario, John, and you prevailed. Congratulations. Feb 1, you have a chip sitting in your hand in March when we're in Vegas.
So good.
Awesome.
So good, man. Celebration. I'm pretty sure we got a little something. We got a little something later on today. Yeah, we got a little something later on in the day to kind of show you the behind the scenes of celebrating John's discipline, his commitment to resetting on here in 2024. Real quick, it's 8:40 right now. We got a big full day with the earnings. Eddie, what do we got on tap for the rest of the day?
Well, I was just going to give you a 5-minute warning here. We've got a U.S. manufacturing PMI coming up here. I'm going to keep an eye on that. I will have the eagle eye open for you guys. In about 20 minutes, we got construction spending, ISM manufacturing. Also in about 20 minutes, we got the PMI manufacturing prices. And later in the day, we've got around 10:30, 4-week bill auction, 8-week bill auction, and then in the afternoon here, Fed's balance sheet. So I'm going to keep an eye here. 4 minutes, check your platforms. This is a major number, and we'll see what we get here in about 4 minutes. Thank you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Eddie always likes to remind you, make sure you're flat, pull all your orders when you go into these numbers. You don't want to get auto-filled and be like, oh, hell, what do I have on now on a new number like this? Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But, yeah, John, mad props on the discipline of all of January. Don't imagine that the Bulls game, it was like the last day, and, of course, if one floor trader to another trying to top the bet and be the little devil on your shoulder while Michael was the little angel. But that was good stuff. Shout out to the Plus 500 crew. I think we'll talk about them a little bit later. And our nice evening, they're generous enough to host us at the Bulls game. Hopefully, we have some.
I just wanted to prove it to myself. The 1,000 was just an extra push, I guess. But now it's Thirsty Thursday. I don't know if I'll.
That's just the cherry on top.
Ooh,
Yes,
Thirsty
right.
Thursday.
Right. I don't know. I may not. I haven't decided, but I don't feel like I'm compelled to or I have to. And I got some friends around here that have been like, oh, John, you're no fun anymore. Well, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll keep it till tomorrow night so I feel good for tomorrow. It is unemployment. I want to be at my best.
Ooh. Yes, it is unemployment. It is unemployment. How we're going into unemployment Friday or non-farm Friday, we can talk about later. But what was prep like there on the floor, real quick, going into a non-farm? I'm sure everyone was just really locked in, got their good night's sleep, 10 hours of sleep.
Oh yeah, we knew it was going to be a really tough day. Yeah. So everybody's intentions were to go down, have one or two at the bar on Thursday, and go home and get some sleep. But unfortunately, most of the time, it seemed like we were just trying to delay the inevitable that was going to happen on Friday. So a lot of the times people would just party all night, come in just reeking of booze and just, get their way through the unemployment. But it was so busy that if you called in sick, it was basically like tendering your resignation.
Yep.
So you had to show up no matter what condition you were in.
It's true. Yes, I remember. Even screen traders, it was by far the biggest day of the month. You were expected to be there regardless. Even if your dog died, you were going to be there no matter what. Traded up. But yeah, this has been an action-packed week. As RIPS called the Super Bowl week of trading, I think it's lived up to its name so far, and only about 60% done. We got today and we got tomorrow. We got some big earnings coming out later.
1 minute.
Yeah, I think today's the flag football game. Tomorrow's the Super Bowl.
There you go. Yeah, tomorrow is the Super Bowl. Big day. Michael showed this. What are you laughing at, dude?
The Super Bowl flag football. I get it. It's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
You like that?
I saw that they changed the Pro Bowl to flag because people were not showing up, right? Because it would damage your career potentially if you played in the Pro Bowl, and so they turned it all to flag. So I think, and the super skills and such. So I think that'll be kind of fun.
And Michael's more of a flag football guy, anyways.
Yeah, yeah.
15 seconds here.
All right, PMI, hit us.
Focus.
I just turned the Pro Bowl off. It's not anything
bad.
Right.
All right, expectation 50.3, prior 50.3. We're going to see what we've got here. All right, number is hitting the wire here.
We got the
flag football's an Olympic sport in 2028 in LA, and the NFL is actively encouraging their players to play. So look forward to seeing Jamar Chase posting up.
All right, coming in at 50.7, so higher than expected.
We're right here in the middle.
Yes, we are. Impatience.
Let's see how we hold that opening tick in the NQ. It's been holding so far.
So higher than expected should be taken as a positive bullish for the dollar.
Got it. Thank you, Eddie. Positive bullish for the dollar. Dollar means what to us right now, Ann or Hoag? You guys got any thoughts? Positive dollar or push?
This is a strong dollar means it takes less dollars to buy the same product. I don't think it's necessarily friendly to the equities for that reason, but I don't think that the equities are paying any attention to that.
Exactly. I suspect they're still digesting yesterday's move. I suspect it's the first of the month. So typically end of the month buying will kick in. That did not hit the tape until after the close yesterday, where we pulled into that 48.72, 48.68 number and then bounced off the zone. So we've got a first of month buying attempt, but I suspect they're going to be way more timid simply because Powell literally put the kibosh on, hey, what are you guys thinking? We're not doing that. And so they still suspect they can force his hand. And so the bond market is playing a game of chicken with him right now, in my mind. And so I got to see a ton of that. And that's what made me go, you know what? I'm going to go way out on the edges and I'm going to trade into the center. And I suspect that this is the same kind of day we have. Now, the fact that we haven't gotten outside of our opening range with much fervor tells me it could be a digestion day, and we just have to do the scalp trading in order to get ourselves any kind of green in the near term, right? I don't think we're in a trending space at this juncture.
No, I would agree with that. The one thing about the S&Ps is that, I mean, the regular trading hour session is one tick from weekly kickoff low, 48.82. And we've left that opening range at the bottom, right up against that level. I mean, if we get an opportunity near there, if we can't take out the low of the opening range in the S&Ps, which we already have in the NASDAQ, I'm with you, Anne-Marie, especially in the NASDAQ. We opened in range and in value. I don't see that there's any big reason to get too aggressive early today. Let the market establish its extremes and then focus on those extremes for opportunities as the day goes on. It's just the way it feels and looks to me too. I'm totally aligned with Anne-Marie in this.
For sure. The one thing that we see is that we've got higher lows from the early pre-market.
Mm-hmm.
And when we stare that down, as long as we hold that opening tick, because our 1 minute opening range is still the low. And so that suggests that we could have buyers continually try to pack in that particular zone. So if you want to scalp the trade there, I like that, actually. I think it's a fair risk reward. It would be sort of like having the opening range and then just having it confirm as the low. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, that is the case in the S&Ps, but the NASDAQ did take a little look below that opening range.
Yes, for sure.
So, I mean, we did open in range and largely in value. So, in the NASDAQ, I'm trying to just stay really patient because of that. We're kind of value low from yesterday. So we're not near the weekly kickoff low as we are in the S&Ps. We're starting to see a little negative delta coming in here. Okay. Negative 2,700 in the S&Ps, negative 2,700. And, if that continues to decrease in value and we can't break, I'll be looking for some sort of a long.
Yes, we will. Good call, John. Hey, John, really quick. You talked about the opening range trade. Why didn't you take it again? And there's no reason. There's nothing wrong with that. I just want to know, can you explain your thoughts and why you did not take the opening range trade this time?
Yeah, it was 8 handles wide. Okay. So it was, relatively large opening range for the S&Ps. And that makes it about a 9 handle or a 10 handle stop on that. Ooh, and I see. In the current situation, I wasn't that comfortable taking it. The one thing that I might have missed was the fact that we really did open right on or right near that weekly kickoff low, which, yesterday, supportive, broke through, back above, support, overnight low, higher lows, higher highs. So that kind of gives me license to take the trade, because if I'm going to trade it because it's the weekly kickoff low, I can limit the risk a lot more. And I kind of missed that on the open. But, we've had opportunities to come back into the opening range, which would give me better trade location. That's really, if I'm thinking about taking this trade, that's really what I'm thinking is, okay, we got a big opening range. We took out the high. If we come back inside the opening range, that helps me limit the risk if I'm going to be taking it. Other than, if I get stopped into a long here, I got to put my stop, basically 10 points the other direction. And that's kind of a lot of risk, according to my risk appetite. I like cheap trades.
I see. What would your normal stop be?
Well,
Like
let's say the opening range is 5 points, and
Yep.
I get stopped in one tick above it.
Okay.
My stop is already going to be in on the other side of it, but I have to move that stop a little bit outside of it. So, what market was it? I was looking at it this morning.
John, really quickly, Caleb's asking what time frame are you meaning by opening range? Time frame do you mean by opening range?
Good question.
Yeah, this is a good and an important question. I look at the first minute as the opening range. There are traders out there that look at the first 3 minutes as an opening range, or the first 5 minutes as an opening range. And to me, as long as you do that, as long as you do it consistently, that's the most important part. Yeah. But a 5 minute opening range is usually going to create more risk for you. So, the opening range was in the pit. It was the price range, and however long it took in time for the brokers to fill all the orders that were due a fill right on the open. If you have market orders or limit orders or stops that are due at the very open, if it was really busy, the opening range may be 4 handles wide and take 5 minutes to finish. And they don't put out the opening range until all the brokers agree for the range that they had filled their orders in, those first orders that are due fills on the open. And that was humans. That was buy them, sell them, buy them, sell them. I got to get this order filled. Sell you 10, sell you 10, sell you 15, sell you. I got buys to do. I got to buy all these. So it took a little bit longer. In my opinion, if there's something that anybody wants to do really early in the session, it's you've got a minute to do that. In electronic trading, it's click and point and you're done, right?
Yeah.
But in longer time frames, they're not gonna do 1,000 or 2,000 or 10,000 contracts right away. They may do part of the package and then work it through the rest of the day. But I think an hour, a minute is long enough for anybody who really expects to get something done right on the open to get it done. So that's why I choose one minute. But again, there's traders that look at longer time frames for the opening range, but the key is always consistency. If you pick a minute, use a minute. If you pick 5 minutes,
Jay Whitway says, "You're the man, Hoag."
I mean, you can't say it any better than that.
Can't say it any better. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
Michael,
your voice is coming in very strong this morning, I must say. She's coming in very.
I got a lot of emotion. Got a lot of motion flowing through the veins today. And
what's happening?
I didn't sleep very well last night.
You didn't sleep very well.
I got my worst nightmare happening right now. When I bought this house, I got my worst nightmare happening.
Water, man, water.
Radiant floors are going out. I remember when I bought the house, they're like, well, the radiant floors could go out. And I'm like, that's okay.
We were just talking about that.
Yeah.
Remember? Because I was talking about the floors of Michigan.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So then I go, let me bake that into the purchasing price when I lowball your ass. And he goes, okay.
Sure enough, you lowballed it.
I did, and I got the lowball, and this is right before COVID started. And then now it's like I have to rip up every floor in the house to put in new radiant floors.
Dude.
So, if anybody's got any genius ideas on how to fix an Entron system. Entron is illegal here in Colorado. Goodyear and a Goodyear, the tire company, built these hoses for these radiant floor companies, and all their hoses, they should have stuck with tires. All their hoses started dissolving after like 5-10 years. Wow. Dissolved.
Lovely.
Yes. So it was a huge lawsuit. Of course, the lawsuit settled back in 2010. I bought the house in 2020. So, needless to say, I'm now facing a possible complete floor rip up. Wow. I know. And we don't even know what floors we would want to pick. And then, it's just
yeah.
And it all affects your heating in the dead of winter. So all that's flowing through, Andre. So if you feel energy coming through, it is the steam within my chest.
I can imagine, dude. I can imagine. Well, don't let it bleed in your trading, dude. If anything, just sit on your hands. You host of a good show. You're still CEO, founder of this space, this company, man. But yeah, it can easily bleed into your trading or emotional state for that matter. Sometimes.
And quick comment from the chat. Rockin says, MP, you can fix that with socks.
Oh, okay, perfect. I'm feeling way better now.
Oh,
I mean,
well done. Well done.
Yeah, you can. I mean, you could fill holes in a dam with gum, I guess, too. So maybe I use gum to fill the holes in the pipes.
Who said that? Shout out to them.
Duct
That was pretty
tape.
good.
Duct tape.
Duct tape.
That was pretty good.
Worked for Universal Sullivan.
Yes, we got our number coming out here in 3 minutes.
Joseph in chat wants to lowball me now.
I love our chat. I love
Okay.
our chat. All right, starting to see some sellers here, and Nasdaq's selling off here a little bit. S&P's selling off a little bit. Let's take a look at tilt. We haven't talked about tilt yet today. Crude 50-50. Sometimes we'll see that number get as tilty as up to 90% long or short. Make sure to keep you updated throughout the day on tilt. ES, S&P minis, 50-50 for the most part. NASDAQ as well, 50-50, so nothing popping there. We got a number in 2 minutes. I believe it's PMI. Eddie just told us. Yes,
Yes,
we got,
US.
Eddie?
US.
Yeah, we got
Go ahead, Eddie.
PMI. Yes, we got PMI. We also have construction spending, which is a big number. So we've got about 6 numbers coming out here. So we'll see if they turn the blender on. You got about a minute and a half. Check your platforms. Position on, position off.
Yes. Michael might be adding to that U.S. construction spending number here after this call. I'm joking.
We need Eddie's Morse code. We got new information. Out of Colorado. We have a big individual
construction spending uptick in construction spending out of Colorado. Oh shit! 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Yes, but like I said, so this does happen. We have our personal lives can bleed into our trading, and it's very important to not make
for sure
decisions
so
where
S&P
unwise.
Yeah. Okay. S&Ps are below VWAP. NASDAQ's below VWAP. And we got the number coming out. We're down here pushing on the lows of this range that we've been in.
Delta negative 5,000 in the S&P now.
Growing.
Still haven't taken out the low.
Thank you.
How do we translate that, John?
Yes. Thank you.
It's an order flow tool. I mean, it's basically saying that the aggressors, the more aggressive traders are using market orders to sell into the market. Now, they could be getting out, they could be getting in, but it's just saying that the more aggressive traders have been using market orders to hit bids.
Okay.
That's
very interesting.
And if we can't break, that usually means there's a longer time frame presence in the market.
And here we go.
Here we go.
Look at how thin the ladder is.
Yeah.
Yes, I saw that. It disappeared.
This market is off right now.
Wow. That's a slippage.
Yeah, slippage, guys. Be careful. Wow, just turning on a dime. You could come in here with a big order and move the market.
PMI coming in at 49.1. We got construction spending. They were looking at a 0.5 coming in much higher at 0.9. And employment index 47.1.
And that is the reason I don't take the opening range when it's 10 points of risk, ladies and gentlemen.
Man. Boy, all right.
So higher than expected reading for the construction is going to be positive bullish for the dollar.
Positive bullish. So 2 positive bullishes for the dollar. In the chat, what does that mean to you when you hear these 2 releases come out? Just share it. There's no right or wrong here, unless it says, well, it means my, you can explain it in any different way you can, because we all read these markets in a different way. And that's why the community is very important to have a cool community of aspiring, getting better every day type of folks. Slower reduction of interest rates. Okay. Index is bearish. Higher for longer. Index is bearish. See, Steve and Vito, you guys are you're opposite, which is either one of you could be right. Depends on what time frame, I guess, too.
That's exactly
so it's just this is just because you have somebody say something totally different than you, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yep. All about time frames. 100%.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yes, it is. No trades yet, guys. Anyone make a trade yet? I don't. Anne Marie, you may have fat fingered something, but nothing intentional, correct? I think we've all been flat for the most part. Yep. Okay.
Mhm.
Cool. All right.
Well,
We're
yep.
seeing patience right now. Here at
Patience.
TopstepTV.
February does not rhyme, doesn't even flow. But hey,
I'd love to. Yeah, I'd love to hear you try and make that flow. But yes, we're being patient here. It might be a hangover. John, I know John, opening call, you said it might be a hangover day. What do you mean by hangover day? You know, like we had super volatile day yesterday, a lot of volume, good price action. Hangover day. I know. How does it? What do you mean by hangover day for the markets? Oh, Johnny's gone. Shit, that's right. I had to go take that. Say John hasn't had a hangover all month because he's been nice and dry and staying clean. So good for him.
boy, he's got a hangover right now. Hold on.
No,
What time?
hold on. No, the
market
market.
at 12:01.
He said the market's going to have a hangover day. Anne-Marie, what does he mean by a hangover day? I think you know what he means.
I think he just means, it was such a big move. They're just going to sit back and try and consolidate and figure out what the heck's going on. So that's my suspicion. Congestion and just chopping back and forth between the range and just trying to figure out, wait a second, is this a real move that broke a lot of key monthly support, or is this a move that is going to reverse on its own? Well, that just took me out.
I hate it when you're drunk.
Sounds like my Irish uncle. My drunk Irish uncle right there. Little leprechaun. All right. Oh, 70% long in crude. Take a peek at what's popping in crude. Hopefully our crude expert Dolby Time and Deanna are trading up over there in the CL, the black gold, the Texas T. Let's see what's happening over there. We're seeing move the upside. I've seen that the bias, the majority, if you will, have been catching the moves in oil. They're getting with the move. I don't know if that necessarily translates into equities, per se, but seems like oil's where the action is with these with this not the herd, but the with tilt, that is, Michael.
Yeah. Hey, what have you been noticing with tilt, Ann?
Ask the crowd. Yeah, Ann, please.
I think they really have been running big support to resistance zones in terms of how the tilt has been showing up. It's looked the same to me. It's looked just like, hey, they're running it and it's into resistance. This morning I took a short. I actually was recording the morning blurb that I put in the strategy lab, and I took a short at 76.68, and it's right there again, but it's given me a higher low. And so I went from 76.68 to 76.30, and it's bouncing again off that edge. And so I do believe that the tilt is showing us that same sort of stuff. If we look at the tilt and we go, all right, if they're getting paid and the tilt continues to rise, all we have to do is look for that resistance zone, and we'll know where they're going to take their profit. And that's either going to be a space for us to go short or wait for a shallow pullback to follow trend. And Deanna had an amazing trade yesterday. Was it yesterday or day before yesterday?
Maybe the day before.
I can't even remember. I think it's the day before yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
She went short oil right actually around this, maybe just a bit higher, and it just came right on in, and you could see the tilt following suit. The numbers dropped all the way off, and it was just a beautiful picture of motion. It really, really was.
Yes, it was. That's awesome trading. Another one of our featured, one of the awesome traders that we have here at TopstepTV. Speaking of that,
it was so pretty.
A super cool guy I got to meet on our 100th episode last Friday. Our man Isaac Rivera. I think I saw you in the chat.
Yeah.
And, we saw a really cool, really cool comment from him yesterday. He actually going to Michael Patak. He goes, Isaac Rivera, if we can post that, and there it is. I hit a major milestone. I locked in my total annual fixed expenses for the year in equity in my live funded account in January. The rest of the year is icing on the cake, man. And that is so insane. He was with us on his 100th episode. We had record numbers when he was there. Shout out to him. We're hoping to have him back on next week. You know what he said? We're talking to him, booking it right now. Michael, dude, I mean, that's what this is all about, right?
Well, 100%, because people are always seeing Lambo guys and all this sitting in a private jet rental for a couple hours type of guys. When you break it down and you go, hey, I can cover my expenses for the year, Topstep vision, and somebody's like, you could be like, well, hold on, what is to be a path to a better lifestyle? I joined trading to have a path to a better lifestyle. That's our vision as a company, is to help people have a path to a better lifestyle. And now that could be simply taking your kids to Disneyland. You've never been able to do it. That could be simply remodeling the basement because you want more space. It could be sizing up from a studio to a 1-bedroom. It could be buying the girl a pizza or guy or whatever on the weekend, and because you've never done this before. Whatever situation you're in, trading should help you get there. We're not trading for the sake of trading. We're trading to make money. So when Isaac comes on here and he says, hey, I've covered all my costs, and he says the rest of the year's icing on the cake. But look at the icing on the cake is him bragging. Look at icing on the cake is he just took the pressure off the entire year.
Exactly.
His trading now. I read that and I heard that. And guys, if you don't think I care or nobody in Topstep cares, then you're not reading the forest through the trees. I called Mick and hit him up, and I'm like, hey, we want to take Isaac. What I would like you to call him and hold him accountable to taking that money out, parking it somewhere, man. Even if he opens up a savings account, it's something you can't see, you almost forget about.
Yes.
And maybe all your auto bill pays, or maybe you could prepay them all for the year, gets done. Imagine prepaying or having all your auto pay set up in the beginning of January, like Isaac just did. You pick up however much money that cost him for the whole year for his bills, park it over there, and auto pay it. You would never have a worry in your daily account that whatever you spend on gets debited, or however.
Yeah.
That to me,
stick it in a money market.
Yep.
And
Get
draw
there,
down from it every month.
5.5%.
Yeah, absolutely.
Powell didn't drop it, so we're still good. Yeah. So that's really that's why we wanted to show it again. There is a story around here that I want you guys to do, and it can just be a pizza. It could just be a studio to a 1-bedroom. It could just, if you can help that, and for $49, do not reset 500 times in a year, or even 5 times in a month. If you bust out, wait for that free monthly reset that you get at the end of each month. Maybe you want to buy another one, and there's like, I don't know, you're invested and you're in a 50K, which you should size down. There's a $100 investment to get yourself to the possibility of, not everybody's going to get there, but the possibility of getting funded, putting yourself in an Isaac Rivera spot or whomever, your own spot, and buy the pizza or the studio upgrade or whatever. Eventually get to that. Patience, that's what we're doing this month, and tuning in and working together as a team and hearing these stories is very helpful. And you're also going to hear other stories about people who blew up accounts. That's going to help you also say that if I'm struggling or spinning my wheels, then I still have a fighting chance because other people in the world are doing the same thing. All that being said, Isaac, I'm really proud of where you're at. Please, I think Mick's going to hit you up. Put that in an account, because too many people will be like, well, I'm going to take $5,000 and I'm going to put it in my brokerage account. I'm going to keep trading over here while I'm trading with Topstep, blah, blah. So, account management. You talk about. We always talk about that, Andre. Account management. You go from risk management, build up your account, then you have account management. How do you take money out? How do you pay yourself and still leave enough in there to weather cold streaks or whatever? So that's where the dance of trading is pretty awesome.
Yes, it is. That's awesome update. Yeah, that's what we're here for Topstep. And just a quick update from Isaac in the chat. He says, it was a great time, nearly 20,000 views for our segment. Looking forward to coming on. The next one, he's currently up $6,500 in his current trade. So when you're hot, but he's also going to take that money out. Looking to take withdrawals sometime in early to mid-Feb and looking to get 5% on some of that money and put the rest to work. So that's smart. We love seeing that, man. That's what this is all about.
What's
so
5%?
awesome.
5% on 10 grand's $500. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay,
that
so
works.
$500. That could have covered your electric bill for 4 months. I don't know.
Yes.
Think about that. So Isaac, awesome stuff. And he said he did reply yesterday with a withdrawal plan to Mick, maybe, or the funding thing. So he has a withdrawal plan. That's awesome. Put yourself on a plan. All this is a possibility. It is an option. It is an income stream that you can create. It will not be handed to you. So that's why we will cut off anybody on the air that says it's going to go here and I'm going to do this and you're going to definitely make money. Will not be handed to you. It is a grind.
Your boy, dude. That was your boy, dude.
Yeah. No, there's nothing wrong with it.
What happened?
We got some transparency conversations that we're going to be getting into later, and some little tips and tricks. Not even tricks. Tips that we're going to say for you to look for in people who share their screenshots of their accounts. When they say all that, when they show all those accounts that are up money and they're hiding the last 4 digits or the last digits of their account number because they're resetting so many times that then they get a swing and then they hit the ball and they go, look, Mom, look, Mom, I did it. But Mom's been in the stage. We're going to be in the stadium watching them all the time. We're going to be sharing what to look for as we get in this transparency this year of more and more like awareness of what's happening in the space, what's happening here at Topstep. I think it's going to benefit everybody.
I think you're right, man. Yeah, that was awesome stuff. Yes. Anne-Marie, did you take a trade? I think I may have heard someone out there take a trade, or is everyone flat?
I took a trade at the top of this range.
Nothing. Anything cooking over there?
And so I'm a little bit underwater, but I think it's going to move into the single prints down here, which is where I'd like to take my profit. The single prints holding in that area, and so that's basically what I'm after right now.
So it's essentially you're playing the range, right? It's essentially a range bound type trade, a range stretch. Gotcha.
Yes.
Thank you. So
Range
like Anne-Marie,
I was just gonna.
she trades the extremes.
Yep. Sorry. Yep. Range bound. We're showing range so far, right?
Yes,
we did a little extension. We did a little try to the downside. Now we got sucked back in the range. Now we're looking at the getting close to the high side of the range. I'm looking at the NASDAQ. So be careful if you're a breakout trader. And if you're a range-bound trader, it's showing its face a little bit. That it could be a range-bound trade.
For sure. So the question might be, how do you know that that's what you want to trade?
Right.
And so this is it right here. You see the slope of these VWAP bands? They're sideways. And when they're sideways, they tell me there's balance, some kind of equilibrium. To be a little math nerdy, the reason that a moving average is flat is because there are just as many numbers above as below. And when a VWAP is flat, it means there are just as many numbers above as below. So you go to the very top of where the numbers are. I got in a little bit too early. I got in right over here at this 343 area, and then I added the moron trade. So I added up here at the top, and I thought, all right, just so long as it rejects the VWAP band up here at the 2.5 standard deviations, I'm just going to sit tight and let the trade come into the 1 standard deviation where I'll take my profit, which is why I'm flat.
Okay, awesome. Well, it is 9:15. Typically 9:15 here at TopstepTV. We got this little news for you. So, Jack, what do we got over there, man?
Hi, today we just got some internal news. Some of you may have noticed today is February 1st, the first day of the month. Yesterday was the last day of January, which means our good friend and educator, John Hoagland, completed his dry January. And more importantly, it means that he has won $1,000 from Michael Patak.
I think it happened the first week of January.
What? Oh, wow. All right.
Who is it?
Hello, are you John Hoagland?
Who wants to know?
Michael Patak would like to know.
Well, then I'm John Hoagland.
Congratulations! You've won $1,000 from Michael Patak for not being a lush for the last 31 days of January.
We're so proud of you!
Unbelievable. And a huge check.
Here's the shot for you!
All right. I will save that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. This is great. Here, I already got started.
Hoag, what are you going to do now that you have $1,000 from Michael Patak?
Buy more booze. I'm going to take this with me.
Wow.
Wow. John, tell us how you feel, man. That was incredible. You're back in your office seat so fast. Incredible.
Yes, I did. I'm a little winded.
Oh, John, shut up, man.
Okay, that was good.
Yeah, John, actually I would like to admit that video to court as evidence because that was not filmed. Not filmed this morning. That was filmed yesterday.
Oh man.
Oh, John, that was great. That was awesome. That was awesome. Kudos, buddy. Kudos.
Yeah,
Hey,
good job, guys.
Thanks. And
That was,
Oscars to everybody that was involved. They were so great. That was so funny.
Oh my God. Please share that with the rest of the company, Jack, that may not have been able to tune in. That was great.
What are you gonna do with $1,000? Buy more booze.
I know, that's so funny.
That was awesome, man. Shout out to production. You guys are killing it. I think we got some. I got some liquidity here on the upside, John, in the S&Ps. If you see it here, 300 at 96 half, and another 300 at 98 even.
Yeah, we took out the high of the overnight, and it pulled back a little bit. And if it starts to accept above that, then that opportunity at 82 is good. I'm looking at 4,900 to 4,905. We're testing the high of the late spike we talked about on the opening call. The base of the late spike. We're right at it. It was the overnight high. We're struggling at the overnight high. There's opportunity here, perhaps, but yeah. Again, thank you, Alyssa, Bonnie, Jack. What a great team that was, and it was a lot of fun.
Nailed it.
Dude. John, how do you feel? Tell us how you feel, man. You did it. You feel, I mean, you look, I saw you at the Bulls game the other day. You look great. Face looks great. I know you've been sleeping better. So, how do you affect your trade? Like, the discipline. You say you like the longest you went in your life, so to speak. But,
at least in the last 40 years.
40 years. Yeah, well, that'll do it. Well, props to you, dude. Everyone in the chat is super pumped for you.
Hold on. What? John, how old are you? Because that means what? When you're 12, you were like, I was
exactly
as bad as when I was 12 or 13.
Yeah, that's about when I had my first beer.
Yeah, it was a different time, Michael. It was
Yeah.
a different time. But,
Guys, that was awesome. If there's the community here, 3,000 and some that are here, we are going to continue to up our production level and make it fun and exciting to be a trader with us. We're range-bound trading. We have talked about trading. We're range-bound trading. So what a great time to get a little chuckle in, make a sandwich, hear us in the background, ask your questions. We're going to answer them. That's going to be stuff that we really want to be interactive with you, but also just bring in our culture. Somebody goes, hey, what great culture you've created here at Michael Patak. I did not create the culture.
All of us.
In the team, all of us. We always said we are all a piece of the fabric that creates this. And our goal here is to bring the community in here and be a part of that with Topstep. And you're like, well, yeah, right. No, we can do this if we work every day and we're all working together. And we have these kind of Topstep, we have values. We set values, which you probably should have, which everybody kind of probably has some type of values of which they live by. And I'm not going to shoot somebody because that's wrong. Like that's a basic one. Like treat people with respect. All that, don't be a jerk. We have values that we have at Topstep. We all live by those values. Is how we hire, fire, make decisions, and all that kind of stuff. We really embed that into the culture as a guiding light in our entire team of 100 and some people that are working every day to make sure you have everything you need and get the communication and stuff out there in the world is all aligned with that. So thank you for saying we have a great culture. We do. And we want you to be a part of it. Everybody here that tunes in at TopstepTV.
All right. Reminds me of Jay Gray. Jay Gray every time I hear that.
Eddie, if that's mine and Hoga has the da-na-na-na-na, then I'm cool with that for this year because I'll take McConaughey all day long.
All yours.
What's Andre's? Well, hold on. What would Ann's be? Ann, what would your
Oh no!
What, pulled pork?
I don't. I wouldn't even. I would not even know. I would not.
Hey,
we're gonna have to
you.
think about
Ooh, we're starting to see some sellers. All right, that range, it did look to hold to the upside there. We see the sellers come in. We're coming up to VWAP here at NASDAQ and S&Ps. Just touched VWAP, both markets. Nothing happened. I know, Anne-Marie, it's the worst. It's the absolute worst. So this is what makes trading hard. But you stay disciplined and stuck to your plan. But yes, I stopped out. Yep, I know. It happened to me yesterday. It's frustrating as hell. But yeah, we're here for you to support and get through it. That's just a pain in the ass when something like that happens. Yeah, just bounced right off VWAP there. So we'll see how that goes on.
It's showing
What do you
it's
see,
rangy.
Michael?
Showing
It is rangy. It is rangy. And sometimes you know it's going to be rangy. You just got to hold on. You got to grit your teeth and dig deeper or hold on tight. When that unrealized P&L starts getting a little bit more into the red, you got to stick to your convictions sometimes, but it's much easier said than done.
Yeah, for sure.
For sure.
I wonder if that break above in the ES is telling us that we just exhausted. Are we building a potential area of excess, John, that you think might fade and then retest? Or what did the volume profile look like? I know we're in the middle of this candlestick. It's got about 7 minutes left.
Right.
But what say you over this?
If you look at my charts,
Yes, please.
we did not do this in the NASDAQ, but we did in the S&Ps. We put in the late spike at the end of the day. In other words, we were range bound. The number came out. We stayed relatively range bound. We didn't even take out the high in the S&Ps. And then late in the day, we extended the range and we closed on the lows. This is the late spike. We talked about two levels of the late spike. This one was 48.75 and this one 48.95 as important levels to kind of look for opportunities, right? So we didn't get to the spike, the second spike low down here, but we just traded up to this spike high, to this spike low, I should say. The base of the late spike was to the downside. So the base of the spike was right here on this number right here. So that's, what is that? 49.18. Where do we trade up to? We traded up to a 40 on this high. I'm sorry, 40. What is wrong with me? The low, 48.95 half. What's the high here? 48.97. So we went 6 ticks through it and we came back. We also took out the overnight high and we came back off of it. So there is that possibility that we may be leaving some excess up here. The one caveat that I want to mention, we've been eyeing Delta all day. Delta is now currently negative 8,200. So while the traders are, where the aggressive traders are using market orders to sell, they are unsuccessfully keeping price moving lower.
Oh.
That's our Delta. That's our Delta.
Whoa.
Avon calling.
Is that your phone?
Yeah,
Michael?
I have an alarm set because I have a phone call interviewing. A little bit of both, kind of, I guess.
Yeah.
With this big group here in 5 minutes. So I will have to cut
5
out.
minutes remaining. There you go.
Michael.
We also
Michael.
got Nat Gas coming out here half past at 9:30.
Oh,
All right.
Widowmaker Eddie.
Hey, John, do you have that check with you? I just want to kind of understand how you're going to we would like to get a continuation of the selfie video.
Well, you signed it, Michael. You signed the check, Michael. You should know where it is.
God, yes. God, just go try to catch.
Go to the bank.
Walk in there.
Oh my gosh,
Right.
I would love to see that.
I would love to see that. That would be a continual. We could just keep going with this, and then if they can't do it, then maybe go down to like the
What I'd like to do is get a whole bunch of them, big checks, and put them in the backseat of my car like Happy Gilmore.
Yeah. Yes.
And then like people drive by and fist pump. Hey, good job, buddy! And you're like, hell yeah,
dude. Oh god, today's been a day so far. We're only an hour into this thing.
Boomer goes, I gotta move. Hey John, Boomer's right. I gotta move some cash around. So could you just wait a day on that check? I remember a buddy of mine used to always say that we were roommates. Oh, I just got to move some cash around. I'm like, dude, what?
Dude.
How do you need to move cash around? You owe me $750. You got to move cash around for that?
I didn't think I know who that gentleman was.
I think you know who it is. I think you know who it is too.
If you want, Michael, I'll wait till after the next payday.
There you go.
I think everything's just fine. So yeah, if you can do that, that would be cool. And then Yeah, maybe then you're sitting. Then after that, if they won't cash it, then you go sit at a bus station with your head down, holding the check. Then we get a picture of that one. You're like, well,
yes, that's how Topstep's going to pay out their traders.
I'll get Donna to film that for me.
Okay. That would be fun. That would be fun.
Oh boy, what a day, Eddie! We're going to come to you for those nat gas numbers here in about 3 minutes. Michael, I know you got to sign off here in about 3 minutes as well. So nat gas coming in. Michael Patak exiting. Last time I saw you on TV, Michael, you were pretty hot on TV. So seemed to have chilled out a little bit and found
that's the January is in my rear view mirror.
Yes, there you go. There you go.
New me, new Michael, and one postcard, post-it note up on my monitor. One only. Doesn't say racks or stacks or sticks or whatever that, remember we were talking about money and all that. I used to have that one there. I'm like, what's a rack? What's this? And I had the definition.
You've got a couple of them.
Patience. It just says patience. One only. I got to work on this. That was my other one. I was trading for the sake of trading and trying to catch every move that didn't happen. Blah, blah, blah. So patience. All right, guys, we're back on our highs in here. I'm going to cut out highs in the range.
All right,
cool. Michael.
Thanks.
I did the floors in my whole house last year. I did not do radiant, although I love radiant heat. It's so nice when the floors are nice and warm, but sounds like it's more of a pain than it's worth.
It ain't gonna be cheap, I'll tell you that.
Right? What is?
Ours were actually water. We used our heating to run it through. So as opposed to some other kind of liquid, we never had a problem. It was the
house we lived in before this one. We had both our kids in the house prior to this one, and it had radiant heat, and it was like, it was a concrete floor with water pipes running through it.
Yeah.
It was and I loved it. It was really nice.
Yeah, that was ours.
There was a separate boiler for it and everything, but yeah, it was really nice. I loved it, but man, we're still seeing negative delta here is now down to 7,200. A little bit of a squeeze there. Yeah, a little bit of a squeeze there.
Okay, Eddie, how are we looking with the clock here on the EIA?
Well, net gas in about 10 seconds.
What's expected?
We got a negative. We got 202 billion cubic feet. Prior was 326 billion cubic feet.
Okay.
So nat gas is quaffing the airwaves, no pun intended. Coming out at 197 billion cubic feet, so lower than expected. And that does mean that prices should go up, but of course we know it's nat gas and it can go any way it wants.
It can go anywhere, right?
Yes. Open a window.
All right, here we go. Here we go, John. New highs in NASDAQ, new highs in S&Ps, crude. I'll take a peek over there. We don't give enough love to some of the other markets, and I know that's a blind. It's not even a blind spot of ours. We know we don't do it enough. So let's take a look over at crude for all our crude oil traders.
Crude rejected that 77 line in the sand.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Thank you, Anne-Marie.
I had that. For those of us that are interested in those image setups that I have, go to the strategy lab. I have major support, major resistance that I put up there in terms of rotation. And so 77 is really what we had to get over to have buyers come in greater fashion. And now we're pulling back. But all day we've been sitting at this 76.68 number. And it was resistance early in the day when I took the short, but it looks like it's trying to be support right now. So we could be getting ready for another push up, or it could, start to stall out, which I just took a little bit of a short at the top of the 2.5 standard deviation. Yep. It's got to be a quick strike trade. I have it in the ES, a little bit underwater as it's sitting there. But the goal here is to watch it lose this edge. Notice it comes right to the 2.5 standard deviation. Because it's bullish, all I'm looking for is a retest of this area. And you can see the dome. It's really bunchy here. Buyers trying to come in and put in some sort of support edge. But I'm thinking that it ought to come into 94/92. And if it doesn't, the high is my stop. And so it's got me in a fairly good spot to
cheap.
To pull into that range right there. My hope is that it comes into the 1 standard deviation and the value area high, but this looks really bunchy. So it's kind of hard to say.
Hey, John, when you say cheap, what do you mean by cheap trade?
Well, I mean, she's short the S&Ps right up against the day session high and the high of the initial balance. If that holds, I mean, she doesn't have to risk a lot in that trade.
Gotcha.
Right? If it extends the range, she's out.
Yeah, exactly.
So a cheap trade essentially it's a little very low to minimal risk. Minimal risk is I guess what you said.
Low risk.
Yeah.
Low risk.
Right. Yeah, that's what I always call them, cheap trades.
Yeah, cheap trades.
Some of the best ones have been taken because they're cheap.
Yeah, exactly. And the reason that I'm not going to give this a ton of room is because it's counter trend to relative slope, right? It's leaking higher. And so I really am not going to give a lot of patience to the trade at all because I'm in the wrong direction of holding. So here's a big tip. If you think about, or it's a tip that I use for me, if you think about taking a short, zoom out and look at the relative trend. And if you're moving against relative trend in your short, meaning that most of the market is moving up, then you don't want to give that trade a lot of patience. If you're in the right trend, if you go, hey, I'm going to buy the dips, just so long as you're holding higher lows and your formation is inching higher, you can sit in that trade and give it patience because you're in the direction of trend.
Absolutely. When you say, Amber, you said it's leaking higher. What do you mean by leaking higher? I think I see what you mean by leaking higher, but the slope is slowly leaking higher.
Grinding, yeah. We might say grinding. It would be better. I think the shorts are trying to leak out of the trade, that's what I was thinking from that. But we would normally say grinding higher because it's retracing so much of its motion every single time. It's a place that's going to give you best reward if you're sitting on the edges of the rotation, like the touch of the VWAP or the recapture of the 1 standard deviation or the rejection of the 2.5 standard deviation or the rejection of the 2.5 standard deviation like I have here. So we'll just see.
Awesome. Very awesome stuff. Thank you for the wealth of knowledge that we have here at Topstep TV with Anne-Marie and John Hoagland and Eddie there. So I mean, we're talking myself. We got probably 100 years of experience trading here. So you guys are in the right place at the right time. And we hope you guys are taking advantage of it. We'll give you trade ideas. We talk about markets, talk about charts, everything we got going here at Topstep TV. It's really been sweet. We even have sweet production. Hopefully you guys get a chuckle here and there as well. During boring markets, we're always here to help everyone sit on their hands or hands on the butt, as John likes to say. And with that being said, James Harden, you got something for us?
Well, actually,
I sure do. But yes, I'm going to hand to Eddie first.
Oh, my bad.
James does. Yes, we've got hot streaks. So let's pull that out of our pocket and see what we've got. There it is. We've got the top Carlos with 14, Amnaj with 14, Tarun Preet with 16, Jeff H with 17, and Mateo with 14. And after 2 weeks on the top spot with 26 consecutive winning days, Joseph N ceded the number 1 spot to Mateo. after hitting his DLL yesterday. But 26 consecutive days. Give it up.
Amazing.
Yeah, please give it up for Joseph, kicking some butt and doing very well.
Big time. Big time.
Good job. All right, and we've got yesterday's best, James.
We sure do. Here they come.
All right, yesterday's best. In the XFA, Isaac, 10 G's. Eric M, 13K. Utah with, I think that's 18, if I'm seeing it correctly. Michael R with a 20K. Justin kicking in 32, taking advantage of the FOMC day and making it happen. Well done. Well done, my friends. All right. And, well, also, we've got now Tuesday, we went to the Bulls game. Thank you, plus 500. There's some pictures of the Top Step crew from left to right. We've got John. There's Andre, Alyssa, Bonnie, Jack, and myself on the right. And that person with his legs spread wide open is Michael Jordan. And, that is the United States. Like to thank,
that is the man.
Plus 500, very much. As you can see on the court, there is Jackie. I'm sorry, Jack, Bonnie, and Alyssa. And to be honest with you, we did have Bill Wennington as the coach, former Bull that played with Michael Jordan. And I tell you, there's me and Hoag. Yes. Notice no sweat on our brow, but we sat and we watched and we enjoyed. There's Bill right now. Look at the size there.
Yeah.
He's tall.
He did love the girls. The girls did fantastic.
I mean, you are a Hall of Fame MVP.
Yes, they both were very much. And even Jack had a few blocked shots. Amazing. And a few points. But all in all, there's our friends from Plus 500. And we want to thank them once again. How much fun we did have. Plus 500. Download the app. These guys are genuine, fantastic hosts, and very good new friends. So Plus 500.
Damn, look at that.
Check it out.
Look at that.
And then
look at James.
Jack even went ahead and compiled a little video, and we'll cap it off with this. So here we go.
Sweet.
Thanks, James.
Alyssa? Yeah! Yeah, Jack?
That was the suite. And one of the cooler things that Andre was telling me, wait for the dessert cart.
No
and
joke.
my goodness.
Oh, it's so good.
Anne-Marie knows. Anne-Marie knows.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
I've been in
Thanks,
a few
James.
of those. It's fun.
And, I just want to add, you saw how much fun we had with that and with Hoag's winnings. And I just want to say that we've got a great culture here at Topstep. And, as Michael was saying here, we've been here about 14 years, okay? And we've developed and we have grown. And we want to thank our community for helping us grow. And the thing is, we want to definitely open the door always to our community. And I want to let you know that we've got some job openings here at Topstep. So if you like hanging with the crew and want to help other traders, consider applying for one of our open customer service roles. Now we're looking for daytime and overnight shifts for our customer support team. And we're going to drop that link live in chat. And just to let you know, right now, we're just sort of looking for people here in the States, but we will be opening that up eventually. So hang tight. But once again, thank you, community, for being a part of our growth. We love you very much. We respect you very much. And we want you to be here as much as you can. So back to you, Andre, my brother.
Well said, Eddie.
Well said. Thank you,
Well
guys.
said.
Thank you, Eddie. Yes, that was a lot of fun. We do like to have fun here at Topstep, and the plus 500 ones. They're real ones, man. So generous, and for hosting us that evening, a lot of fun. Shout out to them. Hope they're watching. Anne-Marie, what is happening in these markets right now?
Well, finally, I just got my target. Waiting around forever.
Nice job.
It came right into value area high, and the one standard deviation. Could it go down to the VWAP? Yes. But when I have sideways markets that are retracing and I continue to make higher lows, I don't hang on. I just go level to level and I'm out of there. Does that mean that sometimes I leave money on the table? Absolutely. But to keep my brain in between the rails of spaces where I can manage my emotions and interpret them correctly, I go level to level. And I don't care about what I leave on the table. I only care about, am I operating in a way that's going to allow me to continue to operate with positive results? And so that was good. It was just taking a long time. I was like, really? But it wasn't going higher. So why did I stay in? Again, it wasn't going higher. And the slope of my linear regression was rolling right over. So it told me, hey, listen, you're sitting on the right side of the trade. Just don't get clicky Ricky with the mouse, and just wait it out. And so,
and it was cheap.
I did. Yeah.
It was cheap.
Yeah.
Nice work. Nice job.
Thank you.
They were negative 10,000 in Delta now.
Negative 10,000. All right, so we're growing 11,000. Scratch that. Correction, 11,000. Yep. So around 850, less than an hour ago, we were at minus 2,700. Now we're seeing, almost an hour later, now we're seeing at 11,000. We are grinding a little bit higher, but it's all right. They're going to start feeling the pressure here, right? As these shorts continue to grow, and we're not breaking, they're going to start feeling the pressure. Essentially, they could be driving this or fueling this rally higher.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking I just missed the long at that first standard deviation, but I'm just going to throw a long in here and see what happens.
Yeah. I like that. I see what you're seeing. The thought process is right. I got a question here from Ghost. Our man Ghost, even in the chat all the time. Thanks for always tuning in. Andre, talking about plus 500. Aren't they only 4X? How are Topstep X accounts plus 500 accounts? Can you please explain? Just want to say plus 500 is now offering futures in the United States through the recent acquisition of CTS, Cunningham Trading Systems. So they're not in the United States. Go to the website for more info. I think we put something up there. But yeah, go to plus 500 if you want to trade futures. Yeah, they're trading futures here in the United States. So there's your update on that. But they're really sweet people. They take care of us, and they want to get this futures thing popping here in the United States. So yeah, go check out their website. They're serious about it.
It was very nice. It was a good time.
Yes. So thank you. Thank you, Mac. Thanks, Mac, for the help in the background there on that one. All right, Johnny, what are you thinking? Are you thinking about taking a long there?
I'm already long. I just got a long above that first standard deviation from VWAP. There's things I like about it and things I don't like about it. What I like about it is the negative delta that keeps on increasing as price gets pushed higher. The thing I don't like about it is the fact that we're struggling to kind of accept above the base of the late spike from yesterday. It's not the best trade location for the day session here today. There's a few little problems with it, but it's only a one lot, and I just wanted to get something on here and see what happens. And still negative 10,600 in delta. Now that delta could take all day to actually play out, to get that short squeeze at the end of the day, like we sometimes see.
Yep.
We'll see what happens here.
The day, yes. Anne-Marie, as we look, we came back. S&Ps, we came back. NASDAQ came back. So we are kind of leaking higher, but as far as your entries, how do you know where to get into something? If we are going to continue to grind higher, which I do see here, I'm looking at a 5-minute chart, so it's not going to give me the clearest of pictures. Typically, you like to zoom out here, perhaps to a 15 or 30-minute to get a better idea of how the market's actually trading.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to look for the 1-minute opening range high.
Okay.
And I want to see if it holds there. So I won't put an order out specifically. I think I'll position somewhere near the edge of the VWAP. My thought is the very same, though, that we do. Look at how this 30-minute chart is starting to look. See the range expansion. We still have lower lows and lower highs. So what we want to see is a pullback that gives us a higher low that says, yep, we're on. And so to me, that's going to be near the POC, the point of control, somewhere around 48.90, or somewhere near the VWAP, 48.88 and some change. And my 30-minute looks like it's there. So could it leave me in the dust? Yes. But this lower low action bothers me a bit. And so it looks more like a megaphone right now than something that's just trending higher. So I'm going to see if it leaks. So my thought is, if I go to something like, I have a 3,200 tick here, so it's a little slower.
Okay.
And what I see is big red here, not so big red here, even smaller red here, and the edges are lifting higher. So again, that's confirmation to me that a potential bounce zone is going to sit somewhere around here. What I want to see the dome get fat right in this area. When the dome gets fat, that's that liquidity that John always talks about. We'll watch price action come into that liquidity, and it's going to give us that nice pop that we want. So I'm going to sit down there. 87 is kind of where it's at. And so that's literally just what I'm looking for. Will it cut me off at the pass and people buy at the point of control? Potentially, but I'm just going to kind of wait and see if it settles out somewhere in that zone.
Yeah, so you're being far more patient than I am.
I've been working on that so badly. I've got to work on it. It is just leaving me with too much exposure. I've got to cut down on that.
Anne-Marie, when you say you're working on it, hell, I think we're all working on patience. I think we're always going to work on our patience. You know what? I don't think I've ever met a trader that says, yes, I am.
Oh no, we're all impatient.
Done developing. I'm finally done developing my patience. I'm at a good spot where I am patient. I've never met the trader has stopped working on being patient. We're not, are we?
Yeah. That's not our bucket. Yeah.
It's not.
That's not
I
our
want it
daily
now.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So, how do I work on it? I'm engaged in a ton of self-talk. Here it comes into the VWAP. Let's see if it bounces off that edge. Yeah, I'm not going to go in.
Negative 13,000 delta now.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, and so what I'll do is I'll go, I want to trade here. And I've said to myself, listen, the second you hear that go, would it hurt your trading if you waited 30 more seconds? And what that turns into is, would it hurt if you waited 30 more seconds? And so that's really how I do it. I'm just in the space of, can I manage? So my order got filled at 48.88, and my stop is down here.
And my stop just got filled.
And so I'm if it goes to value area low, it's going to be the bottom of the area that matches my one standard deviation. I hope it doesn't, because that's going to be yucky. Technical term.
I like that one.
Yes,
I hope it bounces off of the VWAP, which is where I expect it to go. But literally, I wanted to take this trade right with you at the top of that range. And I thought, listen, just wait. Just wait a minute. It's okay if it passes you by. That's something that I always have to reinforce. Listen, it's okay if this passes you by. There's going to be something else for you to eat later. It's okay if this one passes you by. So I'm just always working on that. I have my sister is a Fortune 500 recruiter. She runs an executive firm.
Oh.
And she gave me an assessment years ago, and it ranked in terms of all kinds of things. But in terms of patience, she said if there were 100 people in the room, only 4 of them would have less patience than you.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I'm
Thanks,
way
sis.
on the edge.
Yeah.
Yeah, that assessment was but it was true. I mean, I just don't have I'm not patient, and so it just has to build. So I'd really, if this comes in, this is going to be the area that makes me go, you know what? You might be in the wrong direction. Notice my stop is about 2 points below that. But this area near the open of the ES has really been the zone where all the traders have said, yeah, you know, I hit that range, but I need to come in and have it managed. So right at that edge, I've given it a couple of little wiggle spots. If it loses that area, I am probably sitting on the wrong side of the trade.
Yes, I hear you. I got along with you there, VWAP. Michael's gone, so I'm going to take just jump in there with a little one lot. But yeah, I got along with their 48.88 and 3/4 in the VWAP. Hopefully it's the range, and we are going to continue. We're seeing the sellers come in and just bust right through VWAP here in NASDAQ. Sellers are in control. We'll see how further it will go. Stop coming up here.
Negative 14,000 in Delta.
Jesus, man, they are just piling into these damn shorts. Piling into these damn shorts. I am not moving.
All right, I am going to take a look at a long here.
Yeah, the base. That's where I should have worked. That's where I should have waited.
Basically, it's value low. I'm going to risk the through the end of the range here to see if the range can hold 78.5.
And there's sellers.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
it's right down to 48.82 is weekly kickoff.
82. Wow. Let's and the range breaks, of course. See if it holds here. See if it holds.
Yeah, I mean it's value low. Delta is very negative. It's been increasing in negativity, but unfortunately now it's congruent.
Who's selling this shit, guys?
And I'm flat.
Okay.
Yeah, the longs, boy, they are just hammering this. What the hell?
And you know what? We're still in a nasty sort of megaphone.
Who
from
said something?
About 7:30 my time. So 6:30 Central, it's higher highs and lower lows. And so, you know, how many minutes do we have?
Basically,
5 more minutes.
Basically here, this is the megaphone I think that she's talking about. This is a 5-minute chart.
Yep.
So we're looking at, here and here.
Yeah. Who said something? Who said something? Who did this? Who's responsible for Who's responsible for this? My goodness. Yeah, that one boy, Jay just blew through all those. I think Coach Jay in there did say Russell started selling early before this move. And Q today, no fun, Andy. Truer words could not be spoken. Yikes! This is key trade today. Key freaking trade today. Speaking of Coach, here we go.
You know where I was talking of, was long all the way up here, and I was long against the base of the late spike. The base of the late spike was a really decent opportunity to really look for a short. We mentioned it. We were looking at that delta thinking, wow, look at that delta.
Right. Wow.
But it's so early for delta to play out on a short squeeze like this. That's where I made my mistake. So was not trusting the base of the late spike.
Yeah, this was a tricky one. I did not. I mean, we've just been bouncing on VWAP, I mean, they're going to do this shit to me again. All right. Speaking of Coach Jay there. Coach Jay will be joining us today. Let's do the lineup real quick here. while we got these trades on.
Awesome.
Stop me on. Yes, after this we got shoulder tap with Hoagland Mick. Always bringing great information about Topstep traders, what they're doing right, what they're not doing so hot at, and what they need to improve on. I know all the traders gain a lot of valuable information from that, so please tune in for that. After that, we got Robert, Coach Jay, and myself for Power Players. Coach Jay, you see him in the chat, calling out those size orders, also calling a lot of market movement. Super awesome, valuable resource. Please tune in for that. He's the man. It's been fun.
Yeah, coaches are the best.
We got an awesome lineup. Then we got Top Quiz with Jack and Vanessa. And we always announce the Top Quiz winners during Power Hour. But before we have Power Hour, we'll have Back to the Futures with Andre. Well, that's me, Hoag, and Rips. Rips have been a great contributor here at TopstepTV. And then Power Hour after Back to the Futures, like we said, Andre, Dolby, and Rips. We always have a pretty good time on there, but we do take the trading seriously, and we're going to continue to monitor this Delta growth now at 14,000 ES. John, just for all those NASDAQ traders, what do we got in NASDAQ for Delta as we continue to monitor that into Power Hour? Because there could be a potential setup there.
Yes, there could.
We're seeing some potential move to the downside here. But if we don't really go, and these shorts are staying short all day, I mean, they're going to have to flatten up by the end of the day, right?
Well, that's the theory, you know. But if this is, you know, if this is real aggressive selling in longer time frame, you know, that's the risk you take, right? It's negative 15.5 in the S&Ps now, negative 2,800 in the NASDAQ is Delta.
2,800 in Delta, sorry, is NASDAQ?
About 2,800 negative in the NASDAQ.
Thank you. Okay, so that's something we'll have to keep an eye on as the day goes on. But yes, full jam-packed day at TopstepTV. We will be sure. Got some notes here to pass along to our traders. 1099s are being sent out for our traders. Please direct any questions to 1099support@topsteptrader.com. Who got stopped out? Damn it, got stopped out. Yep. And we're breaking. We better break all the way down to settlement if they're going to keep selling this shit. So yeah.
So I have a long sitting at 17,272.
Okay.
17,272.
And that is, that's like right near the opening of, what is that? Maybe a prior day's open. Will it fill me? Oh, right to the stinking tick.
Did you get it?
What? No, didn't fill me. Sitting right there. All right, I'm just going to wait for it.
What? These sellers come in. All right, folks, get on board this move. If we're moving.
Yeah.
If we're moving, get on board. I thought we were going to do the range. I thought we were going to stuck in the range, and the range, we broke out. So,
Okay, so now the next support ledge is 17,265. Wow. It should bounce off of this zone because that's 3 standard deviations.
3 standard deviations? Yeah. What was the first? We broke like 2.5. 3 would be an extreme, right? Kind of like a rubber band there, Anne-Marie. Exactly. Like when the rubber band gets overextended, it wants to
Exactly. Now, if the rubber band stays extended, it could actually go 4 and 5 standard deviations. So your goal would be to put that stop right there and then wait for, the dome to get a little bunchy, and see that, see the buyer sort of plug in, and you can see it. Look at it bouncing right off. It's bouncing right off that edge. The problem is the 2.5 standard deviation looks like resistance right now. So also did not expect to see that, but it should run, it should get to the opening range low if it's got any heat on it. Otherwise, it's just another area to sell and it's going to break the edge. So I'm going to sit tight. I've got my stop at 250, 260, and just going to watch it come up into that opening range low, see if we can do it. Now, here's some evidence that says I might be in the right direction.
Okay.
What I see happening is a a flattening of price over here on my tick chart, and I see the rising edge of the linear slope. The linear slope chart here, down here. And so as this rises, it normally looks like higher lows. What we have to get up and over is that 2.5 standard deviation edge, which is also a congested support / resistance zone and old support on this wick. But when this curve starts moving up and I'm at the bottom of my regression, my VWAP bands, and I am testing prior day's lows or closes, that's the space where I go, you know what? I'm going to trade that. I'm going to pick that trade up. And I had been waiting for it on the other side. And so, just seeing if it'll hold.
Seeing if it'll hold is right. I think we have.
I want to address something in the chat here. Damara Guitars. Yeah. He says, "I know it sucks for you guys, but it's reassuring for me to know that even you guys occasionally get it wrong too. I get it wrong. I get it wrong as much as I get it right."
Absolutely.
Dude, we were stuck in a range for the first 2 hours of this trade, and you thought you were going to play the range trade, and then we broke out of the range. So, yeah, I mean, we're getting 100 years of experience here, looking at a range, and then one of the times we get in, we break out of the range. So, yeah, it's going to happen. Hang in there, man. Hang in there. It's a journey.
Yeah, the key is manage your risk.
Exactly.
Just manage your risk. If you manage your risk, you're going to be in good shape. Just don't size up. Don't get in when nobody else is getting in. Another reason for me to go in here is my 2 a.m. congested support that really changed the slope of the market. I think the traders are going to come in and see if we can hold that pre-market low. It's just a matter of if they can, great. If they can't, oh well.
Right.
Yes. Emmanuel asks in the chat, what was the catalyst for the move lower on NQ? Don't have any answers for you. We'll keep our eyes open on any possible headlines. I have not seen anything. If anyone seen anything in the chat, by all means, throw it in there, but nothing. I mean, it wasn't that. We really only sold off. Well, we sold off pretty good. S&P sold off good 15 handles there. So, yeah, it was a proper break, but I haven't seen any headlines or what the catalyst is. As my boss would when I would ask my boss when I was just a new trader, why are we lower, boss? He'd just say, there's more sellers than buyers.
More sellers
than buyers. Sheepishly put my head down and just walk back to my desk and be like, yep, it just is. So we're seeing something about Tesla. Perhaps Tesla had something to do with this move lower. Yeah, we'll see. Thanks, Tesla. We owe you one, man. But yes, like to Anne-Marie's point, you're looking at a lot of experience in your trading, and the most important thing is that you don't blow up the account, you don't blow up your week, you don't blow up the month or your year in one day. I just lost $775. Yes, that's manageable. I can make that back in one trade. So I'm not going to beat myself up too heavily about it. Look at these buyers come in. Anne-Marie, did you get long in there?
I did. I got long at 272.
Okay.
272. So it's
Apple
still
earnings,
choking around.
Maybe we're starting to see something. Andy says the recall of Chewy Dips Llama Rama bars. Andy, you crack me up, man. Yes, we got a lot of earnings today. We got Apple, Amazon, and Meta. Maybe some people are getting tapped, as we like to say, as to what those earnings may be. I wonder what the options markets are doing going into these earnings after the bell. So we rocking and rolling. SS says here, watch 17240 NASDAQ for a bounce. 240, yes. And noted. Thank you, SSS. By the dip, don't trip, goes T. I know, man. Seriously, we're going to go higher after this. But yeah, maybe we got Apple, Amazon, Meta earnings coming out after the bell. So perhaps something's getting leaked in there and maybe some options activity. I don't know. The most important thing is that it just did. So what are you going to do? Yeah. Making them blow it up here. We got some stuff coming up. Yes.
I'm taking one last stab at along here against
I like it, man. I like it.
The bottom of the megaphone that.
Yeah.
You know.
What's megaphone? What do you mean by megaphone?
higher highs and lower lows.
Yeah, just like a megaphone at a game.
Right.
The bullhorn.
I got you. Got the shape of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you can see it on my chart here. I just put the green trend lines across the top and across the bottom, so the market seems to be expanding, right?
Mm-hmm. Here come some buyers.
Yeah, so I've got my target at 300 from 270.
All right.
That 272 area. So if it comes in there and it starts choking around the area, I'm going to use John's. If I'm within 10% of my move, I'm going to cover my trade.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just looking for it to hold just a wee bit to get further up into that area. And, a one lot's going to give me about $500 here just on that little move. So
nice.
I think it'll be, if it gets up into that value area low, I'll be pretty happy.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. We got NASDAQ showing 72% long here. S&P's 66% long. Crude oil 50-50. Nothing popping over there. So yes.
296. Notice the tilt in the NAS for the short side. 296.50 is their number. So I am guessing that that's where we're going to potentially top out. Oh crud! They took over again. Dang it!
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because the tilt just moved all the way back down to the 68, but it's still. Oh crud! Sickles.
This is not easy, man. This is not easy trading right here. You can't get married to a position. It is wow.
Yeah,
it's a defensive type of trading day. It's hard to be on the attack on days like today. Yesterday was probably the day to really get on the attack after the Powell presser. Today has been a lot of defensive trading. Boy, look at that chart. Look at that 5-minute chart. S&P's look 5-minute chart has that. Good luck to you. Good luck to you. I don't even know if it's a range. This is chop. But the chops, the moves are wide. I mean, this isn't like chop, like 2-3 handles here. We're talking 15, 16 handle moves. It's very, very tricky. On days like this, you're defensive. You take your lickings and you dust yourself off. Don't forget, we got non-farm payrolls tomorrow. Earnings after the bell. So there's going to be plenty of opportunity and volatility, maybe to make some more sense. As John says, new information needs to enter the market because right now I have not seen any new information enter this market. So these moves just seem to, I don't want to say random because I don't want to say completely random, but these moves are definitely
they're pretty random. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Thank you. I didn't want to overstep myself there. I'm like, you guys got more experience than me in this shit. You guys know way more about me than this. But it feels random. It felt random. I didn't want to say random because but yes, it felt like this. I didn't see this coming. Random. There's no new information has entered the market. So yes, let's be honest. It is random. Thank you, Anne-Marie. You bailed me out on that one.
It definitely seems random.
Okay, thank you. All right. I felt like I was walking alone on an island there for a second. I didn't know. I'm like, come with me, guys. I need your help. Hold my hand on this one. Please hold my hand.
And Anne-Marie and I were waving to you from a boat going by that little island that you were stuck on.
Oh, my God. Good luck with this one, Dre. Good luck with this one. There is nothing random. Of course, the chat is there to quickly correct us that there is nothing random about this. I knew that. I knew I could count on chat to be in there, be supportive of that. You guys know what I mean when I say random. Come on. We don't need to be
there's always an epsilon. There's always an epsilon. And that epsilon is the nature of randomness. And for those of you that aren't math nerdy like me, epsilon just means the noise in between the models of motion. And so certainly we can tell from close edges what we might be seeing, but there's always a measure of epsilon. If there weren't, we'd know exactly where to buy and sell every single time, and the models would be rock solid, and there would be no edge between traders in the market. So that epsilon is real, and that element of epsilon, statistically speaking, is called randomness. And that's exactly what Andre was talking about in terms of whether it slips below a low or slips above a high. There is 100% a randomness event to the way the market moves. It's called Brownian motion for those of us that are a little bit math nerdy like me. So that being said, I'm still on the island with you, Andre.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I must be on an island.
Yes, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. I've been there before. I watched the what was that? What was it? Wilson was Tom Hanks when he was stuck on that island with his volleyball.
Castaway.
Right.
Castaway. I'm cool. I watched that movie, so I know how to survive. I'll know how to survive. I got my volleyball. Anne Marie's my volleyball here on that island, man. With you and I together.
Wilson.
You're my Wilson. I appreciate it. We are still making moves down to the downside. We're making moves to the downside here in S&Ps and NASDAQ. A gold with new highs. Something triggered this. I don't know what's the dollar. I assume the dollar's probably railing too here. It's probably sending us lower. Something triggered this, but yeah, we got moves going here. So yeah, hey, just because we were wrong, there's still moves. There's still volatility and still price action to be captured.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I haven't been stopped out of my trade because my trade has not been invalidated. Now, I don't love the price action, but it still hasn't broken my low. And I can see traders trying to build some kind of pressure event near that area. So rather than being, again, the clicky Ricky, I am just going to say, listen, I got in with a relative risk event that I can manage, and I'd like to see it do what it statistically is likely to do based on the prior motion. What I should have done was try to take it out just above my heavy congestion zone, which is a 289. But if it holds this time, I think it'll run right up into my value area low. And so I'm just gonna stick it out, and the chips fall where they may, right? I'm following my process. I'm assessing my relative risk. And if I get to within that 10% area this time around, you know what? I'm going to cover it because I don't like it that it faded. I really don't.
Okay. Yes.
We got pretty much right to the overnight low in the S&Ps.
Yeah. Pretty much
same for the NASDAQ.
This is the kind of trade that either wears you out or scares you out, right? Because we get here early and we're going to become so impatient, we're going to be like, I got to get out of here. Or it ends up sending us out of the trade, and then it turns right around and does exactly what we want. Yeah.
Right. That's happened to me a few times, just today.
That's what
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm back in long again here. We weren't able to take out the overnight low.
289.
I missed that high.
I missed profits. I missed profits. I missed profits. You missed the high. I missed profits, man.
No, you know what?
I just had them yesterday. I just felt the profits yesterday, the day before, but today I'm really missing profits. Come back to me, baby. I promise I'll be good to you this time. I promise.
Oh, they will.
Profits. I'm so sorry. Whatever I did to you, I'm sorry. Please come back.
Wilson.
All right.
Wilson, my profit.
I'm going to flatten here and take my $400.
Nice,
because I come right into the top of the 1 standard deviation bar. And so here's a lot of things that happen to me. I'll get into a trade early, and when it starts moving, I begin to size up. So this was a mistake that I've been making that I'm stepping back from. So I would see the bounce here. It would start to hold the higher edge. I would lever up until it gets to a resistance area. But then on the fade, I would have a drawdown that was too big for these accounts to hold. And then I have about a $600 per trade stop loss. So I can lose maybe, 4 times before I go, what the heck are you doing? You can't read the market. Something's wrong. And so I've been getting out of that habit and ranging up, and then it would pull me back and I'd be down, $2,000, and I'd have to sort of hobble my way back up. So this time I said, I'm early, I'm taking the one, and I'm going to wait it out.
Good on you, Anne Marie. And we that big sell-off, and we just come to a screeching halt, and now we're trading sideways. We're barcoding, and these, look, these wicks are wide and long. So, this market, let's be defensive today. After that, RIPS would say, set my shot clock for 5 minutes after that losing trade. So that's what I'm doing. I'm setting my shot clock for 5 minutes. No trades for 5 more minutes at least. And so while we take a little bit of a shot clock break here, JD, if you're there, what do you got, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Can everybody hear me?
I love that Chicago accent. Go on.
Jack calls it my musical Chicago accent.
It's amazing. It's just essential, straight out of central casting, man.
Well, let's hit some. Let's hit the top 10 list up here. All right. We have 3 new additions: Dakota, Cameron, E, Wing, Jay at the bottom. Does one of these names look familiar to you guys?
Dakota?
That's right. Coach Dakota snuck into the top 10 spot.
Yes.
Our boy.
Very
a
nice.
Post of $40K. How about taking a payout, Dakota? I think we're due.
Yeah, right.
Nice
job. All right. We've got our top 5 right here. Look at these guys. Justin R. We spoke about him a little while ago. All right. Huge day yesterday. Picked up 33K across 3 XFA accounts. That 146,000 you're seeing right there also represents 15,000 in payouts. Nice job, Justin. He's the top funded trader at TopStep right now. Dennis R. 51K in payouts. Nicholas T. 37K in payouts. These guys are hitting it hard. Isaac R. still hasn't taken a payout. We're waiting on him. And Desmond with 10,000 in payouts. Great job to all these guys. There's a reason why they're the top 10.
Yeah, they are. Justin putting up fat numbers, man.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Impressive stuff.
Awesome. Alive and well. Count is alive and well.
By the way.
All right, guys. That's all I got for you on the top 10 list. We will catch you later.
Thank you, JG. Thank you. We got about 8 minutes left here in Fast Markets. Boy, this market just comes to granted. That's I'll be honest with you. Okay, so we had a kind of a discussion here. We'll take you behind, peel back the curtain here. Robert put up a poll. Are the markets random? I asked him. I said, maybe we take that down. I don't know if the markets are random. I think the market moves can be random. I'm not necessarily the markets are random, but market moves can be random. Overall, the markets are going to find where buyers and sellers meet, right? So you want to call that random? Perhaps. But some moves I think can be considered random. Maybe random is just a poor phrase for me saying I didn't see it coming, so therefore it's random. And maybe that's really what the case is here. What say you, Anne Marie?
Technically, with Brownian motion, it says at any one tick, it's completely random if it goes 1 tick below or 1 tick above.
Say that again.
And for every tick that you see, the very next tick is random to be a tick below or a tick above.
Okay, fair enough.
Per tick. So that's the definition of randomness as it relates to those things. Direction might not be so random, but when people say, people try to win Nobel Prizes talking about how much of the market is random. And so if you look at a guy like Taleb, right? Big guy, he wrote a huge book called Fooled by Randomness.
By randomness, right.
And he discusses this element of whether something moves up or down relative to the price that it's sitting at. And from a pure technical state, moving one tick up or one tick down, or one price up or one price down, that's totally random. But if the market were completely random, you and I could not make a living at this. We could not, because randomness would break us. And so the end of the storyboard is there are elements of randomness within the market, but when certain things happen, it is more likely that other things happen nearby. And that shifts us into a framework of modeling. And so we have a model. The model has noise, just like everything has noise, and that noise is defined as randomness. So we make a living in the markets because we see models and we can follow that model and we cut back on the noise, and that noise, the cutting back on the noise, lowers our risk. And that's how the definition is. I know I got all wonky there.
No.
I think I'm way into it.
For sure, it's fascinating. It's I can see both sides of the debate. I can see why both sides have an argument to it. So it's and I'm not sure that we'll ever come to a solid answer, a concrete answer that's objectable. That's the beautiful thing. Nobody zero. Yes, we got about 4 minutes left in the fast markets today. Let's take a look around the gold. Let's take a look here. Gold coming off of their all-time highs. Still finding some buyers here, trading 2077. Catching a bid here, trying to make a move to the upside. Nasdaq finding some buyers here as well. S&Ps as well. Yeah, so we're starting to see those buyers, those dip buyers come in. John, did you take another long there?
I was in it. I got out and thinking about another one because it looks like we've got a failed auction on the low here in the S&Ps, as well as the Nasdaq.
Forever, but yes.
But I'm kind of in timeout, so
okay. Hey,
it's
that's
usually
okay.
when the good trade happens when I'm in timeout.
All right, man. It's all right. It's all right. Well, what we're not going to do is compound the mistake. I forgot who was on with us. I think it was True was on with us yesterday during Power Players. They said don't make a mistake worse, or something to that.
Yeah, that was good. I remember that. Yeah.
Yes, and that's exactly what we're going to do today. We're all going to have losing days. Some days it's just, we were trading range bound for 2 hours there, and on the third time we hit the VWAP there, we get long, and sure enough, the market just plows right through it. It's going to happen. So that's part of this. Part of this gig. And what we're going to do is we're not just going to blow it up. We also keep in mind we have 4.5 hours left in this day.
Oh, yeah, there's a whole day left.
Plenty of time left. I think we got a 4-week and 8-week auction coming up here in a couple minutes. Not the biggest number, but you never, if an outlier print comes in, you never know. The market's going to rock and roll. And we saw what Treasury borrowing needs did to us a couple of days ago at 2 p.m. Central Time. It sent the market screaming higher. And I've never seen an announcement like that do something like that to the markets. But hey, we're going to stand on our toes and be agile and be ready. Anne-Marie, we got a couple minutes left. Thank you again for joining us. I know the chat and the audience really love you. Please leave us with some words of wisdom.
Well, thank you very much. I love being on with you guys. It's absolutely great. I think slow and steady is going to give you some opportunity. I did take along a little bit early at the top of the range near where our 17,284 and some change. So good grief, I hope it doesn't stop me out. But I do suspect that John's eyeballs on that negative delta is going to lead us in that right direction. So we just need to pay attention there. I still like the higher lows being made and the higher highs here. So I'm still looking for that 300 on the test, but you know what? We'll see. Just thanks so much for having me. I can't wait for Strategy Lab tomorrow. There's going to be a ton of stuff to break down. A lot of stuff to break down.
Yes, there is.
Yep.
I'm looking forward to it myself.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's it. John, I know we got you coming up here in shoulder tap. I just want to say thank you for everyone. I will see you guys later today for, what is it? Who am I? Power Players with Coach Jay and Robert. But that's all for now.
All right.
Eddie, there.
Yes, thank you very much. Just waiting for the pass of the mic. Yes, thank you very much, Anne Marie, for being on with us for Fast Markets. Lots of information going on here. And as Andre did say, coming up next here, we do have Shoulder Tap with Hoag and Mick. Stick around. The All-Star cast has just started, and we've got lots more. Going to take a break. Be right back.
welcome to Shoulder Tap, this segment everybody loves. We have our risk manager, Mick, here with us. How you doing today, Mick? You got lots of good stuff for us today?
I got a smirk on my face today, John. I'm doing well. How are you doing today?
Doing good, doing good. Didn't trade well, but hey, that's the breaks, right?
That's the breaks. Post FOMC yesterday, market's having a little bit of a hangover, as it normally does when there's that kind of activity in the markets. Speaking of that activity, we were talking about FOMC yesterday. We were talking about my stance, any trader's stance, a good stance, a smart stance, and then kind of a stance from someone who is on the risk side of things, monitoring risk and traders, and talked a lot about yesterday, sitting on your hands and preserving capital, goal number one. And I've got to say, I wish a lot of our live traders were watching this segment and sitting on their hands. I saw a lot of nice winning days yesterday turn into losing days. There was some blood in the water. So I was thinking about this as I was watching these P&Ls turn from green to red. And I couldn't help but think about that slogan, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Saw that happen with a lot of traders. One of them, who I'm going to actually talk a little bit about today with you, one of our favorites, Isaac. He was up $2,800 yesterday, turned a $2,800 winning day into a $3,000 losing day. But he's getting payback today. He's up about $8,000 on the day.
Yeah, he said that in the chat.
Yeah, I know he's in the chat. He said a few other things in the chat that I want to talk about. Going back, talking about Isaac, a couple of weeks ago, we had, sent out a questionnaire to the people watching, who's having their biggest winning day ever. Isaac was one of them. He had his first winning day over $10,000 a couple of weeks ago. We were really happy about that. 8,000 is not too far from there. He's on a bit of a tear, and I'm really, really happy to share this. I saw in, I think it was the Discord chat, Isaac reached out to Michael Patak and actually said, he's like, hey, so far this year, he's like, I've got all my fixed costs for the entire year covered. Michael, which is really, really impressive, being it, that was yesterday. And I guess, what happened yesterday, the swing he had, he made up for it today. So he's still right there. But that's a pretty good feeling to have all your expenses for the year covered, come the end of January, 1st of February. So that's really nice good. There. I know our theme, for the week is kind of keeping your emotions in check, and something for Isaac to think about. Keep those emotions in check. It's really good to be proud of yourself, really good to be happy. Don't get a big head, though. Don't think you're invincible or Superman. You still need to grind it out and protect the capital. Keep doing what you're doing. Michael actually reached out to me. It was last night. I saw it this morning when I came in, and he's like, do we want to have, Isaac take a full payout? And, he's like, that'd be a great story. Lock it in, put it in an escrow account, this, that, and the other. My response was to him, I don't really think so, because Isaac is, his momentum's going in one direction. So you don't want to stop the train. He's profitably trading. This is when we always say, put your foot on the pedal and, press. It's working. So I don't think a full payout from Isaac would be, what I would suggest, because if he takes a full payout, then the account goes to zero, which the account's currently sitting at $72,000 in very short order. It was only in the beginning of the year that he actually got called up from XFA to live. So I don't like the idea of taking a full payout, but it's about time to take a payout, because I heard about 10 minutes ago, and I already knew this, he hasn't taken a payout yet. So as you're trading well, take a payout. With where he's at, a 10% payout, $7,200, 20%, we're talking $14,500. That's going to cover a lot of expenses. You can store those nuts in some savings account somewhere. But, if you're making money, don't get rid of the live account, because that's the tool that's going to continue. And he's just trading really well. So, keep preserving that capital, keep doing what you're doing. Isaac, do take a payout. Pay yourself a little bit. You've been doing really well. Treat yourself to something nice, or, just like I said, store those nuts. You want to put that money away. And you also, not only do you want to put that somewhere where you're not touching it, you might even want to think about a secondary account where you're moving 30% into that account to save for taxes, because the tax man will cometh.
Yes, they do.
So
Yes, they
I
do.
knew I was going to be happy to talk with you about that, John, because he's been with us since 2015, and he is putting up his best performance thus far. So happy for you, Isaac. I know you're watching. Shout out to you. I want to give a couple other shout outs. Shout out to RIPS. RIPS snapped. He had a 9-day winning streak, had a losing day yesterday. He's getting payback today. 2,700 is what he's up last I looked at.
Nice.
Other people in live accounts, speaking of Isaacs, we got Isaac V up 4,200. Matthew up 3,900. All trading equity indices.
Nice.
Going back to the FOMC yesterday, I saw a lot of live accounts go from green to red. I did see a lot of people in the XFAs put up some big winning days. I'm going to start talking more about the live traders than the people in the XFAs. I think the people that are live have a little bit more skin in the game. So I want to focus on those traders because those are people that we really, feel are the top performers. Those are the ones trading the majors. So I would have liked to have seen some different behavior there. Some people that were up big money rode out some big losing trades, and it wasn't even on large size. I mean, yesterday was a whipsaw with the rally up higher. Then we made new lows. It was a tough day. So for those of you that got stung yesterday, and those of you that were listening that maybe did sit on your hands, FOMC days are good days to sit on the hands, preserve the capital. You never want to turn a good winning day into a losing day.
Mm-hmm.
I want to dive into the trading cards. And yesterday, I want to pick up where we left off yesterday. This trading card, it's not an XFA trader. It's not someone who got called up to live. It is someone who submitted themselves for analyzing their trading. So we're going to analyze Travis's trades here. Most recently, Travis was in an XFA. I didn't look this morning to see where it's at, but this XFA, he kind of shot himself in the foot a little bit. Why am I seeing this? I think we might have a little bit of a
little difference here.
Yeah. Okay. So no, this is okay. This is talking about his trading combine statistics that got him to the XFA.
Okay.
Before we even want to digest this card, Travis submitted he reached out to one of our trader support representatives, Lou. Lou then reached out to me and said, "Hey, I've got this guy. He'd love to be featured, analyzing his trades." I looked at his XFA. There isn't too much to analyze here, and I'll say that because day one in the XFA, he's trading in a 50K, by the way, so he's got the $2,000 max drawdown. Day one lost $940. Day two lost $1,008. So he lost 47% of his account cushion day one, and then 50% of it on day two. He's got 3% of his account left, which is like $50. That's a really easy one to analyze. You're risking too much, Travis. I looked at other trade reports for Travis. This was a common theme across all of them, John. Step in. I'm not trying to cut him up. We're analyzing his trades, but if you're risking half of your account in a single day, and then the other half basically on the second day, there were a lot of trading combines where there were only 2 or 3 days traded before the max drawdown was hit.
Right.
You can't risk that much and expect to, number one, learn anything or progress. If you're risking that much, you're not managing your money. You're not looking at what percentage of my account am I risking. Probably trying to pass the trading combine. Probably trying to get big wins in XFAs to get payouts. But there's very little room to actually learn. So this is an easy one for me. I mean, if you're risking that much, Travis, you're not going to have a future doing this. So there's John, let's talk about some adjustments that could be made. I mean, I think we need to, number one, give ourselves more than 2 swings at the plate. Number two, consider how much we're risking. If you're only risking $500 a day, It's going to take you $400 or $500 losing days to, hit that $2,000 mark. But this is a really common theme, and they've only been with us since June of 2023. But I did a far look back, and I see a lot of this. What would you tell Travis if he was on with us right now? I hope he's listening. And Travis, like I say, I'm not, trying to cut you up or anything like that, but there's some glaring statistics here on these trade reports that should actually be an easy fix. John, what would you say, looking at the trade reports? And if you need to digest a little bit, I could kind of, continue on.
No, that's all right. I'm just looking at his XFA that, he pretty much just lost, right?
Yeah.
And then looking at the trading card, 100% winning days in 4 days, 50% winning trades, 2-to-1 reward over risk 40% of the account on day one. And that I think is in his XFA, right?
It is, yes.
Okay. So, you're looking at a tale of two different traders here. It seems as though if things go well for Travis, he can tend to keep them going well. He just didn't get them going well at all in his XFA. Now that of course can be a kind of a mental block, something that, having that greater sense of risk may have had something to do with it. Just looking at his XFA, it's the consecutive losing trades that bother me. It's, he's not losing too much on any given trade. It's just the consecutive losing of trade after trade after trade. 8 losing trades on the first day. Consecutive losing trades. It looks like there was maybe one winner. He was never up on the day. The following day, he started the day up just a little bit with, it seems as though it started early. He was up basically 2 ticks in the S&Ps on that day and ended up hitting his daily loss limit on that day. And there's 6 consecutive losing trades. He's over trading, if you ask me. We're looking at an average of 28, 29 trades daily on a 50K. That's a lot. And it's one thing if you're making money on those trades. It's another thing if you're not seeing things well. Maybe there's going to be some sort of a recognition of there's something in my head that's not right, or I'm not seeing the market well. Let's take a little bit of time. And I see that he did trade the micro NASDAQ. At times go down to them micros until you kind of get your head straight, your thought process back to the way it was in the trading combine. And this just kind of looks like funded account jitters.
Could be. Micro's definitely an option. I'd love to see him stick it out just with the minis, though. You look at the risk reward on these trades because he's trading the NASDAQ. His risk reward's about 1-to-1. He's making, this XFA, 40 something bucks per trade, $50 per he's losing $50 or risking $50 on the losers. Travis could think about, giving himself 4 trades per day. So if you mentioned the over trading, he could limit himself to saying, I'm going to take 4 trades per day. If I lose those 4 trades based off the strategy that I'm implementing on the short time frame of, 8-minute holds on the winners, 3-minute holds on the losers, and I'm only risking $50. If I have 4 losing trades in a row, I'm done at $200. And it's probably a little bit of a growing is it a growing pain if you're going from, risking 1,000 to 2,000? It's a reverse growing pain. Might be a little difficult for him, but the over trading is a thing. If you're putting together a few losing trades in a row, 4 losing trades in a row or more, like we're seeing here, your strategy might not be working in the current market environment that day, that session. So a couple of things, give yourself fewer trades to take. Limit the amount of trades that you can take in the day. That is going to, ensure that you're not risking too much of your account. We're talking about going from risking, if you're only risking $200 a day, that's 10% of the $2,000 drawdown, as opposed to 50% of the 2,000 drawdown, getting close to or hitting the daily loss limit. So limit the trades, manage the money, be able to walk away, because Travis, it's got to be hard to say, I only had 2 days in this account before I blew out. No trader should put themselves in a position to blow out in as little as 2 days. So
2 days, right.
I think that's some good guidelines for the start. And I also see a lack of discipline here. So finding that discipline is going to be something that has to happen. We talk about doing what you want to be doing versus doing what you should be doing. And, the math never adds up if you're risking, too much of your account as far as longevity in the business goes. So, Travis, I think there's a couple things there to look at, reflect on, and, treat it as a business. Keep those emotions out of it. You might want to make that money back. You might hope or wish that a trade goes in your favor, but, cut those losses, live to trade another day. Because like the trading combine right here shows is, there can be some good performance out of them, but you're not giving yourself enough chances to put that up if you're risking what you're risking. So I'm finding myself getting a little repetitive talking about the risk stuff. Time to move on. I want to, unless you have any closing thoughts on Travis.
Travis, just slow down. Get back to business. Get back to the XFA, and take your time. Take your time. Let yourself get a chance to kind of wrap your head around the fact that you're actually able to make money, and start slow. Watch those big down days. Like Mick said, think about trading 4 trades in a day. And those 4 trades, you're going to have to really be patient and wait for your number one setups. But you'll get this, Travis. You just keep at it.
Good ad, John. I mean, yeah, he can trade. So there should be some confidence derived from that. Take your confidence, make the necessary adjustments, get different results. Let's pull up Karis.
Cool.
All right, Karis, our next trader, heavy hitter here. She got called up from a XFA to a live account yesterday. There were actually 2 XFAs. She was trade copying in. She capped out in those XFAs. She hit the $50,000 cap in each one of them. She did trade 26 days in those XFAs, trade copying the whole entire time. She's a big swinger.
Boy, I guess.
Big risk, big reward. Not too bad metrics. She's putting up bigger winners than her losses. She's right more than half the time on her trades. She's stringing together, 2/3 of the trading days being winning days. And, this is a big shout out here. Of those 2, before she got called up, her 2 trading sessions, so that would have been Tuesday and Wednesday, made $15K back to back in each one of those accounts. So $60,000 in profits in 2 days, trade in the NASDAQ.
Wow.
This is pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
And 100% winning trades on both days, yesterday and the day before, 15 grand, 2 accounts. That's just amazing. And, the time, that she's in trades for overall 40 minutes and winners, 14 minutes in losses. You're going to hit your daily loss limit when you're from time to time when you're trading like this. But I only see one full daily loss limit hit in this entire. Oh, there's two.
There's
in
a
this
few
account.
of them actually. As a matter of fact.
Oh yeah. Now I'm seeing them. Right.
Yeah, there's a number of them. But she is no stranger to 4-figure winning days. I mentioned those back-to-back 15 grand days. We've got a $12,000 winning day that was duplicated, so call it 24,000. You mentioned the hold times. I love the patience in the winning trades, and I love cutting the losses on the early trades. I mean, for a lot of traders, 14 minutes in a trade, even if it's a winner, is a long period of time. So this is someone who's taking bites out of the trend for the day, trading size, which translates to, taking big bites dollar value wise out of the market. And that risk reward, I haven't pulled up a lot of trading cards. We haven't looked at a lot of trading cards that are 3-to-1 risk reward ratio, per contract. $3,500, $3,400 on the winners, $1,000 on the losers. So that's a little bit better than 3-to-1 risk reward. So she's got that going for her. She's got the hold times going for her. She's right more than half the time, and she's right, 2/3 of the trading days. Like I said, heavy hitter. I'm happy to see this performance. Really happy to see this performance out of a female trader, because we don't have as many of those. So I get that much more excited when I see someone coming into the markets, doing what they're doing. And I think, it's been a long time since we talked about it. Female traders are supposed to actually be better traders than male traders, despite their smaller percentage of participation in the markets. Women make better decisions than men. And that's scientifically proven. So hopefully she just keeps making good decisions in the live account.
That's great. Yeah.
And my mentor was a female, and she was a killer. I hope we get her on the show sometime soon.
Yeah. No, that's great. There isn't anything that really I can complain about here on this card here. Karis is just doing great. Love the reward over risk, 56% winning trades, average trade times longer for the winners. Just lights out, man. Lights out. Great.
Yeah, I don't have really anything in that room, in the way of areas for improvement. I do like talking about, don't risk everything that we let you risk, on that $3,000 mark. But there are exceptions to that rule. If you're risking 3,000, but on average making, way more than that on your winning trades, and you're right more than half the time, it kind of becomes okay. Another thing that's not reflected on the trading card that I want to compliment Karis on is her selectivity with the trades that she makes. On average, she's making, less than 3 trades per day. There's a lot of days where she's only putting 1 trade on. Those back-to-back winning days of 15,000, her 2 most recent days. Tuesday was 1 trade that day. She made 15 grand on 1 trade that day. And then yesterday, 2 trades. She's trading 15 lots, but she's a sniper in the markets. If you're only, taking 1 shot, and I don't like using the word taking a shot at a trade. That's bad form. I got cracked in the back of my head when I was a young new trader, when my dad asked me why did I take that trade, and I said I was just taking a shot at it. Pow! You don't take shots. You make good decisions and frame out why you're putting the trade on. So forget I ever said that. Can we cut that from? We can't cut live feed. Anyways, she's
understand
using 1 trade. All right, I'll move on. But yeah, really selective with the trades. Great risk reward, great hold times, and I expect that she'll continue doing great in the live account. She's going to be starting out with $100,000 in this live account. I would love to see her take a good piece of a payout. Actually, she's going to be starting with 90 grand in the live account. She did take 10,000 in payouts, so she'll be starting with 90 grand. Pay yourself a little bit more. Do leave a nice cushion though for someone who does risk as much as she does. I wouldn't want her to get on a cold streak or start cold with 45 grand and then find herself with a drastically different account balance from where she started. So Karis, keep it up. Speaking of drastically different account balances from where they started, I'm going to pick on John R again. Let's pull up John's card.
All right.
We've talked a lot about John. We've had his trading cards up. John's a live trader. Today's day 11. He's down 3,000 today. He's down overall in the account. He started with about 20K, and he's only sitting with 12,000 in the account right now. He's on a 3-day, $10,000 losing streak. I talk about John a lot. I know he watches. This is me reaching out to John. I'm going to keep talking about you, John, until we can make some adjustments. You're on a bit of a cold streak. $10,000 is a lot of money to lose in 3 short days. We're only halfway through the week. You don't have a lot of money left in the account at 12,000. If you hit 3,000 4 more days in a row, that's it. Time time to make some changes, John. Call us up, or we're going to call you today because it's time. We kind of let you, have a long leash, but we should think about trimming that $3,000 daily loss limit to a lower value. We should think about not trading 10s and 15 contracts anymore. We got to scale it back because the performance is not looking too good, and I want to keep him in his account.
Sure.
I know on his winning days, he can put up a lot. Look at the average winning days here, $6,700, but we're not having enough winning days at this rate to be risking what we're risking on the losing days. He's had a bunch of 5-figure days in the XFA. I don't think in the live account yet. No 5-figure winners, right? Yeah, one of them. He had an $12,000 winning day, 11,700.
Right.
But I think, being the larger swinger that he is with the size and his hold times, he's got good hold times. I mean, he's holding his winners for an hour and his losses for only 20 minutes. So he's doing a good job being patient with the wins, impatient with the losses. But I think he might be relying on, grand slams, not even home runs. He's relying on grand slams. It was grand slams, big winning days that, got him called up from XFA to live. And, you can't expect the grand slams to keep coming. People commonly say in the industry, it's, you look for hitting singles, you do what you do, you work your strategy. And every once in a while, the market's going to give you that home run or that grand slam, but you're doing what you're doing and not forcing it. And if we keep looking or swinging for home runs with these metrics, it's going to be, a matter of time. And chances are John's not going to have 4 losing days in a row in his next 4 sessions. I hope not. He's at 3 losing days right now. So hopefully there's some winners in there. But for any trader out there, what I'm calling out and what I'm saying right now is you don't want to be in a position where 4 losing days is going to put you out of where you're at. He's in a live account. I like making the translations to larger values. If I had $100,000 in my trading account, I shouldn't be risking $25,000 a day. To put myself back to zero. So, John, I'm going to probably reach out to you. Actually, I'm going to have one of the other risk managers reach out to you because I'm in meetings wall to wall the rest of the day. But we're going to talk about trimming the loss limit. We're going to talk about trimming the position sizing. And, if we scale down those things, it's not set in stone forever. It's just we're making small tweaks to put speed bumps in place when the car's moving a little too fast in the wrong lane.
Right.
So I'm going to keep talking about you, John.
His reward over risk is positive. It's just a cold streak, I'm hoping, and he's going to pull this out, but definitely think about, downsizing and limiting that risk on a daily basis. You want to give yourself more opportunities. It seems like, John does really well when he's got a good view of the market, and if he doesn't, then you lose less on those days. It'll buy you more time to get back on the right side of things. Love it.
Yep.
Love it, Mick.
Yep. Drop the mic there, Hoag.
Yeah, we are out of time. We'll stay tuned for the Power Players segment here. We've got Andre, Coach Robert, and Coach Jay, all of our wonderful coaches here for Power Players. Mick, any last comments? Anything else you want to say before we call this a session?
No. I spoke my piece quite length today. I'm happy we got to analyze somebody's trades. I'm happy we got to talk about a heavy hitter, Karis, who's going to a live account. Hope it continues. And then, John, come on, let's make some changes and let's make this work. I want to talk about your successes, which I have talked about. But stick around so we can keep the conversation and the story going because you have talent. You need to work on your money management. You've got a good eye for the markets, but you're not managing the money properly. Make some small changes like we suggested, and we'll have some different results.
Awesome, Mick. Well, thanks again. Hey, it's Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday. We'll see you again tomorrow here on Shoulder Tap. Are you on tomorrow for Shoulder Tap?
I am out of office tomorrow. We're going to have Ben on shoulder tap,
Ben,
risk manager
okay,
Ben.
all right.
So, yeah, I think it'll be his
All
third
right.
time on. He'll be on tomorrow and then Monday.
Awesome.
So, yeah, I know he'll have some
that's
good
right.
stuff
It's
for
a
everybody.
big weekend this weekend.
Big weekend this weekend. That's why I'm off tomorrow. And then Monday, we've got a new risk analyst starting. So I have a meeting with him early in the morning, trying to get him, all comfortable in his new role.
Sure.
Yep.
Cool.
Yep.
All right. Well, Mick, hey, have a wonderful weekend. Have a wonderful party. And I will see you at some point next week. Again, ladies and gentlemen,
thanks so much.
Stick around for Power Players coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Stick around.
Welcome back to Power Players. Boy, is it Power Players as ever right now. We got Coach Jay right there in the middle. We got Robert there on the other side. Welcome, guys. We are in the middle of a rip and rally to the upside in the S&Ps. My God, if you're rolling long, and boy, can you imagine being long in this market and not making money? That's quite the dilemma. Anyways, welcome to Power Players, guys. How are we doing? Coach Jay, welcome on. We see you in the chat pointing out all the big block orders, man. How are you doing today? Have you taken any trades? What are your thoughts on this market?
Doing well, Andre. Doing well. I have taken some trades. I actually was looking to short the ES earlier today. Analysis was right on the short. Execution wasn't. So I'm down a little bit on the day. I think I'm down about $100 on my Topstep account. I traded two accounts today. Traded my own personal account. That one's not doing so hot, but my Topstep account, I'm down just about $100. Maybe recovered some of that today.
Good stuff, Robert. What's cracking over there, man?
Man, I got no trades today. I've been in production all day long. It was a busy morning for us, going through all these stats and charts and everything, and just kind of managing the back end. So we were talking before the broadcast here, like you were saying it was making new highs, and I'm like, no, it's not. And you said, no, we're talking about ES, and I'm looking at NQ. NQ just made new highs. So there we are. We have them all. I'll be trading on Topstep X today. Usually when our traders see me, on the broadcast, I'm using Quantower because it's just my favorite platform. It's got tick charts and stuff and things that I like to do. I've already built into it, but I'm switching over. It's a brand new combine. There it is on the screen. I say brand new.
Yeah.
The date is December 13th because I just haven't touched it when it was set up. But yeah, so I threw it on here. Let's just see what we can do for TopStep X, and I will cut over to TradingView periodically since there's a couple features in there I like to see. But let's make some runs at TopStep X, and hopefully the market agrees with us during the power hour. Yeah, power players.
Power players, power hour. Too much power here at TopStep TV. All right, Jay, what are we thinking, man?
Hour.
It is.
It's looking like a power hour right now, to be honest.
Moving like a power hour. Yeah. So what do you got, man? Talk to us. What are you feeling today? What do you think?
Excuse me. I'm looking at. So I'll be 100% honest. After FOMC yesterday, the way we kind of sold off, I was looking for a continued sell today on a daily chart down to 48.45 on the ES. But that's just a reminder of, hey, we can have an analysis, but we need to pay attention to what the market's doing as well. The market's saying it still wants to buy right now, so I got to get in that mode. Right now, what I would be looking at is 49.13, which was a pretty big level last week. I had shared a trader that was there basically traded 5,000 contracts in about an hour period at 49.13. I'm looking to see whether or not that person is still in the market right now. So 49.13 right now. If not, go ahead.
Say that again. Say that again, please. A trader was ripping out 5,000. Say it again.
Yeah. So we look at watching the order flow, right? Watching time and sales, watching the DOM. Basically, what we were looking at last week, there was a trader that executed about 5,000 contracts at 49.13. There was 3 separate fills, one at like 2,500, and then 2 others are at about 1,500 or so. Reading the order flow, we pushed up to 49.53 last Friday or Monday.
Yep. All-time
and
highs.
then we saw a ton of selling at that level, right? The way I'm reading that is, hey, whoever that buyer was at 49.13, they likely got out at that 49.53 with the amount of selling that we saw. So right now, what I'm looking at is when we get back to 49.13, does that person who was there initially, are they getting back into the market at that point? Right. So just watching the order flow as we get back to that price.
Good stuff. Now, Robert, I think you right before we got on here, you want to show a couple compare and contrast. You got TopStep X versus please tell us what you're telling me in the green room there.
Sure, absolutely. Right before that, Jay, I'd just like to ask, since I don't read the order flow like that, so maybe some clarifications from me and some others. You said 49.13. There's a buyer in there, right?
Correct.
Do we know? Educate me on this because I don't know it. Honest question. Do we know at 49.13 is that a buyer? Let's say there's 1,000 contracts. Is it a buyer with 1,000, or is it 1,000 buyers with 1? Are they buyers or are they short coverers? How do we know the difference on that?
So the thing about it is you don't know for sure. And the way that I like to look at it, right? Whether if you're a buyer, right, you're either buying to open a position or buying to close a position. If you're buying to open a position, you're assuming that the market is going to go long. Right? If you're buying to close a position, you're probably buying because you assume the market's going to keep going up and you're closing it short. Right? So you don't know definitely what the intentions behind that position are. But I think you can start to make assumptions about what that market participant might be doing.
Sure. And that could be
there's no
1,000 traders. It could be 1,000 traders with 1 contract. It doesn't have to be 1 trader with 1,000 contracts, right?
Correct. Yeah. The way I like to read it, if you see my time and sales up on the screen right now, let's look for a bigger order. You see this one that got filled for 129 contracts there. It might scroll by pretty quick. But the way I like to read it is, one, I'm going to look at the time that the order was executed, and then I'm going to look at the size. Right. So if the time the order was executed, we get a bunch of orders filled at the same millisecond, I'm going to make the assumption that that's 1 trader. Right. And the way I read this, I started reading time and sales with trading stocks first, and you can make those assumptions, and then I just applied it to futures trading as well.
Awesome. Thanks for the explanation. I always like to understand about that. It's like, hey, we have a buyer. Look for it. There's 5,000 lots on here. I'm like, is that 1 person with 5,000 or 5,000 traders with 1? And can we tell the difference on it? Because I think that would make a difference if we're talking institutional big guys moving the market around, or if we're just talking about a whole bunch of little guys trying to short the top. So thanks for explaining that. That's really good.
No problem. And then just the last thing on that, some platforms, I don't have it up here on Quantower, some platforms actually give you an order ID. So then you could tell whether or not that's actually the same. I don't think Quantower does it, but some platforms do.
Sweet. Thanks again, man. I appreciate that. And I'm sure all the viewers here appreciate that as well. Sometimes you ask a question, I didn't know 80% of the answer, to be honest, and do about 20% of it. But I want to make sure we get the stuff out there for education and everything else. So we can go back to the chart. I appreciate it again. I'll do
go
a
back
quick
to
little
those charts.
comparison.
Pull up the ES chart, Robert. Just pull up the ES chart. Do your buddy a favor here. Pull up the ES chart and my jaw is on the floor. My jaw is on the ground right now. I'm not gonna lie. People in the chat, this market's out of its mind today. I don't know what sense to make of it. Whatever that sell-off was pull up the ES. Just look at that beautiful
pull it up
rally.
just for you, and then I'll go through my spiel back on NQ because I have it already set up. There you go. There's your ES chart right there. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. That's all I need to see. Onto your spiel, Robert. that's all I need to see.
It's all good. It's all good. All right, let's get into it. And please, it's going to take a second, so let's please interrupt if there's something else that's happening, like selling off the highs or whatnot. So what we are looking at here, and I'll try to slow it down a little bit. I know I talk fast. What we are looking at here is Topstep X, and you are looking at the NQ, and you are looking at a 3-minute chart. Now, why does this clown use a 3-minute chart? Well, first of all, I don't like time charts to begin with, but when I do use a time chart on NQ, I will use a 3-minute chart. For the ES traders, I will be a 6-minute chart. Why? I just like the rotations on it. Everybody in the world is using 5 minutes. I want to get in a little bit sooner when it comes to NQ, and I want to wait till something happens on ES, so I go to 6 minutes. It's still weird. It's a 6 minutes, so there's 10 candles per hour rotation, and then there's 20 candles per hour rotation in the NASDAQ. If you know me, I think logically, mathly, black and white, and that's my computer brain. That's just how it works, and that's how I figure it out. So I'm looking at a 3-minute chart right now, and what I like to see are these types of swings, ups and downs. And the way I like to trade those is I like to take little pieces off the next high, off the next top. So we have the market, if I can do a drawing tool here, we have the NQ is like coming down like this, and then coming up, and then coming down. It's like, good, I want to play this break right here. And we can see that's all I like to do. That right there that I highlighted, that is from, I'm eyeballing this, so don't hold me to it. I'm eyeballing 70 to 80. That's a 10-point move. That's $200 on one contract in the NQ. You do that twice a day, you're done. You're funded in a week, 2 weeks. So that's the stuff that I like to trade, and that's what I wanted to show different on a time-based chart versus what I look for on a range bar chart. Now, if you allow me one more 30-second comment here, I'm going to pull this over and show that exact difference. Okay. I made this little thing, and I'm just going to turn it on here real quick so we can see it. That does it automatically for me. And it just finds these out. So all it's doing is very, very simple, very straightforward. There's no rocket science here whatsoever. It looks for the market to come up like this. It comes down, comes back up, and now I have this little pattern. I want to look at the break of these here, and we target our area. We look at the down and up. We look at the break of this here. We target this area, and you can clearly see that they both went right through. The same on this side. We have a pending one right up here. We're going to see what happens. If this NQ keeps pushing up, I'm only looking for these points. This is 93 to 406. This is about a 12-point move in there, 13-point move. I'm going to take maybe 8 or 10 of that. Okay, that's just what I do. Now, the one little last thing, we'll flip it back over to Jay so we can get into some quant tower stuff. Let me remove some of these drawings on here. I am simply going to take this exact chart and click to a 40 range chart. Now, a 40 range chart looks like this with all these tops. Now, it looks kind of funny with those range bars. So me being this little coder dude, I just made this thing that changes them to regular candles so we can see a little better. Again, here we are. This is all day. This is our open down here. I'm simply looking for the break of these levels to target our area. I'm looking for the break of this level to target, the break of this level to target. They're pretty clean and straightforward as far as I know. Are they right all the time? Hell no. But I'll tell you what, these levels up here, when we made these peaks, it's just so much easier to see on range bars. It started plotting these areas saying, hey, if you're going to break over those levels, we should take it out. We cleared all those levels at that one fast move in about 4.5, 5 minutes. So that's why I like range charts. I personally believe they show the markets better. I shouldn't say better. They show them cleaner to me because it takes all that noise out. We could look at this section right in here in the middle of it and say, like, if I had a 5-minute candle, is it a double top, triple top? Is it a head and shoulders? Is it a reversal pattern? Is it a stock? I have no idea. All I care about is the fact that it reversed at 17,371, and I'm going to wait for it to happen again. Period. That's my story.
Question, Robert. They want to know what indicator is that? What indicator is that on TradingView? What indicator are you using there?
It's just something custom that I made for myself that I'm hoping once we get custom indicators in TopStep X, we will be able to use those and put them on there, and we'll have them available. This is what I do, folks. I do a lot of this coding stuff. All the stuff for Hoag, he's using those. He said, hey, I want this color. I want to do that. So we made them. That's what you see on TopstepTV. I love it. This particular indicator, I'm just not going to throw my name out there or anything. It's going to be available. It's a simple one. It's no big deal. It's no big deal. And now we'll go back to Jay, I think, Andre, and then when we come back, I want to show you one more thing about Fibonacci's, because when I'm doing coaching, this one little twist on Fibonacci's, honestly, is a game changer. It's going to blow your mind. So stick around.
Thanks, man. Show us what you're looking at there, Jay.
Yeah. So I'm maybe I'm marrying this bias that I want to short the ES, but I'm looking for an opportunity to do it, right? I'm looking at, if you can see my screen, I'll zoom in a little bit here. But please. These, what are called power trades on Quantower. We got one right here that's right at the initial balance high, which was a buy side power trade, right? So buyers stepped in right here. We see the market kind of push up. We got another one right here where this power trade here was about 1,400 contracts. This one here was 3,400 contracts. So what I'm thinking right now is if a seller came in here to either take profit on this long trade or take a short, what I might want to do is short somewhere around here and risk the high of that candle, which would be about 5 points on that trade for a trade at least back to the initial balance. If we can accept back inside of it, if we get continued selling as we trade back towards the initial balance right around 48.99, then that trade I think could go back to VWAP, right? So I think I might have missed my entry on that, to be honest.
Yeah, it's
tricky. Let's see.
Do it. Do it. Tradertainment, buddy.
Tradertainment. There we go. Here, I got the order in there. I'm not going to chase the market. I got to order in at 49.04 3/4. Not risking a whole lot on that, like I said. And we'll see if we get filled on that. And the idea is I want to be in with these sellers here. I'm not going full port. No pulled pork. No full pork.
Dolby created a monster.
Oh my God.
Dolby. This is the type of peer pressure I can get behind. Dolby, you've ruled. We will see you later today. While we're talking about Dolby time after this. What do we got here? Sorry. Where are we? Yeah, after this, we got Top Quiz with Jack and Vanessa, group coaching with Hoag and JD. I'm pretty sure the question bank is full and probably overflowing with questions, so we're good on that. Then we got Back to the Futures with myself, Rips. I saw him in the chat. What up, Rips? And John Hoag just gave me an update real quick that Delta is now minus 10,000 in the ES, minus 10,000 in the ES. So it is growing. The shorts are growing. And then to close out the day, buckle up. We got a power hour. It is myself, Dolby, and Rips. And we'll do with after the bell. Don't forget we have Apple, Amazon, and Meta after the bell. We also have non-farm payrolls tomorrow. So this next day and a half of these markets, boys, this is going to be some action-packed stuff, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I agree. I think the markets were waiting for, we were looking at volume in the chat the other day. We were, yesterday, FOMC, obviously, we had the biggest daily volume candle of the year so far.
Is that true?
And I think, I think that the markets were just waiting for the news. And I think yesterday was over 2 million in the ES for the first time on the year.
No kidding.
So market participants are back.
Good. It's a good way to start the new month. All right, Robert, I know you wanted to touch on something after Jay got in that trade. What did you want to hit at there?
Yeah, I'm glad he jumped in there. Way to go there, Jay. And also, Jay, we haven't been on often too much, but I know we talk a lot behind the scenes. I appreciate you, respect you, my friend. It's good to be on with you. I appreciate it. And she's doing an amazing job as host right now. So yeah, let's switch back over to the charts. I see him over there. Thank you to Jack and James. Everybody, listen, before we go on there, everybody in production is killing it. Like, seriously, I love working with you guys and gals. It's amazing. Our chat moderators, kind of off the cuff there, but I got to say that it's not said enough. There's so much that goes on throughout the day. We're all sitting here with 3, 4, 5 screens around us monitoring this show for you. Hope you're all loving it, liking it, subscribing it, and let's get the numbers. We really appreciate it. We get a lot of guests coming up, a lot of stuff going on in the future. If you see something today that's going on right here, right now, it was in the works a month ago. So that's what we're doing for next month. glad to be here. I had to throw that out there. I know we're like tooting our own horn
man.
here, but everybody does a lot of work, and it's really appreciative. So back to the charts. Who uses fibs? Throw it in the chat if you use fibs. Doesn't have to be a poll. Just write it in there. Yes, no, yes, no. And I'm going to share some knowledge on you right here. I saw someone in there said I only use fibs. No indicators. Awesome. That's congratulations. I think they're amazing. And I'm going to move my other chart over here, and we are going to do some earth-shattering news right here. It's going to be funny as hell. And regarding indicators, yeah, I'm not super pro nor super against indicators. If it's an indicator that you're relying on to say, oh, and this, and you make a trade, I would reconsider and just look at that, not even as an example, like yes, no, but in confluence what your real thoughts are. I use indicators personally just to make it easy. Like right now, I'm going to like, okay, what's my opening range of this market? I don't know. But if I had an indicator on that just has a line, it makes it super easy. That's what I really like those things for. I can just go and plot lines and draw things and do calculations, but it's easier if I can make one that says, oh, we'll turn this on. There it is. That's the reason. Let's get into the fibs. And if something pops up, you guys yell at me. This isn't going to take long, but it is, in my opinion, it is important. Here are the fibs for, I'm just going to grab a fib from, I'm literally going from top to bottom. This is TradingView. I have our fib lines on here, and I'll center it and make it as big as possible on the TV screen so we can see it. Okay, so this is simply a top to bottom fib, so we're looking on fib retracements. And these are our fib levels on the right-hand side. Hopefully they're nice and big for you. Okay, now let me tell you something. This is where it comes. See this 50% and the 61%? Those are not fib numbers. Those are not fib numbers. I'm going to show you something. This is it right here. Here's your fib sequence. Anybody watching this, screenshot it, or I'll put it in my Discord channel. Those are not fib numbers. The Fibonacci sequence, really simple, is you take two numbers, add them together, and get the next number. It's very simple. Look at the bottom. 1 and 1 becomes 2. 2 and 1 is 3. 3 and 2 is 5. 5, 3, so on and so forth. We're just going to focus on these. If we use a fib number of 5 or 8, it's too small. You're not going to have any movement. So let's take a look at these real fib numbers. I'm going to move this a little bit to the side, and now you tell me. Look at those fib numbers, 13, 21, 34. Are they there? They are not in the default fibs for these platforms. What the heck is going on here? So what do? Just being the type of person I am, I made and modified this indicator to show real fib lines. So we're going to choose this right here. I simply called it real fibs. Keep an eye on the right-hand side of the chart. You'll see those numbers go. Bammo. And look what happens. Look at the levels, and you tell me, look at the 34 on the retracement. Bing, bang, boom. Look at the it's not 50. The 50% is on there to make it easy. I honestly would like to leave it on there. It's just halfway back, so that's something we like to use, but it's not a fib number. 55 is the fib number. There's your sequence. 55. Far over. So I'm going to throw this out there. Throw this into not the chat, but throw it to the traders. Take a look at it. Is it a guarantee? Nope. Not at all. But if we're going to use the Fibonacci sequence, let's use the Fibonacci sequence. And I'm telling you, look at the fib levels. Look at where they're reaching. Look at where they're bouncing, including the extensions. Okay? Seriously, take a look at it, and then let me know what you think. I'd be interested. That's my spiel on the Fibonacci's. I'm not saying it's bad or wrong. Just like I had to ask a question. I was coding something one time, and I'm trying to play off fib levels. I'm like, the heck, how come this isn't working? I'm trying to divide by 61.8. I'm like, what the hell? So I Googled the fib numbers, which I should have known off the top of my head. This is like 3 years ago. I was like, why are we not using the fib numbers we put on Fibonacci's? They're not right. So there you go. Take a look at it, folks. Let me know what you think, and let's get back to the real markets over here, and let's see if we can play some trades.
All right, Jay. I think we're kind of waffling around right here. I know you're short.
Yep. I actually never got filled. I actually never got filled on that short. I had to order in at 04 3/4. Never got filled. But even on that short, the follow through that I was looking for is not there. If we look at the volume patterns, if you look at my chart right here, you can kind of see volume waning right here, which is kind of making me think that we should be looking for a long in this case. So kind of stuck in the middle. I think I'm kind of going to be hands off. And what I'm talking about right here, we see this volume spike right here, right? We see this candle volume spike. That's called a validation of that move, right? Where the volume and the price action kind of match up. But then from that point, we've kind of been sloping down with volume. Obviously, we're coming into lunchtime and things like that. what I like to do with these volume candles is cut them in half and see if that presents an opportunity for an entry. And if you can see, if we cut that candle in half right at the 50%, may give you an opportunity to get in long. But volume being this low at this point, honestly, I probably wouldn't be looking to trade right now.
It's probably the wise move for the time being. Yes, we are seeing volume wane, and we are starting to see. I mean, sellers are still here in the Nasdaq. I did see Anne Marie is in there making a little bit of a comeback. I saw she's taking some profit in there. So good on you, Anne Marie. She did not quit. She got back up on the saddle and kept riding this bucking bronco known as the equity markets today. So if you're making a comeback, Anne Marie, we're sitting here pulling for you. I'm going to step away for now. Like Jay said, volume is waning right now, so the moves are going to be a bit more muted, a bit more random, Robert. Randomness is kind of market be random market. Jay, all right, Jay, let's talk about it. Jay, what's your take? What's your take on this? Because Robert really stirred the pot with this. At first, I'm like, nah, what's your take on markets and price movement and randomness?
I just asked the question, bro.
Yeah, well, you got me going, dude. It worked.
Oh man, you guys got me in the middle of this. I would agree that there is randomness in the sense that you can't. We never know when. So markets are pattern recognition, right? Trading is pattern recognition. We never know the time that pattern is going to play out, right? I think that's the randomness that you probably were referring to, Andre, right? Where
yes, I was.
Hey, I know when we have a double bottom, it's probably a good time to go long from that trade, and you were 100% right on that today. But what happens when the double bottom keeps selling, right? We don't get to choose when that happens, and I think that's what you meant by that randomness, for sure.
I did.
Yep.
And I also know what Martin, Robert, what was your theory on this? I don't think you got a chance to talk about this yet.
No, yeah. Well, so my theory is I was running the polls and it was quiet, and I asked the question. My theory is that I am with everybody else, guys and gals and traders. The market, there are some things that are and some things that aren't, right? There's this thing that says, you can't step in the same river twice because it's always changing. Well, my theory is you can't step in the same river once because as you're stepping in, the river's changing. That is what I would say by randomness regarding this. So I'm with you. It's like, yeah, we have these orders going on here. We have big institutions going, yeah, when it reaches this, we have to dump this many lots. We want to buy at this level. That's not a random thing. They've done their homework. However, these little bouncy things that go around there, that's just people getting in and out of the thing. And like, who knows at any instant, at any second, any nanosecond, what 150 million people are thinking and wanting to take a trade. Right. That becomes the quote randomness part of it. But overall, yeah, there's a theory to it. In my opinion, one of the reasons I use 3-minute charts on NQ and not 5.
Is because why you're trying to beat the 5-minuters to the punch, so to speak.
Beat the 5-minuters to the punch on the NQ, and if I'm trading on ES, I go to 6 minutes. And it's not because 1 is 3, 1 is 6. It's just I want to give it a little bit longer. What do we always use? What are the standards on charts? 1 minute, 5 minute, 15, 30. Why don't you take something in between there? And I'm a math guy. I see a lot. It's funny. I watch the chat sometimes when I'm behind the scenes, and I see you guys on screen going like, "Oh man, I'd be livid." Yeah, I'm using fib numbers, calling me a quack and stuff. Whatever. Put the numbers on you. Put the numbers on your chart and talk to me in a month, and let's have another conversation. It's just a suggestion. It's not a rule, folks. Don't worry about it. But yeah.
Hey Jay, why don't you take a look? Jay, take a look at the DOM. Take a look at the DOM and the ES. What are you seeing? You do this very well in the chat all the time.
Yeah.
Take a look at the DOM. What are you seeing right now? And tell the people what you know what I'm trying to get you to look at. You know exactly what I'm.
100%. Yeah, from 48.99 and a quarter up to 4900 and 3/4. There's about 1500 or so contracts sitting there. What that looks like is potentially somebody trying to support the market, right? Where there's a bunch of passive buy orders sitting there, and we need initiative sellers to come in and take those out. So if no one is convinced that we need to trade lower than 4,900 right now, then those orders are going to support the market and give buyers an opportunity to step back in. And it kind of makes sense with what we've been talking about, right? The markets are in this uptrend. We are up 6% or 0.6% on the day. So is somebody supporting the market for the continued push up when volume comes back in? Got a trader in the chat, Danil, who actually called out something that we talk about all the time in the market recap. The 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart, right? I normally use simple moving averages, so mine was at 49.13, but Danil is using exponential moving averages. And a lot of times that 200 moving average is a really strong level. You can see right now on this 30-minute chart, The market traded right up to that 200 moving average and rejected 9 points off of it. Excuse me. That's a trade I was looking for as well. My simple moving average was just a lot higher than the exponential, but Danilo, great trade on that.
So we see all those block orders there from what do we got? 89s to 4900, so to speak. Would it be?
Yep.
Would you be looking to perhaps get along with these orders? Because you know that we're going to take this. It's going to take a lot of energy to trade through it. And if the energy we do go through that. Would it be the worst idea to perhaps take along with it and take this uptrend higher, or how would you play something like that?
Not at all, right? And I think it's if you're not going to take a long, right? Let's say you were in a short from 4,900. I think you have to start thinking trade management, right? Because in order for your trade to continue, and this is what I was talking about before, right? We need to see continued volume in order to keep going through those orders, especially something like 4,900, we know is a major psychological level. Would I take the long right here? Personally, I wouldn't, because I was looking short to begin with. But you could take the long there, risk the other side of those orders, and then feel pretty safe with your risk management.
All right. Well, let's take the opposite side of that. If you were short right now and you see those block orders, how would you play the trade?
Trade management, right? I'm thinking about whether or not. So depending on, let's say I got in short from 49.05, right, and we're trading 5 points down now. Do I want to just jump out of my trade? Maybe not, but I need to see selling continue to come in on time and sales for confirmation that I can stay in that trade, right? If I see something that now disagrees with that, right? If I see buyers step in right away, then I'm thinking about getting out of my trade. I never trade with a take profit order. Normally I get stopped out on an order, so I'll have a stop loss. Then I'll trail the market down as it's going. So right now I would be thinking about trailing down, because I'm not expecting that we get the momentum that we need to get through 4,900.
You're on something. I think that's quite wise. I just got an update from John here. Negative 11,000 in Delta on the ES. John, while you're going to take a look at NQ and get back to me on that. Thanks, John. That's behind the scenes, man. TopstepTV. We're always working. All eyes on the markets. Everyone's watching each other's back. Jay's amazing at it. Robert's amazing at it. Robert, what are you looking at here in the markets? Hey, if you want to talk about Dow or the Russell now, this is your moment, Robert.
Yeah,
This is your chance, man.
I'm going to put a poll up. I know. I was looking back, Jay. That's a great analysis you had over there. I got a bot running on the side of me on my own personal account, and it just took short at 17,375, just to let you know. So just to make sure, I want to put something out there, and I was looking at this, waiting for it, and all of a sudden it just dinged over to the side. So just want to make sure that we're showing that. You can kind of see it. It's on this little computer thing right over here. But I was just like, ding, ding, ding. I'm like, whoa, what's that going on? All right, so let's poll it. I don't mean like poll the audience, but let's ask the viewers here, RTY or YM? Let's do that, and we'll just take a look at it. Break it down.
Yeah, we will.
Change it to whatever you want. Yeah.
Down 75 to get I'm going pulled pork 8 Mile style. Don't worry, I'll go pulled pork by the end of the day. I will. All right, here we go. Our quick flash poll here: RTY or YM? Looks like RTY is getting a lot of the love right here. I did see Jay call off when the sell down started. Jay, you did say RTY was I want to say kind of led us lower, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's been a great market to trade the last couple of weeks.
How about that?
It's been a great market to trade.
Go ahead. Music to Robert's ears. Music to Robert's ears.
No, it's going super fast. I'm not staring at the chat. So Andre, if you're doing this, can you please make the judgment call on what the chat is saying, and we'll switch it over to that chart?
It looks like RTY to me. How about we can do both?
Yeah,
we can do both. We got time. Let's do RTY first. Jay, I think RTY was the leader.
All right. We'll do RTY. Now this is gonna be pretty bad since I don't trade
Robert's
time charts, but let's take a look at it. No, we'll take a look at it. Let's go back to the beginning. Yeah. And folks in there, back on the fib thing. Yeah, I know you divide them to get 61.8. I know a little bit more about trading than that, but I made only the suggestion to take a look at. Wow, this is pretty tough sometimes. Just to take a look at it, folks.
Welcome
to take a look
welcome
at
to
it.
the jungle,
take a look
man.
At it. Hey, we're talking power players here, so I don't know, trying to get the power up. Okay, here we are. Here's RTY. What do we have? We have our highs. We haven't reached the highs. We came up during the day. This is historical. This is right at the open. So we're talking 833. And it looks like it powered right down. I don't do any of these tradings on the open stuff. So what are we looking at? Well, let's just draw a line, shall we? And it's not a fib line. I'll just make a rectangle. I'm going to highlight some consolidation areas. So we have a pretty good area right here. So I'm going to extend that to the right and see what's happening. This is all I'm doing. There's no rocket science here. I'm going to draw a couple lines. I'm going to highlight a line. Actually, I'm going to make this a rectangle because we don't want to draw lines on support and resistance. We can see, my bad. And then I'll adjust it if it's slightly behind the pictures there for a second. All I'm doing is looking at these areas. Right here, we have a couple wicks popping down. So this is all I'm doing. This is a simple breakout, real time that we're looking at here. Let's see if we can figure something out. Well, I'm going to extend this a little bit further over here, a little bit more.
All right.
All right. So
yes.
It looks like we're beyond this consolidation area so far. As we see it, make it a little bit bigger. Let's take a trade. Hey, I'm in a combine. I'll reset it if I have to.
Okay.
So we would call this just a zone. This blue line, make sure I can see it. On the left-hand side is the market open of the night before, 5 p.m. Central Time. Let's do a line vertically for the market open U.S. time.
All right.
So not U.S. time. I'm sorry, the market open U.S. session. There it is. So this is what we're looking at. So what did we do? We sold off like crazy, little bounce around, which is why I don't like playing that, and right back here in between. So what do we have? We're going to be ranging between these two areas until we break one. So the hell with it. Let's go long. Screw it. Come on,
Screw
man.
it. I love it. I love it.
I'm not even gonna, I'm just gonna buy it. Let me just buy one on a market order instead of putting. I was gonna let it come down a little further before I got into a long, but let's just jump into a long here. I'm gonna take my target. I'm gonna put it up right before this area in case it blows through, but I'm not gonna wait. If it gets close there and I start getting profits, I'm just gonna pull the freaking trade out. Sorry. And our stop, here's the area that we're looking at for a stop. And can I drag this over? I want to see, it's hard to see. Let me do this. I'm going to put another chart up just so we can move Topstep X around so we can see it. Topstep X is here. I'm going to drag it to the right a little bit. I just want to make sure everybody sees the chart where I have it entered. Because
we just got a ton of volume in. Sorry to cut you off, Robert. We just got a ton of volume in oil. Yeah, oil just yeah, I don't know where that came from. I saw someone in the chat say something about a ceasefire in Israel. So I don't know if that's what's affecting.
Here we go. Yeah, Israel agrees to ceasefire proposal from Al Jazeera. Israel agrees to ceasefire proposal. Oh, is that bullish? Is that bullish for stocks? Fuck, I'm getting long. It's got to be bullish for stocks too, right? Oh, sorry. So. No, actually, it might be bad. Anyways, Robert. Oh, we got a couple more minutes here, Robert. Yeah, finish that thought.
Yep. Yeah, no problem. You got to jump in when the market's moving like that. You definitely have to jump in. We'll jump. Yeah. So oil's up. So with all those prices, it's not good. So we're gonna take some heat on the RTY. My assumption, RTY, Russell 2000 small cap stocks. So I really wanted to get in long somewhere around where it was right now. But hey, it's trading. Take a little bit of heat. Tradertainment. We're still gonna hold on to that long. RTY. I think it needs to be more of a 6-minute chart because there's 2,000 stocks in it. It moves slower. There currently isn't a 6-minute time frame on Topstep X yet. We can't pick it, so I'm still sticking with the 3. And if it breaks down out of this area, we're just going to get the heck out of this trade, call it a day on that, and then we can potentially enter back in again. How's oil look?
Yeah, let's pull up an oil chart. When you guys got oil there handy, it's just falling out of bed.
Yeah, I got it up. All
right, what do we got there, Jay? Talk to us.
It's just selling. It's selling pretty strong. We're at settlement right now, 75.85. I don't see much as far as orders go on the books sitting out there, and I don't think there's going to be. But news moves oil often, and when that happens, it's a pretty strong reaction. I think don't chase it right away because the market is still very much in this range that it's been in, which I think is always interesting, right? We saw it yesterday with the FOMC before the press conference. Everyone's waiting for that volume to come in, and the market was still inside the initial balance, right? So wait for the dust to settle, see what the market really thinks. But I think find a good place to sell this right now. Looks like the move.
Yeah. Wow. It's a very news driven market. It's I don't know how anyone can hold on to a position there, especially with what was going on in the Middle East. Wow, this is a sell off for the ages. This is we're down like $1 since the news broke. Holy moly!
In a minute.
Yeah, this is a big one here. So yeah, we're trading the news here at TopstepTV. All right, we got 1 minute left. Jay, real quick before we send it over to TopQuiz, tell us about what you and Dakota, I believe, are doing your journey in trading. Can you tell us about that real quick?
Yeah, Dakota is kicking my ass right now. He's on the top 5. He's doing a great job of it. For me, it's about I'm up about $800 on that account right now. Excuse me. It's about execution, right? And I say it to traders all the time in the chat: analyze the markets, but we don't get paid to analyze, right? We get paid to execute. So that's what my focus has been. Like I said, I was looking at a short today in the ES at 48.99, and just hesitated to click the button. Crude is just going right now. Just hesitated to click the button. So execution is going to be my focus for the next week or so. I think I'll be in a good spot. But Dakota is doing exactly what we wanted to do. Absolutely killing it. Kind of, there was a comment that Dakota didn't like. Yeah, crude is just going. Comment Dakota didn't like about if you can't do, you coach. So he's proven that we can do both.
How about it?
Good job, Coach Dakota. I'm gonna join you in a minute.
Okay. Yeah, I can't stop twitching and talking, man. You are right, Robert. That was wow. This has been a wild power players. Marcus, oil's down about $1.50 since the last 2-3 minutes. Stay tuned. We are going to hopefully all the crew traders out there. Robert, thanks for joining us. Coach Jay, thanks for joining us.
Close that trade.
We got top quiz coming up.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were done talking. Keep going on, Trey. Just want to say close that trade
we are
out.
Still selling off. We're gonna be down $2 here before it's all said and done. Over at Top Quiz, keep an eye on the oil markets, and we'll keep trading for the rest of the day. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Andre. Thanks, Robert.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this February 1st edition of Top Quiz. I am Jack, and I am joined on Thursday, as usual, by Vanessa. Vanessa, what up?
Hi, guys. Hi, Thursday people. Not much.
Yeah.
Just excited to be here and nervous, per usual. Back to not hosting, and so back to nervousness.
I wouldn't be too nervous. They already saw a video, I think, of me missing a layup by about 4 feet earlier, so chips are on the table. If this is your first time playing, Top Quiz is 4 multiple choice questions. You enter it by clicking that link up there in the chat or going to kahoot.it and entering that number. Answer the questions as they show up on your device. If you get 3 or 4 of these right, you enter a raffle for one of 30 free resets that we'll send out. And also, if you're in the top 3, we'll give it to you as well. You got to answer fast to be in the top 3. Those are machines. But probably not. What I like about the top 3, Vanessa, is that they have to answer so fast that I think the people have to know it. They can't just enter it into Google, as it were.
Yeah, a lot of people were saying like, "Oh, glad you can Google or use AI or Chat GPT," and I'm like, I think people just know, like, know these answers.
Yeah, we had Black Swan. Black Swan's the GOAT. He came on, and if anyone ever wants to come on to test your live trivia knowledge, just send us an email. All right, we'll wait a few seconds here. Junior Strell, Big Con, Crude Seller, Eddie. Take a sip of water.
Is that your Topstep thing?
Yeah, I got like 2 of these. This is the white one.
Nice. I have mine in my cabinet. I'll use it next time. We can be twins.
Get it for next Thursday. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's start this thing right about now. February 1st. Let's do it. Question number 1. What economic indicator equals the sum of the seasonally adjusted unemployment rate and the inflation rate? The sum of the two. Is it the instability index, the consumer sentiment index, the Empire State Manufacturing Index, or the misery index?
Oh my goodness. Square.
Yes. The sum of the two, that is known as the misery index. If you add the unemployment rate and the inflation rate, good show there. I do like your commitment, Vanessa, to answering square. But good.
I was going to say, I had to practice my shapes just so I could make sure I could say them. But
finally is in fact number 1. Number 2, grow up. Number 3, maybe grow up. Go. I like inside trader. Be careful, inside trader, because you are in public now. Okay. Let's go on to question 2. What is the highest grossing Pixar film of all time? Was that Finding Nemo, Incredibles 2, Inside Out, or Up?
ooh, they're all so good. I want to go with Inside Out. So circle.
All right. Before anyone complains, I subtly made this easy to guess. The answer is Incredibles 2. And you'll notice of those 4, that is the only sequel on the list. So you could use a little process of elimination there. Sequels make bank. The Incredibles 2 is number 1. I think number 2 is like Toy Story 4. Billion-dollar movies. Great stuff.
I can't wait to see what Inside Out 2 does. I don't know if it's out yet. I don't think it's out yet.
We'll see. More Inside Outer. I Never Wins, number 1. You Make Me So Happy. JSJ. All right. Number 3 for the question. In trading/finance, a basis point refers to what fraction of 1%? Is it 1/10 of a percent, 1/100th, 1,000th, or 1/10,000th? basis points.
Diamond? Close my eyes.
Yes, indeed. If you're a finance bro, you start talking basis points. But if you're a super sicko finance bro, you start talking bips. In either way, they are equal to 1/100th of 1%. All right.
I want to be a bro. I want to talk about bips.
Oh, anyone, you can be a bro, Vanessa. Start talking bips, Patagonia vests. What else could we get you? Dinner reservations.
Heck yes.
Tortoiseshell glasses, blue dress shirts. I could go on for a
I know
while
someone
here.
who bought tortoiseshell glasses, and they were like all about it. And I was like, I don't know, I don't think they look that good. And he still, like, I was like, all right, now I know. Now I know how to categorize that person.
Yeah, a razor, a Stanley or Yeti cup. All right. Let's go. The last questions. Jack, some questions are too long. Well, sir, you are going to hate this last question. Because this is the maximum allowable length of a prompt in Kahoot. All right. Here we go. Final question. In 32 years, I've never seen anything like this, said a firefighter after rescuing a New Hampshire woman who survived A, falling asleep in an oil drum, B, getting compacted by a garbage truck, C, setting herself on fire with a flamethrower during a gender reveal party, or D, inhaling toxic fumes from a pufferfish stew. What's your gut?
I'm gonna go circle because it's.
Oh,
dang it! I was thinking diamond. I'm all dang it.
All right, this is a true story here. Okay, the answer is getting compacted. Is getting compacted by a garbage truck. Now, when I hit next here, I hope it goes to the media part and not the end. Let's see what happens. Yes, here we go. This is really buried a lead. Neighbors heard screams and the trash compartment was equipped with a camera. The driver spotted the woman stuck inside. By then, the driver had reportedly compacted the garbage truck up to 4 times.
I love that you're laughing, Jack.
I'm laughing at the absurdity of it. You know, like some days you're having a bad day, but you didn't get compacted 4 times by a garbage truck. And yes, I will go ahead and fire the question writer, whoever commented that. All right. In third place, the super individual JS. Old Spazzaroonie in number 2. And the winner today is a liar.
That's awesome.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, everyone, for playing. We're going to take a quick break and be back with group coaching. Hoag
Maybe
is here.
next time I'll come broed out.
Bro, oh, let's do it. Next Thursday, I'll try and bro out as hard as possible. If you need a consultant for that, I will do it. All right. Enjoy the day. Stick around. We'll be back with some learning stuff. See you in a few.
Ready to rip whenever you are, JD.
Hoag, you are live.
Hello. Welcome to group coaching. It's time for Topstep's group coaching. It's Let's Crush 2024. If you don't know me, my name is John Hoagland, Senior Performance Coach here at Topstep. I've got February 2024 already. I started in the industry in February of 1983, so going on 41 years of industry experience. Did trade on the floor of the Mercantile Exchange for over 20 years and migrated to screen trading in 2009. And since 2011, I've been here at Topstep and hopefully improving the knowledge and hopefully performance of all of you traders from all over the world. And this is the CFTC disclaimer. It states that there's a lot of risk in futures trading. There's also a lot of risk in vaping. You guys caught me with my Juul. I have tried really hard not to do that, and I apologize. But, nicotine is a very difficult addiction. So I'm still continuing to work on that. Risk in futures, these are leveraged products. You run the risk of losing more than your initial investment because of that. We should only be using risk capital. To me, risk capital is money that I can't afford to lose. Succeeding in the trading combine, you won't have to worry about that. We'll put that risk capital up for you. But again, this is we're not going to be suggesting the purchase or sale of any particular product during this session. It is for educational purposes only. And let's get into the questions. I've got my good friend JD with me this afternoon. How you feeling, JD?
Feeling great, Hoag. You can hear me, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, excellent. When I pushed it live, I counted down from 5, but I think I had my microphone muted, so it was my fault that we pushed you and you weren't prepared. My apologies, Hoag.
You were trying to catch me, weren't you? Oh, you got me. You got
always
me.
Always looking for a gotcha moment over here at TopstepTV.
Well, yeah, got me. Yeah, got me. All right, what do we got going on?
All right, let's get started. First question is from Lance. Lance wants to know, Hoag, do you use structure from the cash indexes, SPX, NDX, for example, to provide insight into futures, or do you only use futures price action and structure in your trades?
Great question. And I mean, in the pit, they always had the SPX, above the S&P pit, the NDX above the NASDAQ pit, always keeping, one eye on cash. Did it help? I never figured out how to make it help. And coming from a market profile background, the information that you're looking for is in the market that you are trading. That's been something that has been, I think, kind of drilled into me from Jim Dalton. He doesn't even look when there's like economic numbers. He just wants to know when they are, not what the numbers are, because he believes and he's the godfather of the profile, that all the information you need is in the market that you're looking at, whatever tools that you're using. So I do not keep the SPX or the NDX in sight when I'm actively trading. And that's just to say that I don't. There's quite possibly something that I'm missing by not doing that, or sometimes a little bit too much information can be a bad thing. It's all up to you. Just personally, me, I don't keep them up. And like I always say on this segment, nobody knows everything, and I certainly don't. So just because I'm not keeping them up doesn't mean that you're not going to find a way to take advantage of keeping them up. The cash and the futures, I mean, there's an arbitrage between them. That arbitrage is pretty tight, and there's really not going to be all that much variation as far as price and things like that are concerned. Those arbitragers keep things pretty tight between the two of them. So I don't. That's just me, and I appreciate the question, Lance. I'm always always willing to learn. That's the one thing about being a trader is you always have to be willing to learn. You always have to be willing to think about other things, to think of different things that you might be missing or different things that you might be able to use. I'm very cautious in changing a lot of the things that I've looked at and used for a long time. But things change. There's certain indicators that kind of come into and fall out of fashion or vogue, if you will. Sometimes things change a little bit. So great question, Lance. Appreciate it. And I mean, that's just me.
Yep, everyone has their. How do you put it, Hoag? There's 1,000 ways to skin a cat, right? Everybody's looking at something different, but what works for me might not necessarily work for you. Keep that in mind. Thanks for the question, Lance, and thank you all for submitting your questions. The question doc is still pinned to the top of the chat right now. Hopefully we can get to all of your questions. If not, we'll try and cover a few extra ones tomorrow. Moving on, though, Trip wants to know, Hoag, you've mentioned that you previously worked with a trading psychologist. I was interested to know if this helped you with trading behaviors that you were looking to improve. For example, going on tilt and FOMO. I really need support in this area and was considering reaching out to a psychologist for help. What do you think?
Well,
is Trip on the right track?
I've had the pardon?
Oh, just saying. Is Trip on the right track? Is he asking the right questions?
I would think yes, for sure. Trip, I've had the opportunity to work with really 3, you could say 4 different trading psychologists, or 2 of them were more like therapists. They weren't necessarily psychologists, but they were therapists, but they were active traders. And this is when I started at a proprietary trading firm at the Merc. They actually have a book out, but a lot of it is really based on pit trading. This is the book. It's called The Inner Game of Trading. Now, do you want to run out and buy that? A lot of it is stories and interviews with some, famous futures traders from Chicago. They got Jack Sander, they got Leo Malamed on here. A lot of the things that they do talk about is mindset, and you're maximizing your strengths and minimizing your weaknesses. Self-defeating beliefs, all of that stuff. So it is a pretty decent book. These were the first trading therapists that I worked with, and I got to tell you, they did a lot for me. This was probably about 1990. And I had never heard of trading psychology. I'd never heard of psychology as part of trading. My dad was a trader for 40 years. I don't think he ever went to go see a trading psychologist, and I don't even know it existed back in the 60s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. So it seemed like it was new, and it seemed fluff to me when I first thought about doing it. Don't put yourself in that situation, Trip. If you can find somebody that you can work with and that has the knowledge that you're seeking as far as the mental side of trading, you should definitely do it. I suggest anybody that has the opportunity to do it, because there are things that we can ferret out. There are barriers in our brains that we can kind of ferret out on our own over a long period of time. But to have somebody kind of thinking about somebody to talk to, somebody to kind of work through some of these issues, they did wonders for me personally. Some of the barriers that I dealt with that they helped me kind of get over, and I'm I don't think we're ever really over them. We just bring them to the surface. We take some of their power away from us. We take some of their power over us away from them every time we review and think about these things. So, without getting too friendly here, one of the things that they helped me kind of recognize was that self-esteem. I've always kind of lacked a little bit of self-esteem. I was never a pick 'em up easy kind of guy. I've always wrestled with my weight, and I never, really felt like I was worth that much. And if you're going to be a trader, you've got to believe that you're worth everything that you can make in the markets. So, one of the ways that they had me do something about that was I had to go and work out 2 hours a day, 5 days a week at the gym across the street from the old Merc. It was World Gym. So, and they also said they had spies there. So I did that. I had a friend who was a big workout guy. So he got me rolling and I got rolling on it. And I lost a bunch of weight and started feeling a lot better about myself physically, mentally. I mean, it all just kind of snowballs when you do something good for yourself like that. And there was also another thing that they asked me to do was once or twice a month, I had to go donate time to other people, or buy a couple extra sandwiches and give them to people that were hanging out in the street. Go to a soup kitchen and feed the homeless, or there were things that you do for others that make you feel good. It's almost kind of a selfish thing, right? But you do those for other people, you feel better about yourself. You feel better inside. You feel like you have more worth. Therefore, you're able to kind of take more money out of the markets. And when you do take money out of the markets, it's important to try and give back, right? So that was one of the things that I actually enjoyed really doing was helping out at a soup kitchen, feeding somebody. I mean, there were people on the street that looked at the sandwich and like, I just want money because they want to go get some booze or whatever it is. We all have our addictions, right? And but at least you tried, and in trying, you feel better about yourself. One of the other things was I had an upside down relationship with money. Like most people, especially working even on the floor, you're working for you're basically trading in your hours for a handful of dimes, if you guys get the Doors reference there. And when you stand in the pit for the first time, you go, oh my God, I've got this seat. I can make all kinds of money, but I'm not going to get paid unless I do something. And so you really have a kind of a different way of thinking about earning money. This is your business now. You've been working for other people that are paying you by the hour or salary or whatever. Now it's up to you to make that money. And it didn't really hit me until I stepped in the pit and I went, wow, you know what? I'm out here and I'm destitute. If I don't make money, then what am I going to do? Well, like a lot of traders, I had a second job. Even when I was just working on the trading floor, I was a bartender at a place in Chicago. Some of you may have heard of it, called the Half Shell. And it was a family restaurant. I worked 4 nights a week, and that paid my bills. That made sure that my bills got paid, which took a lot of pressure off the trading. So I don't want to get too in the weeds here, Trip, but yes, you should consider reaching out to a trading psychologist, a psychologist. You're going on tilt, the FOMO that you mentioned. I mean, those are human emotions. Everybody has them. And a trading psychologist may help you get deeper into the root of those problems, where they really come from, back here in the back of your head, that we don't talk about at parties. And that might help you to kind of recognize that there's reasons for these things. Nobody wants to miss out on a good party, right? Nobody wants to lose money. So that's what that triggers us into taking action that we probably have done over and over again and have proven wrong over and over again. But we're so intense in doing it. It's something that talking to somebody about it and coming up with some action items to help you fight those. Now, there's good books. The Disciplined Trader, Mark Douglas books, Trading in the Zone and the Disciplined Trader. Good books. Read. There's The Mental Game of Trading, Jared Tendler's book. There's Anne Marie's book, The Trading Book. She's got some really good psychological concepts in trading. There's even books outside of trading that can help you with some of this, and this is one of them. This is Positive Intelligence Positive Intelligence. If you just write that down, look up the website later on. This book, it helps you quiet the negative dialogue that we all have. You know, you take a couple of losses, you start thinking, God, I'm the worst trader ever. Well, you're not the worst trader ever, and you got to talk back to that voice in your head, and you've got to disprove it every time it says that to you. And this book, it does a good job of it. It's positiveintelligence.com. It's, you know, I think there's a big community wrapped around it and everything. But what I like about it is everything is explained in layman's terms. You don't have to be a psychologist to kind of read this book. And, you know, you're going to have an opportunity to name all of they call them saboteurs. You know, the biggest one's going to be the judge. We all judge ourselves, and we all judge ourselves very harshly. And, you know, the other saboteurs, are you an enabler? Are you hyper focused? Are you well, there's lots of them here. I can tell you a few of them here if I can get to them. Are you a pleaser, hyper rational, hyper vigilant, controller, hyper achiever, an avoider, a stickler, a victim? Maybe you're a procrastinator. I was a professional procrastinator, but this is a good book. So it's not just trading books, it's psychology books that you're going to want to check out. All right, Trip, I'm going to move on from that question. But I certainly would suggest to anybody and everybody, if you have the opportunity, if there's somebody close to you, if there's somebody you know, they can be pricey. You know, that's one of the issues is the price can be inhibitive. But, you know, if you work through some of those things and you start, you know, earning money trading, the price is worth it, right? So, all right, thank you for the question, Trip. What else you got here, JD?
Great, thanks, Hoag. I just wanted to say, if you're looking for some resource to help you get started in the trading psychology realm, start at our website, topstep.com. We've got countless blog articles, old podcasts, Coach's Playbook episodes. We've got Dr. Andrew Menaker. We've got probably 20 hours worth of content from him. Go to our YouTube page. We've got probably 50 hours of trading psychology with Jared Tendler videos on there. Plenty of Anne-Marie content also. So yeah, everything Hoag mentioned, we also have content to back all that up. So start at our website and take a look around and see how you like it. Thanks, Hoag, and thanks for the question, Trip. All right, next one comes from Surjith. Surjith wants to know, or Surjith says, while I'm trading, I take losses. Then the next day, when I review my trades with charts, I can clearly find my mistakes and the possible trade setups that I missed. It's happening every day and every week. My thinking is, when we wake up the next day and look at the charts, we know where the market went already, and we keep that information in the back of our mind, and we will plot the trades and setups that happened already. But when it comes to the live market, we can't decide where the market will go, so we end up taking horrible trades. And then the next day, we already know we have the information from the previous day, so we plot the trades that happened already and easily regret ourselves for not taking those. How do you feel about that? It sort of seems like a FOMO issue mixed with, how can you say it? Hindsight being 2020, I guess.
Right. Yeah. And, you know, I think, Surjith and, you know, JD, you can back me up on this. We all do that. We all, you know, look at a chart, you know, that happened the day before or days before and go, you know, how did I not take this trade? I mean, it's so obvious now because we have that hindsight and it's 2020 and there's no risk on and there's nothing that we have to worry about. We can do a good job of beating ourselves up because we missed that trade. But, you know, there is information in doing that, though, Surjith. If you're trying to learn something about chart patterns, about technical analysis, profile, anything, one of the most important things for you to do is to look left. Look left. Look back in your charts. Look and see, okay, this was a one of my trade setups that played out. Recognize the possibility of it the next time, but you have to be able to take the trade, because if you don't take the trade, you're not going to have the opportunity to participate, number one, if it's a win. But you got to take the trade when it offers the opportunity to limit risk. We never know the outcome of any trade. The environment that we are in trading is so ambiguous that it's intimidating to think that we're going to be able to pick and choose good spots to take trades. And so we use the charts, we use profile, we use whatever that we believe speaks to us, whatever chart type it is, to look for those opportunities. We're looking for repeatable patterns. We're looking for maybe volume information or open interest information. And we compile all that together to come up with a hypothesis or two or three. One of those hypotheses starts to trade, that your expected hypothesis starts to trade. Well, then you have a strategy or a roadmap to trade that hypothesis should that hypothesis remain true. It could be as simple as, well, it looks like it's going to be a range day today. So my first hypothesis is range day. My strategy is let the market establish the extremes and fade the extremes. If it remains a range day, then I've got my roadmap. I'm selling above value. I'm buying below value. I can limit risk if the market extends the range on either side. Something may have changed. Then I'll maybe look towards hypothesis B, which could be if it's going to open with a range day, but if it trades outside of it, maybe there'll be some further range extension that's going to change my strategy, and so on and so forth. I mean, looking back at trades that you should have taken is the way you find them in the future. But you have to give up the idea that same setup that you saw in hindsight, the next time it plays out, it's never going to be exactly the same way, and half of them won't work anyway. So the whole goal is recognize patterns, learn to look for those patterns in the future, and learn to limit risk and expand profit targets. You really want to look for asymmetric opportunities. You've seen this pattern before. You go, I've seen this pattern before. I think if I buy it here and it holds this level here, that I could see a pretty decent move to the upside because I've seen this pattern before. Don't guarantee ever that it's going to play out that way. And again, it probably never will play out exactly the same twice, but just being able to recognize that, being able to limit the risk, and then recognizing, if you're looking at a setup that you've seen before, maybe you missed it, maybe you caught it, whatever it is, know where your risk is, and then look at the other side. Say, well, if this level does hold, I could see easily, getting 2-to-1 reward over risk on this trade because the market is compressed or whatever it is. But you can look back too and say, well, the last time this pattern happened, the risk was like 5 points in the S&Ps, but it provided a 15-point profit target. See if you can find those levels. Looking left on your charts is one of the best ways to continue to learn. You've probably got a time frame chart or a specific range chart or something that you're looking at. This is something that I'm kind of expanding into now is looking at a shorter time frame chart for better entries based on information I'm seeing in longer time frame charts. Okay. Just let us know how things continue to go for you. But there's nothing wrong with looking left, saying, that was a setup that I missed. Now what am I going to do the next time I see this? You're going to take it. You're going to manage the risk. And sometimes it's going to win, sometimes it's going to lose. The idea is, all you have to do is be right half the time and have twice the size of winners as your losses, and you can build an empire doing this.
Thank you, Hoag. Thank you for the question, Surjith. I think that was a pretty comprehensive answer, if you ask me. Mo Millions checked in. No question. Just wanted to say thank you. Thank you to the Topstep team a bunch, and especially you, Hoag. So thank you, Mo Millions. All right, next from Abdul Mumin wants to know, this is a question about the volume profile. Why are the levels different on different trading platforms? Can you give any insight into that?
Okay.
Value area high, value area low. Looking at different platforms, sounds like he's getting different levels off of different platforms.
Yeah, and that has a tendency to happen. There's a couple of things. Abd. I'm just going to call you Abd, if that's okay. I don't want to butcher your name. Sometimes, well, there's a few things. Value area high and low and volume point of control. Volume point of control should never be off. I mean, it is a finite number. We should be able to see which single price had the highest volume. Even that, sometimes they show a little bit off. It can occasionally be a time issue where, if you're looking at one of my charts are from the regular trading hour open to regular trading hour close on my TPO charts, even on these charts, on the 30-minute chart here. So if your timing is off, if you're starting it like in the equities, if you start your profile at 7:30 Central Time instead of 8:30 Central Time, that's going to change things. Also, most profiles are defaulted to, I think it's 13.5. So it's like 65% is the value area. I expand mine to 70%. That could also be a part of the issue. But sometimes, there's trading platforms aren't perfect. Sometimes there's just a little bit of a variation in how they're collecting the information, what information is being presented, and it irks me too. It irks me too, but there's really not much we can do about it. And there's, like everything, there's not one level in trading in futures that is finite. There's nothing absolute. Levels are zones more than absolute levels. So just something we have to deal with, Abd. Good question.
Yep, and if you're seeing your levels way off from the ones that we post in the chat every morning, and it's like we were just using different parameters. Simple as that. Mm-hmm. Thank you for the question. We've got another one from Surjith. Surjith in twice. All right.
All right.
Whenever I take a loss, I lose control of my senses. They're gone. And I feel like my intelligence has vanished all of a sudden. Then I start taking stupid trades after that. Even though he's got the rules and his checklists are all set, he just can't get through that one. Can't get over that one loss and everything falls apart. Surjith says, I tried not looking at P&L, tried walking away. No luck with any of it. The only solution is to just quit and come back the next day. So Surjith wants to know, how can I learn to control my brain and senses after taking that initial loss and stay in the game? I feel like I need an electric shock to get past this.
I've felt that way myself, Surjith. I'm sure JD, we have this tendency to do things over and over again that prove to be wrong, which is by definition the definition of insanity, right? So first off, don't think that you're alone. Nobody likes to take losses. Everybody has a degree of being triggered when there's a loss. But you have to be able to accept that there are going to be losses. If your first trade is a loss, doesn't mean your next trade is going to be loss. When you have a loss, your senses are gone. You feel like your intelligence is vanished, and all of a sudden you take the most stupid trades thereafter. Your anger, whatever it is that you're feeling from that loss, has hijacked your brain. You're going into fight or flight. You're going right into fight. The hormones, they I forget which is the aggressive hormone. I mean, I know that there's adrenaline, but there's other hormones that get released, and you want to fight. And sometimes, fighting is not going to be the right thing to do. And when your brain is hijacked that way, everything you do becomes impulse. You're not thinking through your trades. So, Surjith, sorry. We have an emotional trading journal. Maybe we can pop that link into the chat. Surjith, if you're here, just open that up, look at it. It shows each trade and 3 columns: mental, physical, and emotional, and 5 stages of each trade. You want to start to keep track of mental, physical, and emotional changes while you're in trades, before trades, during and an exit, after. You don't need to write a book. You just want to write down just enough to note the changes that occur during each trade. If that first trade is a loss, you need to write down how your body changes, how your mind changes, and how your emotions change. The one thing that I would suggest to you right off the bat is, before you take that next trade, ask yourself these silly little words verbally so that everybody can hear it. Is this in my best interest? When you are being triggered and you are acting irrationally or impulsively or FOMO or whatever impulse is keeping your hand on that mouse, and you're pressing that mouse because all you want to do is get that money back, you've got to ask yourself cognitively, verbally, out in the world, is this in my best interest? And that may be just enough, Surjith, for you to say, you know what? I'm not going to do that because it's not in my best interest. I've proven over and over again, when I'm triggered and I start chasing money, things just go bad. I gotta sit back. You're gonna literally push yourself back from your desk or wherever you're trading. Take a few deep breaths. You're not gonna, there's always opportunities coming in the marketplace. You're not going to miss everything. And try and get yourself back to center. We talk about being centered a lot. When you're triggered or angry or emotional or beating yourself up or whatever, you're so far away from center, there's no way you're going to make anything beautiful happen. It's when you are able to bring your mind, emotions, and your mental and physical state back to center where you're going to be cognitively thinking about the decisions that you're making. You can go the other way too. You may have a beautiful day going, and you may think you're God's gift to trading. And I can tell you from experience, because I've felt like that a few times, the market is going to humble you. Don't let yourself get too full of yourself as a trader, because the market will come and say, "Oh, really? You think you're God's gift to trading? Well, what do you think of that?" So you always want to trade from center. This whole idea of centering came from a book I have up here. It's centering. It's about poetry, pottery, poetry, and life. If you're going to take a piece of clay and you're going to throw it on a potter's wheel, the first thing you have to do is center it, because if it's not centered, you're not going to be able to do anything. If you spin it real fast, it's going to look like it's shaking all over the place. But if you center it and you get that ball of clay so that it doesn't even look like it's moving on the wheel, when it's spinning at a high rate of speed, that is centered. It's only when that clay becomes centered are you able to make something from it. If it's not centered, you're not going to be able to make anything from it. Once it's centered, then you can start to pull your pot or your bowl or your plate or whatever it is that you're trying to make. The point being is, I think traders are the same way. You've got to trade from a place of being centered, not triggered, not arrogant, humble, grateful, creative, and centered. Simple, right? Not that simple, not that easy, but something we can all reach for.
Thanks, Hoag. And yeah, we have pinned that emotional journal into the chat. Go ahead and download it, print it out. make a couple copies, use it every day. The question, I think, also tied into a question from Jay Eli. Eli was saying he's having issues when I'm stopped out of a trade. It takes me some time to have the confidence to place another trade. So, Jay Eli, if you're listening right now, I think Hoag pretty much covered that question in his previous answer. So, I hope that helped you out. Next, we have Jay Whitway. Jay Whitway is a one-lot trader and is having a little trouble holding on to those winners longer. Sounds like Jay's looking to hit some home runs trading one-lots. Wants to keep a runner on, but maybe he's just a little too used to taking those small profits, which there's nothing wrong with. Consistency is what we're looking for from traders here. But what advice would you have for a one-lot trader looking to hang on to a ripper?
Well, it has to be part of your plan for the trade, number one. I trade one lots a lot. My big swinging days are behind me. I don't want to, I don't have to trade big, so I don't. But when you have a one lot and, you're buying low of value and on a range day and, you're looking for the market to just come back to point of control, that's one thing. That's kind of mechanical. And, I don't think that's really what you're talking about. But I think what you're talking about is, if the market really becomes directional, maybe you're long one contract and you see the market break out of an area of balance or something, and it really starts to become directional. Hanging on to that winner is really, what you should do in that case. We don't know how far it can go. A lot of it has to do, of course, with market state. There are trades that you don't want to hold on to for too long. If you're short in a trending market, in a market that's trending to the upside, that's not one that you want to hold on to. If you're long in a market that's trending to the upside, that's something that you can probably work yourself into holding on to a little bit longer. But it is a muscle. You have to get comfortable being uncomfortable. There are going to be times when you've got a good winner on, and some of that high watermark of that is going to get taken away. And that's just part of the game. You got to be able to take your bite out of the middle. Hanging on to winners when it's just a one lot. I mean, it has to be part of your plan, and you have to really, I think, get comfortable being uncomfortable, knowing, okay, this is my plan for this trade. I've planned it. I'm in it. I know where my risk is. I'm going to let this plan play out, because if you optimize it, if you get out too early, you're not going to get consistent information to review at the end of the day. So if you have a plan for that one lot trade and you're risking 5 points and you're seeing in the markets, if this does go my way, there's a good chance I could get 20 points on this. Then try and hang on for that 20 points, and you might get it. You might not, but you're going to get some consistent data with which to review. Because if you're always optimizing trades getting out too early, you're never going to find out if you're able to actually pick good spots like that. This is a hard thing to do. It is a hard thing to do, and we've all had substantial profits that have gotten taken away, or the market turns and you lose part of something like that. It's just part of the game, and hanging on to winners when it's only a one lot, it's just got to be part of your plan. If you're trading a 5 lot and you take profits on 4 of them, it's easy to leave that one lot on, right? Because you've already got some profit. You're not going to lose. You leaving that one lot on is easy, but it's just harder when you're holding on to the whole package. I mean, think about some of these guys that are trading 15 lots and they're holding those 15 lots for 2 hours, and that's some fortitude. You can do it with a one lot. What do you think?
Well, I was muted. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Thank you for the answer. Thank you for the question. Checking in on the markets real quick. Richard Holt, I see your quote in the chat. I'm not going to read it on the air because I don't have my news feed up. And I'd like to vet it before I read it live. But crude oil dropped close to $3 just a little while ago, bounced right off our weekly kickoff low at 74.25, has now rallied back inside value from yesterday. Big move. Someone else in the chat commented earlier when we first started this segment, now is the time to buy crude oil. I did scroll back in the chat. I always love giving credit where credit's due. I scrolled back looking for the comment again, and I couldn't find it. I couldn't spend too much time doing it, but I tried. So if you're listening in the chat, whoever made that comment, good call in there. All right.
Yeah, that was
time for
pretty good shot for that weekly kickoff low there.
Great call. Great bounce right off that level for sure.
We got that weekly kickoff level in the NASDAQ yesterday too.
Got a little 5-minute head and shoulders pattern in the NASDAQ forming right now, but it really is just barcoding right now. Wide range, moving sideways at the moment. All right, moving on. Fernando has another question or another comment / question that we get quite a bit around here. So maybe we'll clip this one for posterity. But Fernando says, I've blown a live account in over 20 XFAs since blowing up the live account. I have a hard time walking away when I'm having a profitable day. I keep finding myself thinking there is more money to be made and come back only to lose the profit and end the day in the red. Then on my red days, I always hit my daily loss limit. Could I just get some advice to help get out of this streak of blowing up accounts?
Yeah, we're going to send you a shock collar. I think that's a good idea.
The Topstep shock collar? Okay.
Yeah, we're going to get you a shock collar. So when you're up money and you give it all back and end up down on the day, you're going to get a shock. No, Fernando, you're not alone. Everybody, that has traded for any amount of time has had an experience like this. It's hard to know when to walk away when things are going well. There's really two schools of thought to this. There's the school of thought that says you're never going to lose money taking profits, and then there's the other side of that say you're never going to succeed if you don't add to profits, right? Which is right for you. So, I don't have your trade reports, but think about what an average winning day is for you. When you get to an average winning day, you have to make sure that you are not going to let that profit go into the red. Let's just say, for example, $1,000 is your average winning day. You're up $1,000 today. You can walk away with $1,000, or you can open door number 2 and continue trading. But if you lose 500 of that, you have to walk away. Easier said than done. It says, you're trying to walk away, whatever it is, you just have to do it. And then, anytime you have a new all-time best day or a recent all-time best day, walk away. I don't know what kind of trader you are. I don't know how, your time frame or anything like that is. And you walking away on days that aren't going well is probably one of the hardest things that you have to do. If you leave up money, that's what you're supposed to be doing, right? That's your job. You're supposed to be trying to make money as a trader. If you leave up money, you did your job. If you leave down money, you feel like, well, I haven't done my job. I'm supposed to try and make money every day. But hitting the daily loss limit isn't going to help anything. It's just going to continue to exacerbate the losses. So, take a look at your metrics. What's your average losing trade? Is it greater than your average winning trade? What's your average losing day? If it's, $3,000 average losing day, that's something that you can certainly work on. Give yourself a certain number of opportunities throughout the day. That is also something that you might find useful if you have 6 bullets and you're up $2,500 after that sixth bullet, you have to walk away. If you have 6 bullets and you're down 1,000, then you have to walk away. You only have a certain number of opportunities for each day. Now, again, there's going to be arguments on both sides of doing something like that. It's really up to you. So, Fernando, on red days, learn just to say, you know what, I'm not seeing it. This is not my day. I'm going to walk away. I'm going to turn off my computer. I'm going to go do something else, and then I'll come back tomorrow. Tomorrow, if things go well, you put up a good day, there's nothing wrong with walking away with, $1,000 or $500 or whatever it is. But when you're up like that, the last thing you want to do is end up with a losing day. And then once that losing day hits, as you've said, you're probably going to bury the account down to the daily loss limit. And it takes $3,000 winning days to make back one $3,000 losing day. You work too hard for that. Don't give it away like that. Don't give it away. Don't give it away. I hope that helps, Fernando. It is so difficult to do, to just walk away. I know it.
One of the hardest things for a trader to do is to take that money and walk away, because you always feel like you're leaving something on the table. We've all been there for sure. Thanks, Fernando.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Ank, I see you in the chat. You're asking me to read your question. If you submitted one to the form that we had pinned, we're going to try and get to it. We've only got a few minutes left. Although, if you posted it in the chat, I probably scrolled right past it. There's a lot going on in that chat. So maybe post it again in there, and I'll see if we can get to it. But we've got time for maybe 2 more questions right now. Emmanuel wants to know, Hoag, we already talked about something we already talked about. You brought up some great trading psychology books already. But Emmanuel wants to know, what are the top 3 books that you would recommend to a futures trader?
Mind Over Markets and or Market Profile. I'm putting these as one book. Jim Dalton's books on oops, there it is. On Market Profile. He's got another book, from what I understand. My good friend Fred Decker sent me an email telling me that he's working on another one, but it'll probably be another year out. The Disciplined Trader and Trading in the Zone, the Mark Douglas books. Now that's really 4 books right there. There are so many good books. It's really going to be difficult for me to pick one. Anne Marie's book, Jared Tendler's book. A lot of people like, Reminiscence of a Stock Operator. I gave you 4. There's the Dalton books, there's the Douglas books, but there's a lot of great books out there. Anne Marie's book is excellent. Jared's book is excellent. Tom Hoagard's book, Best Loser Wins, fantastic book. And that's all I can think of right now. There's so many of them.
Yeah, I know somewhere we have a long list of books that we've talked about in the past, and I think we're working on setting up some type of Topstep library also, which should be coming out pretty soon. But once I find that list of books, I'll throw it in the chat. We have a PDF somewhere that we can pass around. Probably 50 different books on there that we've talked about in the past, for sure. You might even be able to just go to our website, topstep.com, and do a search for reading list. You might find it there. Possibly. But moving on. All right. Kenji, thanks for the question, Manuel. Kenji wants to know, most TPO charts are 30-minute based. How do you trade the working 30 minutes before the next print? Thanks in advance to Hoag the GOAT. Thanks for the question, Kenji.
Kenji, that's one of the challenges of working the profile and in 30-minute time frames, because things can change, right? And let's see here. So we had initially, this is the market profile, ladies and gentlemen. Initial balance, the blue line. We had a weak high. We extended the range lower, and then we put the point of control down here. Migration of the point of control can be an indication of buyers or sellers or which one is in bigger control. So, but we had to wait until the bar closed to find out if the point of control was going to remain here, which it did for a period of time. Then we moved the point of control up here once we had spent enough time up here, and then we moved point of control even higher on the range extension. So I think I understand what you're kind of saying here, Kenji, is how do you deal with that? You just have to be patient. You just have to, maybe it's something that comes with experience. And if I'm not understanding the question correctly, I apologize. But, let's say one of the things that we did today was F period, we extended the range higher. So then G period opens up and we leave single TPOs all the way to the poor high here. Well, do we leave those single TPOs? Well, G period, we did. We left those single TPOs. G period, we put in the high. H period came all the way back down and filled in those single TPOs. So we don't know for sure anytime whether or not price is going to come back and fill this area or if it isn't. But it still offers opportunity. We just have to be patient, manage our risk, and look for the opportunity to catch the move in the opposite direction if that is indeed what you're doing. Now, we did have that point of control here at first. It took to F period to bring point of control higher, and then it took the range extension to bring point of control higher. So if you're basing a position or a decision to get in or out of a trade off of migration of the point of control, that's a tough nut because you're going to have to wait. If you're looking to see if we're going to set up a double distribution trend day, then again, you'll have to wait. You want to try and get good trade location as close to the single TPOs as you can, because there's going to be a couple of stops through that level. Some people call them fair value gaps. And we did. We actually came and took it out. And now we seem to be kind of rotating in an upper distribution. Low volume node here. Opportunity above the low volume node. More market comes down here in I period on I call these shoulders. From high volume to low volume, I call them shoulders. We get into the lower volume, the lower shoulder here, volume shoulder against the low volume node. I period comes down there, gives us a look, and then starts to head back higher. So, one of the things about that 30-minute profile is you do have to wait. You have to be patient. Are we going to see a failed auction in any direction, or are we going to see continuation in any direction? It's something that takes time, and it drives everybody nuts because, everything drives everybody nuts in trading. We don't know what's going to happen. So I hope that that's a good answer for you, Kenji.
Thanks, Kenji, and thank you, Hoag. Thank you to everybody else who submitted questions. We are out of time now, unfortunately. If we did not get to your question today, maybe we can get to it tomorrow. We're going to put the question form back up in the chat tomorrow, so if you have a question that you want to ask, you'll have an opportunity to ask it tomorrow. Coming up next, we have Back to the Futures with Andre and Hoag, who will be joined by RIPS, recapping with RIPS and Back to the Futures. After that, Andre, Dolby, and RIPS are coming back for the Power Hour. You got 2 hours of RIPS coming up, everyone. So stay tuned. Hoag, take us home with some dad wisdom, will you?
Yeah, Dad always used to tell me, if you make your hard choices early in life, you're going to have an easier life. If you decide to take the easy choices early, you might end up with a hard life. And trades are the same way. There's things that we can do and things that we should do in trading. If we do what we can do, we're probably doing too much. If we only do what we should do, our opportunities, our outcomes would likely be a little bit better than they currently are. So thank you, everybody, for joining today. hope you enjoyed the session. I know I do every time I have the opportunity to do this. And so I'll look forward to seeing you the next time. Again, stick around for Back to the Futures. Rips, me, and Andre. Looking forward to it. We'll see you soon.
And welcome back to the futures, recapping with Rips. You know, I'm the man in the middle there, that handsome devil here to trade with us, recap the day. We got John, you just saw him on there with group coaching. Action-packed day today, Rips. You know, where do we start? Where do we begin on a day like today?
Oh my goodness. Well, we had one of my favorite things to trade. We have not been in a news cycle type of trading cycle for a very long time. We've been restricted by data-driven trades where there's event-driven trades, so FOMC data releases in the morning, but we haven't seen a lot of headlines move the market like what we saw today. At basically around 12:40 was when the news hit the wires, and the news is that reportedly Qatar indicates that Israel agrees to a ceasefire proposal and Hamas has given positive confirmation. But there was a rub. There was a downside to that news when we had a confirmation at 10:40. Al Jazeera deletes that tweet. And it turns out that Qatar confirms that that is not the truth. So it seems that somebody hacked Al Jazeera's account there, or they got some bad information. Some wires got crossed, and then we came sailing right back down. So an opportunity just on the trading style of things. an opportunity to the long side and then a huge dump to the downside here. And fortunately, I was able to catch both sides of that in my live funded account. That puts me up almost $4,000 on the day on my live funded account for TopStep. But yeah, just brutal because, like Hoag always says, pray for peace. That was some really nice news coming out of the Middle East.
Yeah.
It's just so unfortunate that it was not true.
Keep praying, everybody.
Yes. Yeah, obviously we'd like to see peace come through. But yes, trading news can be a tricky proposition. We saw oil just getting hammered. Then, like Rip said, it turned out to be fake. And yeah, and now here we are. The market's been reacting. It's been a tough trade for myself. And yeah, I just keep seeing these markets are moving. I don't know. Rips, what do you think? What's your take for the rest of the day?
Well, that was what really displaced a lot of the liquidity today, and I think it's already sorted itself out. Let me pull up my chart here, actually, going over to TradingView. Yeah, so, we had this was the shake and bake here to the top side. We were watching this earlier today. We were looking for this level over 51. Let me go ahead and drop it into the 15-minute time frame here. So today we were watching for liquidity to be pulled over this 51 area. There was a lot of defense in the pre-market and the Globex session. And also, we had a lot of defense in the once the market opened. So there's a lot of defense above that 51 level, but that means that we have a lot of buy stops that are above that level. So when I'm talking about defense, we're talking about people who are shorting the market up there. Same goes for what we saw in the S&Ps. So a lot of defense coming in these levels up here. And unfortunately, when a headline like that comes out where it's very bullish for the markets, it kind of disregards the market structure and we go hunting for these stops because, believe it or not, when we started pumping up on this market, nobody knew that news was going to end up being a dud and totally fake. So we pumped above that. We had a lot of stops being popped. We increased above our other level. We didn't quite make it all the way up to 433.5, but we had a big topping tail on this candle here. And then we had a short all the way down and then a reflex where people were thinking the news was still real. And then finally, where we are right now, just chopping around in this liquidity. So the displacement that I'm talking about was basically all of this liquidity that was gathered right up here, where we're going to have a lot of folks who are shorting that side of the market. Buy stops, they're going to be the counterparties to that trade. But I was trading this live on my stream this morning. I got chopped apart in a combine, went back and traded on another combine, hit max profit on that one, but chopped around. But we saw right there on the open something very, very important. There was the counterparty to the open flush. There was a huge open flush in the NQ off the open. And what I noticed from that was that we had a lot of bid support, very, very thick to the bid side. And I wasn't seeing a lot of that slamming coming through. Usually, if market makers know that people are going to the sell side, they're going to expect that they can get cheaper prices on the market, especially if they're going long. But they were vehemently picking up a lot of those bids, and they were doing it in the fashion that said, it set off alarm bells in my head where I was thinking, this market is generally likely going to trend to the upside at some point today because you're not going to have this many people collecting bids at the open like this. So that was a huge tell for me. Sure enough, we saw the market kind of fade off. And then again, right after that ISM print this morning, a big flash down, my Rhythmic even froze. And then right away, we saw the buy programs turning on. It was enough liquidity. They gathered enough liquidity to the downside, and we saw the market just rip and roar to the top side. And we caught that move live this morning. It was just a beautiful, beautiful move.
Yes, it was, John. What do you think? I know you've been trimming some of your loss. Tell us how you did that.
Well, it was when the S&Ps kind of extended the range above the IB, the initial balance. So it was holding up here when we started to build a little volume shoulder here with a low volume node here. So I think I was long right around 49.02, 03 area here. I could check it on my platform here with my stop just below here. So if we take a look, we get a little closer here. G period held those single TPOs and held that low volume node. And that's when I caught the ride. I was looking for value high from yesterday. Couldn't quite get there. So I did take about 600, 650 on this trade. And I'm glad I did because it came back all the way and closed out those single TPOs. I still probably wouldn't have been stopped out, but I would have had to sit there and wait for this market to turn back higher. So pretty decent trade. I mean, all my losses were just kind of choppy, small losses. And so my reward over risk is good. Just too many losses. But that's the way the ball, that's the way the ball bounces. I can't trade during the shoulder tap segment. So we were long going into that, and I got out of it, and that turned out to be right here on the lows, and we could have taken that ride. But hey, that's life.
Yes, it is. This is what we signed up to do in this job. So yeah, keep chipping away here. Hasn't been the easy of trades. Moves wild to the upside and downside. Rips, what are we thinking about for earnings today? I know we'll talk about it more as we get into Power Hour, but the Mag 7, what do we got there?
Yeah. Mag 7, we do have a lot of folks that are reporting their earnings today. We have earnings out of Apple, Amazon, and Meta, and those are 3 of the 7 of the Magnificent 7. So it's going to be a very volatile session after hours. I'm certainly not going to be trading any of that, but tomorrow we're going to be blessed with a lot of different things. So we have all of those earnings out of the way tomorrow. We have the afterglow still of the FOMC, where we kind of know where players are placing their bets now. So there's going to be probably a pretty nice trade, a pretty nice setup tomorrow due to how this is kind of unfurling today. You can see how much that an event-driven trade like that news that came out, you can see how much that affected the market. So that does mean that we do have participants that are offsides, both long and short right now. So that will mean that we will have a lot of volatility after the Apple, Amazon, and Meta earnings come out after the bell today.
Good stuff. Yeah, those definitely markets will definitely be paying attention. We are seeing us grinding higher a little bit here in the ES, NASDAQ as well. How do we trade this, John? Do we look for a pullback or what? Oh, yeah, what are we at delta-wise?
Negative 8,100 right now.
That's in the S&Ps, right?
Yeah.
I have a read on the NQ's negative 2,000.
Mm-hmm.
-2. It's all right. 109.
Yeah, I'm seeing negative 1,400 in the NASDAQ. There's just a little, probably a time differential.
We have different session starts.
Right.
Yes, we do.
But
yes,
yeah, definitely
right, so
we're seeing that delta divergence right now where, delta was sinking, on that last slam that we had there right after 130 when the news was negated. I mean, a lot of players were letting go of their long positions here. And I think that we had some shorts that are now probably trapped in this market. I was saying that, it doesn't look like that we had any longs trapped. I think that most of the longs got paid. So I'm guessing that if power continues to trend upwards, I think that we might get some more upside squeeze here, because I think more than anything, from what I can tell, we have some pretty aggressive shorting that was happening above 387 3/4. So I do think that there is a good chance that we'll have some shorts being trapped into the close here, but we'll have to see.
That's what I'm thinking, Andre. Well, you'll be on with Rips. He'll keep you abreast of the delta. There could be a nice upside squeeze at the end of the day today.
That would be nice. Be good way for me to make back some of this money. I am down. It's been frustrating. Needless to say, trying to catch these moves and stay in there. Oh, Rips, catch us. How have you been trading today, Rips?
Oh, awesome. I mean, I'm super stoked on it. We had some choppy combine trades on my live stream a little bit, but then we recovered that. We hit about, I want to say 1,800, 2,500 on one of the combines. I traded that when I finished my YouTube stream, traded that with my room, ended up making maximum profit on that. But then on my live account, like I said, close to being up $4,000 on that today. So I really feel like I'm in the pocket. And plus, this is one of those days where I was on a 9-day winning streak. I had my first loss yesterday on FOMC day. I went for a really big trade, basically a 6.5 to 1 risk reward. Ended up getting stopped out on that one, unfortunately. So I took a max loss of $3,000. And then today, coming back, swinging, making about $4,000. Could not feel better about my performance. It really was a testament to see if I'm still in the pocket and reading the markets correctly. So I was at an 87% win rate yesterday, now back on top with a 90% win rate over the last 11 trading sessions.
Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Yes, please make sure we follow Rips. Always the man when he comes to join us. He put in a little extra overtime with us yesterday after FOMC. Now that we've had some time to digest FOMC, you got any thoughts on what we're thinking as far as rate cuts go and things like that?
Yeah, so I mean, the path forward is still kind of dubious. Basically, Jerome Powell said a whole lot of nothing, but I think most analysts are flocking towards the higher for longer trend. And I think that the only surprise would be if we had a rate cut in March right now. Even the ECB, so not the ECB, sorry, the Bank of England, the BOE had their rate decision today. What was very interesting about that was the fact that we had 2 dissenters that were calling for a rate hike, 1 dissenter that called for a rate drop, and then 6 people who was the majority who called for the rates to be paused where they were. But I didn't expect to see 2 dissenters calling for rate hikes. So I think that kind of threw a wrench in things. And I think that's why, paired with the potential, the strikes that we had, the Syria and Iraqi strikes potentially that we're calling for on the morning open today, all of that stuff brought in a lot of sell side. But like I said, we saw a lot of that being absorbed. So I think that there is a bit of tug of war between market participants right now. And I think that the path forward is a little bit dubious, which is why I want to see what happens with the earnings after the bell today with those players in the Mag 7, Apple, Amazon, and Meta, because I think that's going to shed a lot of light on the path forward. Specifically, Apple and Amazon, they do have consumer arms of their company. Also, we have cloud computing in Amazon, which is going to be important to what we saw out of Google and Microsoft. So all of this kind of painting the final picture will lead into, I think, a very explosive reaction tomorrow. But I think next week is going to be a much more clean trade. We do have some data releases coming out next week, and I think it's just going to present a cleaner opportunity. So if you're very frustrated in this market right now, you're not alone. There's a lot of frustrated traders today. It's very back and forth. You have to be, it's not a leave it on for a trend day type of trade unless you caught the bottom today. It's a see profit, take profit, read the tape, see when there's exhaustion, see when people are done selling or done buying, and take that profit. It's not a day where you're leaving this on and hoping for a trend. I think we may see that tomorrow.
I think you're right. Yes, I think you're right. John, what are your thoughts about post FOMC moving forward here? Big day tomorrow.
Tomorrow morning, I'm going whole hog on the opening range trade.
Rips, we started creating a monster with that.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you throw some barbecue sauce on that, I'll be ribs.
There you go. It's been so long. It's due, man.
Have you entertained any of in your latest trades? Have you been tooling down the time frame at all and been attempting any of those trades lately?
Yeah, I've got the 5-minute chart up here now, and it's really kind of what kept me in that long. I spent a lot of time with it against me just a little bit. There were some bids down below that would seem to be supporting price, but just looking at the 5-minute chart, I was long like right here. I think it was 49.02, something like that. And so it just kind of hung here for 15, 20, 30 minutes. But I was just kind of looking at the 5-minute, looking at that as a potential bull flag. And finally, when it kind of broke out of that bull flag, that's when I got my opportunity to take a profit here. And I was looking for value high from yesterday, which is really kind of up here, 26 about. But I did not try and wait for that. It gave me $600. I was happy with it. 650, I think, is what I got on it. Yeah, I mean, it was just it just broke. It took out the high of the initial balance. It was holding above it, and this was one of the questions that we just had in group coaching. Is if you're looking for a market that's going to leave single TPOs and it breaks out right at 5 minutes after the hour, you've got a long time to wait before you're going to find out if you're actually going to leave this little fair value gap or the single TPOs, before you're going to find out if it's going to play out. So this low volume node was something I was interested in, was seeing it hold, which would have closed the single TPOs. And I call these volume shoulders, from high volume node to low volume node.
I call them shelves myself, so we're in line with that one.
Against this low 49.02, I'll get in around the kind of the volume shoulder here, which is we're pretty much right where I was in. I think it was 49.02, 49.03 in there somewhere. But at least, it held and it gave me a decent profit. So I took it. I mean, I had a bunch of small, tiny little losses. So just too many of them today.
Death by 1,000 cuts, one of those sessions.
Absolutely.
Yeah, one of those. I'm waiting to see what the market has to offer later on, if we can unravel this negative delta at the end of the day. That could be something good for us.
Absolutely. Well, if one of you gentlemen would be so kind as to pull up a crude oil chart, it is continuing to sell off here. Momentum to the downside.
Wow.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Yep.
Thank you. To
We're actually running into one of my lower levels on this one, Andre. A lower level of 73 spot 96. Below that, we have 72 spot 33. So I'm actually surprised that it is still sending it lower after we negated that headline, really.
Yeah. Well, so what do we make of that?
They're still talking about it. I mean, at 12:41 Central Time, they're saying that Hamas has received a proposal positively, but has not responded yet. There's no ceasefire, but apparently there is a proposal for it. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's old news. I don't know what it is, but just looking.
No, you're spot on that. I have the same news about 30 minutes ago that just came across the wire. So you're spot on.
Financial juice, it says. So, maybe there's going to be a piece for. Hey, if there is, I want to thank everybody that every day prays for peace. Thank you.
That's right.
We hope that this is true, and I will be so happy if we do find peace there.
Yes.
Yeah, that was the downside when I heard that the news wasn't real. It was the market ripping to the downside, giving us a great opportunity to short, but in reality, you feel inside just, oh man, it was such a great headline. You really wish that it was, you really wish that it was working out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, agree. But all we can do is sit here and react to what the markets are doing. It's bit of internal conflict, if you will, sometimes when you see some bad news, but you see the markets are moving, and supposed to capture profit and opportunity because of it. So, it's some things we'll have to work with, and we're still seeing this oil keep selling off, guys. What do we think? 73.96.
Yeah, we're at that level now. Lower level 72.33, which is a ways down from here. But if we consider that the fact is that we have downside pressure right now, we could have a lot of trap longs from these sessions right now have just been holding up and holding up. So there is a potential for an unwind here, especially on news like that. And, if you have people that are rebuying, they unwound their positions a little bit. Now they're rebuying into that. That rejection under VWAP is a huge signal to most traders to just say, all right, forget it. I'm going to find lower prices at some point in this chart. And today's not my day. I'm just going to unwind here. And that can be progressively adding momentum to the downside here. So there is a chance if this level does break, I could see us skittering down lower to the downside here.
Just look like on the daily.
Yeah, what do you got there?
I mean, this is definitely a market state break. If it remains down here, we've been showing higher lows, higher highs, higher lows. We've got lower lows, lower highs.
Yeah, we refused to break out of that 79.70 level. I mean, that was kind of the level that was holding back crude ever since it tested that level in November. So it's been some time since we've been up towards that level. And again, a third rejection at that level paired with this news could be the perfect cocktail that could at least send it lower for temporary times here.
I see. Yes, you're right. Yes, okay. Look around here. Okay, take a look at tilt really quick. Yeah, 60% long in crude. They're taking heat right now. 50-50 in ES, 50-50 in NASDAQ as well. So nothing popping there. Are we making any more trades today, guys? What are we looking for in terms of setups?
Well, for me, go ahead, Hoag.
No, please, go ahead.
I was just going to say, for me, I'm going to get back into the 15-minute chart over here. Expand this out here. So for me, I missed that breakout of 387 3/4. I'm certainly not going to touch my live account, especially here on the stream, as there's so much going on. I'm in between reading chat and obviously partaking in the conversation here. So I'm probably going to put the kibosh on my live account for the day. I'm very happy with the recovery day, so to speak, on that one. But if I was to trade, I could find probably a trade in one of my combines here, potentially looking for a retest of this 433.5 to the upside here. If we have a nice rejection here, we could roll over. But like Hoag was agreeing, I do think that there is a chance that we have more shorts than longs that are trapped right now. And with the way that the delta is showing that, it does agree with that sentiment. And I do think that there is a potential that we can rip and rally to the top side. What are you seeing over there, Hoag?
I'm thinking the same thing. I mean, I'm probably not going to be doing anything until after. I would probably be waiting till after 2:30 to see if we get a nice upside rip. A nice upside rib. Because that negative delta and price has been moving higher, delta has been remaining pretty negative. So I'm of the thought that we've probably got some shorts in here that are being squeezed, and if they get that squeeze at the end of the day, that could be a nice quick pop for 5 or 10 points, maybe even more. Who knows? Depends on how short they really are.
Question.
Yeah.
Hoag.
Go ahead.
Question, Hoag, please share, where are you seeing your delta info?
Okay. So I see delta on this, which is the T4 platform right here. It's probably pretty hard to see here, but it's negative 8,600 right now. There's also the possibility that you can see them on the Tradeovate platform. Here's the 30. There's minus 8,600 right there. You have to kind of anchor it at 8 o'clock for it to show accurately, and this is showing accurately. It's negative 8,600. Got this one starting at 8 a.m. Then you can show the value over here on the right, and then just save it. And you save that, and it's still, it's here, and I can just look down and see this number. Look at the divergence. Price has been moving higher. Delta remains negative. That's a divergence that might be telling us that not only that there may be some shorter time frame day trader, P shooter, weaker hands shorts, that maybe, quite possibly, that this market is being supported by longer time frame buyers. Because that's who's selling it to those longer time frame buyers is the shorter time frame P shooters like me. So there you can see it on your Tradeovate. Now, different platforms have different ways. Not all platforms have Delta. Topstep X, we are working on adding Delta to that. So that should be one of the things that you'll be able to see if you're going to be using Topstep X.
Really quick, Hoag, just coming across the wire now, news out from Hamas. They are saying that they cannot say that negotiations are at 0, but they also cannot say that negotiations are at 100. They will say neither way, but I think that the market is reacting positively on that. So they're basically saying we can neither confirm nor deny things at this point. So that's the latest coming across the wire here.
Okay.
Interesting. Yeah. So nothing's official yet.
That's pretty much it, but there is official word out now.
Gotcha.
At
Okay.
least there's the possibility of something.
Right, exactly. Yes.
Getting closer. Oil continues to see a sell-off. Yes. So equities not really reacting too much to it, but stay tuned. It could be a wild day. It's been a wild week. Rips, you called this the Super Bowl of trading this week, and I think it's pretty much lived up to that billing. Would you agree?
I would, and I'm especially excited to see what happens with the reaction with Apple, Amazon, and Meta after the bell today. Meta had a really nice run up to earnings off the opening print today, as well as Microsoft. Apple, however, just skittered to the downside, which was really interesting to see. But Apple has since recovered those gains. I would like to see Apple reaching into 187 by the close here. So we'll have to see whether or not that happens. This is the kind of thing that if you're trading, I don't think you're going to be able to trade this on Topstep because you have to have all positions closed by 4:10 Eastern time. But if you're trading this in your own money account, just be extremely careful, because if you've been paying attention to any of the other earnings prints this week, it can be extremely volatile, a lot of shakeouts and fakeouts. I do think that the best trade, the most docile trade where you can have the most information from the market is going to happen tomorrow, where we have the afterglow of these prints. And again, if we have confluence across the board, if we have good earnings out of out of Apple and Amazon, there's a really good chance that the market could react positively, and we'll have a nice Friday movement in confluence with the rest of the market, which is something that we've been lacking on a lot of these opens. So we'll have to see that changes the pace in tomorrow's trade.
Yep. Still seeing more sellers here in oil. New lows, 73, 78, 82s. Yep. Still ticking down here. So the sellers are still in control. Boy, I haven't seen a move like this in crude in a while. It's like I said, it's a news-driven market. Tough to stay long or short and marry your position, because anytime a headline enters, things can shake it up. And before you know it, we're seeing $2 down in 3 minutes. So good luck to all the oil traders out there. Dolby, D, all you guys, good luck.
The part that makes it, of course, increasingly difficult is that you can get telephone talk when you have a lot of this news that's coming across the wires here. And, it's coming across all of these different news services. Bloomberg has a wire, AP has a wire, all of these big, news organizations. It can hit this stuff, and then you can have conflicting reports, especially which is basically what we saw this morning, where we had one headline saying one thing and then them saying, that's not exactly true. And when you're dealing with this type of stuff, if you're trading with a generic stop in place, it doesn't really respect the market structure. And instead, it's respecting the content of the news that's coming out. And there's like right now, we just had a huge flush in the NQ, 10-handle flush rate from 400s to the 390s instantly like that. And that's the type of thing that if you're running a 10-handle stop, that can get tagged out right away. So it doesn't respect the market structure so much as it respects what's coming across the wire in the moment.
What are you thinking about unemployment tomorrow?
Good question.
Hold on, just hearing some more chatter coming across the squawks right now. And this is what I'm talking about, is that there's so many different people that are reporting on so many different things right now. So, and we have a lot of potential conflict going on. And it can be very dangerous to trade this type of stuff. And that's why I say, waiting for the afterglow is usually the best thing. So tomorrow's trade, I think, is going to be a lot easier to manage.
Okay, here's some more. What are the headlines here, Rip? Sorry, keep us abreast on what you're seeing coming out.
Yeah, the latest one, like I said, was basically that they can neither confirm nor deny things. So I think it's kind of in the middle. And again, I think that we'll probably have some resolve on that headline probably sometime, maybe even in Power Hour. But, this can be something where we don't get a resolution on that timeline until, maybe even next week. So again, sets up for a very dangerous precedent. If you're trading, it's not so much respecting market structure as it is just waiting for that next headline to hit.
Speaking of Power Hour, you will be joining Dolby and myself for a fun-filled hour. Like we said, we have a good time, but we take the trading seriously. It's not until half hour. Never know what's going to happen. We are going to see. The chat's always wild. Okay, here we go. Heads moving in a bunch of different directions right now. What are we thinking, guys? Talk to me. Looks like the market's going to be moving sideways, and I got no trade ideas. I'm down 775 for the day. Looking to make my money back. I'm just not sure how I'm going to do it.
That's always, in my opinion. Yeah, yeah. You just pulled pork all the way. We just have to wait for Dolby for that one.
Yes, we do. I know Dolby's been in the chat today. We got to find out how he traded oil today. So what else we got? Yeah, let's take a look at crude here. Still selling off. Next level to the downside. 72.33 was Rips' level. He's been very spot on with his crude oil levels. Where do you get your levels from, if you don't mind telling us there, Rips?
It's a formula that I created over the years, and it factors in a lot of large positioning. So we're looking where big institutions are hedging their bets or placing large bets in the market. And usually that's where most of the liquidity wants to go to. So it's been a reliable proprietary formula that I've used over the years, and these levels are amazing. They work.
Well, thank you for sharing.
Bones and tea leaves.
Pretty much. They've been
That's
hitting,
what I use.
They've been hitting quite nicely. And I thank you for sharing. I know it's proprietary, but yes, I appreciate it.
Yeah, we are. I mean, what's interesting about this roll right now in crude is that we did breach below that 73.96 level. And it is kind of, it's not flushing super hard anymore. And I think that market participants are, of course, waiting for that next potential headline. But that's the thing, is that if you're in this trade, there was a lot of folks who kind of refreshed their longs as we came close to that channel, but we didn't quite make it down. So again, it's going to be really interesting to see whether or not that makes sense, whether or not those traders are going to stick around for that trade through the end of the day there.
Absolutely. All right. So talk to us about your trading the last, 10 days? You've been doing quite well. I know you had a tough day. Was it yesterday? But on the whole, you've been able to, keep the account positive. So talk to us about account management and how you are able to, you took one on the chin yesterday, but you're still keeping your head up and you made it back today. What's your mindset? Did you use a shot clock? What did you do?
Yeah, so yesterday was a very interesting trade for me. I had what I thought was a trade that was completely dead to rights. By the way, crude is now really rolling down through this level here. So I think we're going to have some sell side pressure increasing. But yeah, yesterday's trade was an area in the market where I went back and I looked at that trade specifically. And one thing I always do when I journal is I always ask myself, would I take that exact same trade again if I had the opportunity? If the answer is yes, there's no room for improvement. If the answer is no, I look for ways to improve my process and then bring that into the next trades that I'm taking. In this case, I looked at it. The only real adjustment I could have made was sizing down a little bit, right? I ended up sizing a little bit too heavily. I think I took about 9 lots and I ended up taking up too much heat. I slammed into the lows of this range where we had a bounce. I took the bounce. I was in at the top. And then when it started to roll, I wanted to make sure I had contracts in for that roll. It popped right up. It stopped me out by, I want to say, if I would have been able to take 3 more handles of heat, that's as high as it went. And then it rolled down. Had I had the trade on, it would have made for a $20,000 profit. So it was about the 6.5-1 risk to reward there on that one. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. That's trading. It's going to happen from time to time. But outside of that, I've been really focused on that account, really trying to, anytime that I'm looking at an area of the market where we have a very high percentage of a very just solid trade, right? So my setups are going to be looking at key areas. I look at the clubhouse levels that I use every single day. I'm looking at those levels. I'm looking for confluence across the board. When there's a nice, easy layup of a trade, those are the ones I'm usually going for. And if I'm looking at my stats here, just wanted to pull these up on my screen.
Please do.
While we're up here. So if I'm looking at my stats, over the last 11 trading sessions, I've taken 210 trades. There's been 187 winners and 23 losing trades. So that's an 89.05% win percentage on that. But it's been troublesome to, really kind of go gung-ho into any of these trades. I'm trying to keep it light and tight. I'm not trying to commit to any type of home run style of trading. I'm instead focused on base hit after base hit. And my average ends up being around $2,000 per day by trading like that. I'm not looking for home runs. I was with Hungry Highs yesterday, given that we had the FOMC on the slate. So I was looking for a very nice trade on that. Again, I always review my trades and say, would I take the same setup? I would take that exact same trade, and the only modification I would have made was sizing just down ever so slightly. But the trade idea was great. I posted it on my Twitter account where you can see the actual the executions on the trade, and then where I got stopped out, and then the subsequent rollover where I was short into that move, but I missed the entire move. And yeah, it's going to happen. I'm still happy that today we made it happen on the trades that I took. I think I took probably about 4 or 5 trades today, and I didn't lose a single one. So back 100% winners on those trades today, and just really picking and choosing those spots in the market where I'm waiting for the market to set up for me. I'm letting the price come to me and then executing when that price comes to me.
That's how you get back on the saddle, man. This bucking Bronco, you nailed it. Good on you. Not letting one day roll into the next. For those that may not, I know I ask you this every time. For those that might be new to you, Rips, can you tell us about the shot clock that I did mention earlier? I know I ask you every time, but
I love it.
Please let them know.
Absolutely. So we all have our phone that's either in our pocket, on our desk. And if you're ever in a trade, so there's a couple different things, right? Shot clock addresses a couple different things. It addresses over trading, hyper scalping, and it addresses tilt in 2 different ways. So whenever you exit a trade, you pull out your phone, you put on the timer, you put it on for 5 minutes. Until that timer is up, you're not allowed to re-enter a trade. You're not allowed to take any trades whatsoever. So what this does for people who are over trading or hyper scalping, it teaches you to say that if I'm going to exit this trade, am I sure that I want to exit here? It'll help you get more profits in a trade. You always should be trading with stops. So you should never be, letting that trade run against you, moving your stop down, and then getting stopped out for a huge loss. But what it's going to do is it's going to teach you that patience to say, well, if I get out of this trade now, I have to start my shot clock, and there's a good chance that I might miss a move. So I want to hold out to see if I can get a bigger piece of this move. The other thing it's going to do is it's going to stop you from hyper scalping in that sense. It's also going to prevent you from tilting. Most people, newer traders specifically, will end up on tilt because they're taking a rapid succession of trades. They're long at one point, now they're going short, now they're back long, now they're back short again. They're chasing price around. That can be a detrimental thing. And you want to avoid that by using a shot clock. The shot clock will allow you to take a breather, take 5 minutes off. When the timer's up, it doesn't mean that you're jumping into a trade right away. What it does mean is that you're okay to trade now. And usually most people are going to cool off after that.
Absolutely. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you for that. That's the shot clock. Here's a poll question we just put up. Do you listen to any Squawk streams for new input while trading? I know Rips does, and Financial Juice for us.
Yeah,
John, what else do we use?
Financial
Juice. What else do we use?
Do that. I keep like Financial Juice up, and that that's pretty quick. I mean, Rips is getting it firsthand, but I don't know if I could do that. If I could sit there with people talking in my ear and a bunch of different people, my brain doesn't work that way.
Yeah, I picked up that style from when we were in a very large news-driven cycle where we weren't really looking at earning events in the morning where we had data coming out suggesting what the Fed's going to do. And we had a lot more news-driven trades at the time. I think the cycle was probably about 2016 to basically 2019 before COVID. Even during COVID, it was really good to be focused on squawks, but it's an acquired taste. It's not for everyone. And what works for me may never work for you. It's one of those things that you want to get in where you fit in, so to speak. Trading is one of those beautiful things that there is no one right way to trade. If you find something specifically that's working for you, lean into that. And for me, I know it's crazy, but I love being up to date with that stuff. I love knowing when there's breaking news. And I subscribe to almost every squawk that you possibly can out there so that I can get the latest breaking news. And sometimes you'll have them talking over each other, but it's something that you just get used to, and anybody who's ever traded at a professional desk, there's a lot of squawks. There's people that are using those squawks for getting breaking news because it does really matter for people that are mad, PMs or whatever.
Rips, do you find that sometimes when some news comes out, it kind of puts you in a bad position?
Well, I learned that early on. If you're late to react to news, or if you're early to react on news, or you can't really comprehend the news, if you don't really understand what is the meaning of that headline in the sense of how is it going to change whatever you're looking at, right? If there's a headline on Apple, is it meant to affect it negatively or positively? I'd say that the one biggest leak that I had with my trading the news was basically getting into trades too late, because I would hear a squawk and then I wouldn't see a reaction on the ticker that I was watching or whatever it was when I was trading equities. And then the reaction would happen, and then I'd probably FOMO into the trade, not realizing that, oh, wait, retail is not getting these squawks as quickly as I am, even though I am a retail trader. Most retail traders are not listening to squawks. And I'd have an edge by just basically jumping into trades where there wasn't a reaction and hoping that my understanding of what that squawk meant to that ticker was correct. And yeah, it's an acquired thing. It's something where if you practice enough times, you can be profitable with that strategy. We aren't in that cycle so much right now, but you could see how much news affected things today. When we get back into that cycle, when the Fed has kind of quieted things down, we get rates back up to back down to a manageable area. When inflation is closer to 2%, we are going to have a lot of headline trades, and that's where it's really going to shine again.
Yes, to that point though, yes, getting the news early and waiting for retail to for them to see it and hit the headlines, hit the wire, and just sitting there waiting is the longest time ever. Just like today when we saw that
one.
Go on.
Sorry.
Go on.
Rips, if you only had one, which would you choose?
Oh goodness. Perhaps. I mean, if we're looking for a good value, I would probably say Live Squawk or Benzinga's Squawk or TTN. I mean, they're all very, very good. The thing is that there's never one that's consistently first. And that's why I use so many different of the services. There's never one that's consistently first. It's not like there's one squawk that's always delivering the breaking headlines. There's some squawks that are located, like News Squawk is over in the UK. So they're more geared towards across the pond headlines. So when there's BOE news or ECB news, they're great for that versus an American squawk like Benzinga. They don't really care about reporting that stuff. So, it's a loaded question. And that's why I have an amalgam of all these squawks in my ears.
Crazy.
All right, yeah. Seeing some buyers here bouncing off, picking up this trend here. Sorry if I sound distracted, guys. My dog's going absolutely bonkers upstairs, and I do not know why.
Does she want to put on a trade, perhaps?
Maybe, yeah. Hey, let me step up real quick. Figure out what the hell's going on
get
with
her
this
long
dog.
in Petco calls right now. That could probably do a thing or two.
My dog's been acting weird too, Andre. It's been kind of strange. So really, I mean, doesn't it seem like the market is just kind of sitting here waiting for the earnings to come?
Yeah, and that's completely normal. I think on a day like today, that's something that's totally and completely normal where, there's going to be this, we have usually, so, folks will buy calls or puts. It's the run up to earnings. Usually, if you're looking at larger companies, especially the ones that are in the Mag 7, you have to remember, Apple is the number one weight of the S&P 500. It's the number one weight of the NASDAQ 100. So this is a big deal. And usually you're going to have folks that if they're believing in what the company's doing, you're going to have people who are buying calls. What I saw today off the open was we had a measurable amount of folks hammering into puts, essentially. Now, when the dealers are selling these puts to say neutral in their position, to hedge their positions, they're selling the equity. So they're short the equity, but selling you the calls selling you the puts. So they're short puts, short equities. And that's how they stay basically hedged in their positions. So we saw this rundown off the open and then a complete reflex of that trade. So I'm assuming that the calls got so cheap at that point that there's folks that said, even if I have puts, I could take calls at this price and it might make sense to have sort of a little bit of a spread here. And so right now we've been holding these upper ranges. I'd like to see 187 be tagged into the close here. But Apple, big name in earnings. There's a lot of folks that are buying strikes all up and down the range here. And I think that even though the sentiment lately has been a little bit, I would say, bearish on Apple's future, simply because, the lack of impressiveness out of the Vision Pro and the whole fiasco with the watches and that whole lawsuit, I think that the sentiment overall has been pretty bearish. And I think that if we had a surprise upside move, we'd see a lot of offsides, and that could bleed into tomorrow's print.
How are you watching the options stuff?
You can, Thinkorswim is free. I think if you deposit
so you watch it. Okay.
Yeah, you can look at I mean, Thinkorswim is a fantastic platform for options, and it's especially great because it's free. You get a lot of good data tools that are built into that. And yeah, I would highly recommend if anybody's looking for any kind of information on options, and you're not looking to buy like options analytics in who had that one? It's either Sierra Charts or I can't remember. There's another one that has options analytics, and it's very, very expensive. Thinkorswim is free. You know, you can put $1 or $5, maybe $100 in an account, and you never have to trade at all. And you have all of their charting platform for free, which is a great asset compared to a lot of these other programs. They cost a lot of money out there.
Sure. Yeah, that's a good idea. I've been meaning to do that, and I have to do that. I know that there are some websites that kind of focus on, you know, the high open interest strike prices. They're always telling you, you know, this is where the dealers are. This is this, that, the other thing. But you're watching it in real time.
Yeah, and it's you know, it's an invaluable tool if that's part of your trading arsenal, right? If you're worried about on a day like today, even if it's not something that you've been used to doing, you know, you might find that you have a knack for it, so it's worth trying. So download that platform, see if it's your bag. A lot of folks who've never traded options before, even if you're just watching the options chain, it can be extremely valuable to see where at least people are positioning. And with the built-in tools with Thinkorswim, there's a lot of bird's eye view type of viewports that you can go through where you don't really have to understand much of the underlying, but you can still kind of process and say, okay, there's a lot of weight over here at this strike of this call. There's a lot of weight at this strike of this put. And that's going to create, you know, a lot of potential that we might sail up or down 15 points. I don't think that that's what it is for Apple today. I want to see what the plus or minus is actually on Apple for their earnings. I would assume that it's probably somewhat low.
We had, I know that Anne Marie has
plus or minus $6.50 is what we're looking for.
Okay, $6.50.
Yeah, so Apple's either going to
go ahead.
I was just going to say Apple's either going to go up or down $6.50 according to what the analysts and the options chain is basically saying.
The experts.
So are they all coming out at the exact same time, or is it staggered times? I haven't looked at the actual schedule for the earnings releases.
I haven't looked at the schedule either, but usually, I mean, we have Apple, Amazon, Meta. One of those is probably going to be within the first 5 minutes. Apple has reported, I think their latest is like an hour after the close, or maybe even a half hour. Tesla was a surprise to me because Tesla is usually about 30 minutes after the close, and they reported almost immediately last time.
So, all right, we're seeing some new buyers here in the S&Ps, getting up to the high of the day, 49.19 half. We're trading 17s right now, not too far from 19 halves. NASDAQ can see new highs on the day as well. I guess the trend is to the upside by the dip.
We're whittling away at that negative delta here.
What are we at now? What are we at?
Minus 6,200. Still there. Okay. I mean, but it's whittled away a little bit as we continue to push higher here. We're squeezing shorts. That's what
NQ just made new highs. S&P is lagging behind that. We need S&P over 49.20, I believe, is high a day, if I'm not mistaken.
19 half.
Yep, you're right. Sorry, 19 half.
Not too far. 19 half. Yep.
Yeah, the upside level we're looking for, sorry to interrupt, the upside level in the NQ that we're looking for is 433.5. And like I said, Apple, I'm looking for this to run up through 187 in power hour, and we're starting to put up a run up to 186.5 here in Apple.
Okay, yeah, here come the buyers. So much for that. Yeah, unbelievable. Man, John, we were long, we were right, and just got stopped out. It's happened before. Yep. It's going to happen again. It's going to happen again. I'll tell you what.
Well, I got out of it because I had to do the shoulder tap. Got to focus on that.
Really perking up here. My goodness. We are through 186.5 there in Apple. We're now getting close to tagging that 433.5 there in the NQ. Very, very exciting stuff here.
Here they come.
Seeing anything on Bookmap?
I'm seeing a lot of offers thinning out here to the top side, and I think they're just letting this run due to how strong Apple, the S&Ps, and now we're seeing perk ups here from Amazon as well. Big run up into earnings. I'm surprised it took this long to start to show that, and I'm not hearing any. Hold on. No, not hearing any headlines right now coming out about Middle Eastern conflict. So this is just due to we're seeing a big burst of volume coming in Apple, in NVIDIA, Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, all tuning up here.
I'm seeing some liquidity above here in the S&Ps. We got 300 at 23 and a quarter, to 300 at 24, 266 at 25. I think they're going to unravel all these shorts a little early on us here. It looks like, Andre.
Yes, they are. All this is going to get filled. Wow. Yep.
Yeah, I was expecting this to happen in Power Hour, but yeah, it's John. You and I both saw this. I mean, we saw this coming at the top of the hour here, where we were saying that it doesn't look like any kind of longs are trapped. This looks like a lot of shorts are trapped, and there's a potential for a squeeze to the top side here.
Yeah,
that's what's happening. So you guys think the shorts are fueling this rally?
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah.
Unreal.
I was looking for it to happen after 2:30, but I don't get to choose that.
No, we don't. If we did, we'd be a lot richer. We'd be a lot wealthier then, John.
Right.
Here we go. Oil's bounced off the lows there. See if the sellers can come in here. Take a peek at gold real quick. We haven't given gold any love. What we got here? Gold's pretty much trading sideways. I think it's done for the day. Yeah. Let's keep looking. So actions in the equities right now.
Yeah, we had
those gold traders. Sorry, go ahead. Oh, I was just going to say those gold traders in New York had it nice. They were done trading at 1:30. They were like grain traders. They could just go out and party after that. It settles at 12:30 Central Time. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, if we flip over my screen here, that 433.5 level here was the level we were tracking. We tickled just above 430s here, and we had a very harsh rejection. Big pullback, basically from 430, 20 handles down back to 410. No news on that reaction, just pure price action, which again adds to the validity of what we were saying at the top of the call here. This is not a trending market where you can trust it, because trailing your stops is a good strategy. Trailing your stops behind, there's a good chance you're going to get taken out a lot of this, and then you get the FOMO because you want to chase these moves. So again, just proceed with caution. You have to know that this is a market that can reverse very, very quickly, even when we're squeezing like this, if only to reverse, collect more liquidity, and send it right back up to the top side here.
Well said. Well said. Yes. Wow, these buyers, Johnny. Okay. RIPS. Your levels are amazing, says Brenda. Yes, they are.
Oh, thank you, Brenda. I really appreciate that.
Yes,
somebody also asked, do you look at put call ratios as well? Yeah, looking at the options chain is going to give you a lot of important data about where sometimes you're going to have people who are bets for earnings, but a lot of the time you're using options as an institutional hedge. So you're seeing, when you see unusual options activity, it's usually hedging for the most part. It's kind of a misnomer out there, unusual options activity. You don't know what the position is for that fund that's making that large options play. And so when you're seeing somebody buy huge calls out of the money, people think, oh, they're making a bet that this stock is going to go up. That's not necessarily true. They could be hedging a huge short position that they have on, and that could represent 10% of the notional value. And even though it looks like a huge, large bet, it's just a hedge. So, unusual options activity can be beneficial sometimes, but you want to look at more as a positioning ratio versus, oh, somebody's betting that the stock is going to go up or down.
For sure. Hey, we got 2,200 people watching. Let's get those likes up if you guys don't mind. A friendly reminder to get those likes up. We appreciate it. Everyone, thanks for watching. All the bell to bellers, by all means. I hope you hang out for power hours. Dolby, RIPS, and myself here in about 6 minutes. I'll keep the party going here. But yeah, the buyers are in control. I don't see why why this is going to stop unless some new information hits the market. John, what's the new information that hit the market today? Why do we think RIPS, any idea why we sold off around, in the equities around 9:30 Central Time, 10:30 Eastern Time? Anything?
Yeah. So I thought that was an original liquidity draw. We were tracking that level in the NQ right above 351. There was a lot of stops being popped. So I think there was just a big liquidity draw, and we didn't have enough liquidity for continuation. So we had to draw back down towards basically the Globex low here. And we drew liquidity down there. And I think that's what gave us enough fuel to get back above there. And then paired with the news that we had today, that's what gave us that nice continuation to the top side there.
Okay, yes. Sure enough, we're buying. All right, Johnny, I think you got a couple more minutes. So seeing how we're going to close this out. It's been a long day. It's been a hell of a week. What do you think, John?
I think it's February 1st.
Yeah.
I made it.
all day long.
A whole month. No alcohol. I think it's Thursday.
Oh, my goodness.
What do we got? What do we think?
I think it's Thursday. I'm not yet. I'll wait till till later. Probably just have a glass of wine with my wife, and that'll be it.
Very good. Much
But
deserved.
made it.
$1,000 richer.
Made it. Yep.
Good job. All right, Rip. So we got this
Rips,
power
we
hour
were
coming up. We have to get along.
We were at the Bulls game, and one of the traders that we know, I told him about, I was doing dry January. He was like, "Why?" I said, "Just to do it."
Yeah.
He said, so told him Patak was going to give me $1,000 if I made it. He looks at me and he says, "I'll give you $1,100 to do a shot with me right now."
such a trader thing right there.
I was like, "Nah, I got to do this for me. I got to do just doing it for me."
All right, we got these buyers. Rips, you gonna sit on that? Hope you got some more bullets in the chamber there for power hour. But I understand if you're gonna sit on that P&L for the day, I gotta get myself out of this hole.
Like I said earlier, I'm certainly going to put the kibosh on all of my live trading today for the live account, at least. The only thing I'd be keen on trading for power hour with you folks would be, that's it. I'm not looking to, my mental capital is spent. I had a good read on the market after the open kind of displaced everybody there, and we had clearly defined levels. So that's what I was using to help guide me through these trades. That really spent my mental capital. So I'd feel very irresponsible to trade my live account any further today.
Oh, that's smart. Discipline, yes. Yeah, it's been a hell of a day. If you were able to make money today, boy, sit on that sucker. That's well done. Like I said, we got Dolby, myself, and Rips coming up here at Power Hour. A couple more minutes. John, I think you're going to be on tomorrow to take a sneak peek here. What we got for? Oh, shoot. Fast markets. Andre, MP, Hogan, Rips. How about it, dude? Us three and MP. All right, dude. That's a golfing foursome right there. Awesome.
Going whole hog.
Yeah. Pulled pork, man. Pulled pork for sure. Dude, a whole lot of rips this week, dude. Thanks for joining us. I know the people love having you on. Your wisdom, your knowledge, your breakdown of anything from treasury borrowing needs to FOMC press conferences. Like, man, you got it all. Where'd you, you don't mind me asking, where were you educated? How'd you learn about all this stuff? You obviously know all your shit, dude.
Time and experience in the market. Plus, I had two really great mentors. Both of them worked at two of the four large big banks, and that was where I got a lot of insight into what I talk about. Also, I had a house in a nice community where there was a lot of market makers that had properties there. There's a lot of quants that I would have them over at basically for after parties at my house, get them all liquored up and have them tell me all their secrets.
That is very, very well done, man. Very well done. Thank you for that transparency. All right. Yeah, John, you know how that goes, man. It's kind of like the pro trade here. You get them all liquored up, you get all the secrets. That's definitely a technique I've used. Yep. That's how I kind of got in this industry myself. My neighbor was a trader, and I want to be part of it.
You can be in a fist fight with a guy during the day and then go have drinks with him after work.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, John. Well, thanks for joining us. I think we're going to see you again tomorrow. You want to leave us any words of wisdom? I know you just did your dad's wisdom in group coaching. But yeah, any parting words before we take off here?
Yeah. Another one of my dad's wisdoms was everything in moderation. And that's what I'm going to use tonight.
I like that. Well, very well done. Much deserved, dude. Everyone's so happy for you. The Bulls game, I know there could be some temptation there, especially a guy offering you $1,100 versus the $1,000 from Patak. But yeah, man, good on you, dude. Yes, Power Hour coming up here in just 4 minutes. That being said, we're going to take a quick time out and come back for the Power Hour. Yeah, thanks, everyone. And welcome back to Power Hour. You know what it is. It's your favorite trio doing the final hour of the trading day. We got Rips in the middle, Dolby with the hoodie on, myself. Let's get this, boys. I know the people came to tune in to watch us chop it up and hopefully make some tickies today. Dolby, welcome. How's it going? Crude has been crazy today, so tell us how that's gone.
Dude, I need a cigarette, and I don't even smoke, man. That crude was absolutely insane today. I know D and I have really been pushing crude oil as a fun and exciting market to trade, and boy, all you new crude traders, did you get your wish? Volatility central, geopolitical news, fake and or real tweets, who knows? Anything can move crude oil these days. Absolutely insane. I had a whirlwind of a session in my personal account. Made some decisions not too proud of, but thankfully the last decision I made was the right one, and I ended up catching four micros MCL at around the very, very bottom, and use that to essentially resuscitate my day and go from negative 200 to plus 60. Would not recommend it. Definitely got away with one today, and gonna have to hit the books tomorrow or later tonight to try to see what the hell happened, but went straight aggro mode for a little bit trying to catch crude, but eventually got at the very, very end. But I'm actually looking forward to NASDAQ now. That takes a lot. It takes a lot to get me to look forward to trading NASDAQ, but here we are. So I'm looking to fire off some trades, man. I feel invincible already. I can pull that off. Yeah, no, it's like the famous last words, but
that's the best headspace to trade in, by the way. When you're feeling euphoric and invincible, just slam it all the way and just throw caution to the wind.
Yeah, that might be what we have.
Speaking of slamming it, I am long one lot here with an average of 433 and a quarter, and by golly, we're screaming. My goodness gracious. We did kind of meander above our level 433 and a half, so I went long there, 433 quarters. And now we're looking for this move to the top side, potentially tagging 468 and 3/4, which is some liquidity that was basically interacted with yesterday, the overhead supply. So we're looking to see whether or not that we're going to get up top into that level there.
Yes, we are starting to see some liquidity here in the S&Ps. A couple 100 lot, 200 lot, 200 lot, 200 lot from 27.5 all the way through 28 even. See if those get filled. Obviously, in the ES, liquidity likes to get filled. Rips, you are long from what again? Sorry.
433 quarters. I'm long from 433 quarters in the NAS. We have a nice strong level there, 433 and a half. We had a nice little scoop low right beneath it, retested, and then we went. So I had to take it long and strong there. And like I say, Dolby, when you start in the NAS crack, you can't go back. So I want to see you hot and heavy in this NAS crack today, buddy.
Oh, I'm going to be. But I'm looking for a 1 minute little range that I can trade. So it's still just going up very, very fast right now. It will eventually consolidate in the 1 minute. I'll hop into a trader and I can find one. But,
and what's your starter size going to be there? How many lots are you thinking for a starter?
3.
Another one. I don't think so.
Another one. 5?
Well, 4. DJ Khaled, what do you think?
Another one.
Okay. I don't know. 4 might be a little bit light there.
I don't think so. I might have to go to Micros and do a mini pulled pork sandwich. I don't know if they even sell those. Is that a slider? Is that what we're calling them?
You're going long a slider.
The chat wants 15.
Oh, goodness. DJ Dolby in the mix again. Power Hour. How does he do it every time?
Oh, I don't know. I'm barely, I'm happy to be alive after crude oil today. I'm just happy to be alive, man. That was
just got an update from Hoag that Delta and ES is now 0 or neutral. So Delta's even now. That could have been the short squeeze. That's the move to the upside. They finally found their pain point, and the shorts have gotten out. Is that how you would read something like that, Rips?
100%. Yeah, Hoag is spot on with that read there. And I'm seeing something similar here. The NQ has relaxed to only negative 1,000 Delta here as well. I'm actually going to move my stop up just a little bit there. But yeah, Delta has moved down. So we're only down and we're negative 1,000 Delta from the reset of Globex there. So there's a good chance that the squeeze may subside. If we do get a retest of this 433 half level, there's a good chance that we could bounce. We do have overhead supply that we're looking at all the way up there at 468 and 3/4. So this could be the length of the squeeze. My eyes are on Apple because we have Apple earnings after the bell here. We do generally see a run up to earnings in Apple. So whether or not that comes to fruition will be seen here in the final hour of trade. We do only have about 53 minutes left in regular trading hours today.
Yes, we do.
All right, I'm gonna stack a series of 3 micro longs. And,
Okay, here we go. Dolby's in.
Yeah. We're just going to stack them. Just buy them on the way down and see how this plays out.
Yeah, we did
Honestly,
get a pullback here to around 433 halves, so I want to see if we base out at all down here. It's a good chance that could have been the pop and the squeeze there to kind of kick off power hour. We are barreling straight back to the downside here, so I don't know if Dolby called the top out here. If did you actually go long in that one, right where you are there?
Yeah, I'm averaging down 3 micros every 5 spaces a piece. So now we're going to be long 15 micros.
Okay.
At where are we at? Hold on. At 33 evens, we're long 15.
All right. We're going to see if we can actually hold the line here at these 430s. If we can, I'm adding a second lot here. Why not? Adding a second lot since we re-interacted with that 433 halves. If we get back over this 437.5, would potentially see this careening back up to the top side and potentially squeezing some early shorts that are piling into this move. So we'll have to see if this plays out and shakes out here. We're currently perking up, but we need to see this pop of resistance through the 440s here.
Yeah, this is the pulled pork slider. This is what I'm doing right now.
Well, that is the technical term, right? I believe. According to Boardman.
I think we are getting that updated, actually. Yeah. I mean, actually, it worked out. It's not too bad. Nice little support became resistance, or resistance became support area. I got some moving averages hanging out over there. So the momentum's been good off the bat so far. Risk is really tight, only risking $200 on this. So pretty good. Make 1.5 E-minis. But I've just opened up this chart, so I'm really jumping in.
Rips, you just touched on it. When you see like a squeeze like that, and you see like a delta go essentially to flat or neutral, and you see the pop, that could leave some room to the downside. Is what you were thinking?
Yeah, it's kind of taking the air out of a balloon. It's kind of taking the air out of the balloon because the delta is showing us when the market's trending up, how many people are left in the short side of the trade per se. I mean, it's not exact science, but you can say that when the delta is super heavy to the downside and negative delta, on the move to the upside, there's a lot of shorts that are left behind. And a lot of the time they either have to hit a market order or they're going to go bid to cover. And you can see that on the tape if they're going bid to cover and chunking up bids to the top side. It is generally what we've been seeing on this latest squeeze of the NQ. But now that all the air has been left out, so to speak, we do have to see whether or not these levels are going to hold. There is a good chance that we can roll down a little bit here and refresh to the downside. If so, I mean, we could give back that whole move in the NASDAQ here all the way down to 387 3/4 here. So it really kind of show its hand here over the next couple minutes. Again, all eyes here are on Apple. Apple is currently auctioning around 186.5 here. I would like to see this thing up into 187 because I think that we're probably going to see people barreling into calls if we start to see 187 starting to print. So that's what I'm watching out for here.
Out on those for 200. 201. That was quick. Man, that just rolled right over. All right, we gotta wait for a range to happen.
Yeah, big roll over here back into potentially 400s here. Big deep roll. Big auction back to the downside here. So we will have to see whether or not this holds. If it gets a retest of those 433s and we start to see Apple kind of bouncing it into these EMAs, right now it's interacting with the 9 EMA. If it does bounce there is a good chance that we could hold and potentially get this careening up to the north side for that power hour trade.
Yeah, okay. We got warmed up. Time to switch to minis.
That was all it took,
I
right?
love it. From micros to minis. I love it.
Yeah, we're ready.
Toby's ready to get after it. It's so good.
I like your style there. I like it so much.
Yeah, risk on.
Pull back.
Chad is like, how does Dolby enter into NASDAQ and immediately calls a top with a long? Like, I don't know, chat. I don't know how I do it. It's my superpower.
It's an uncanny ability that you've possessed for these latest power hour trades here.
It's the
amazing.
worst.
Yep. Amazing. All right.
Yeah.
Let's take a peek at crude real quick. No, obviously it's nothing popping over there. I guess it's just us and the equities today, boys.
Oh yeah, crude oil is pretty chill right now after it too also needs a cigarette after what it's pulled off today.
Dude, that sell off today, unbelievable. Just on fake news too. So you think what Al Jazeera's hacked then? Rips, is what you're thinking?
Either that or they had some bunk reporting. It's either way. I would say it's all one and the same. It still achieved the same result where, misinformation goes out, the market reacts to it. We have a withdrawal of that information, and now we're kind of in the halfway house between, well, maybe it wasn't misinformation. Maybe we do actually have some content here. So we'll have to see, again, like I was saying on the last segment, we'll have to see if that kind of unfurls here and gives us any information. I did go back long here, by the way, in the NQ, average of 27 halves here.
Nice. Nice.
Wait, Joe, 27 halves. Yeah, I see what you're seeing. This is the pullback that we talk about, right?
Yeah, pull back and looking for that auction retest above 433 halves. If we do have that and we are kind of holding above that level, could potentially add into this strength, looking for the takeout of 450 to the top side, bringing us to that overhead supply level, 468 3/4.
Okay, all right.
We said that 90 that's you had on there? Oh, yeah, I got it on my chart too.
Hey, W, we made you something.
Oh, you made me?
Oh, God.
What?
You guys are quick back there.
How fast do you guys operate? Holy shit.
You guys are quick, man. I love it.
Oh, my goodness.
Meme department in full force here today.
Production's been on one today. Very well done.
Seriously. That was pretty incredible. Look at this. Bounced right up again. Oh, my God. Is that frustrating?
And trade is working here. We are long from 27 halves, so currently is working, but we really have to see this 33 turn into some nice support. Apple is auctioning up right now, 186.67. So if we see that again, trigger point, I believe, for Apple is going to be above 187 here.
So Apple's the key. What do you got over there with Amazon or Meta? Anything doing over there?
Well, Amazon did just release a headline that they have something coming out with AI and shopping. So I do think that is helping it tool back up to the upside here. We're looking for Amazon to break over 159s. So every single dip that we're seeing right now is being absorbed and bought. But again, like I said earlier, this can change in a jiffy. You have to be very, very careful in this market. We can have a headline come out that could sell this down immediately. So it's kind of, we're just waiting for key levels to kind of hold for us here. If we ratchet above this 33 halves in the NQ, there's a good chance we can hold that as support since we did kind of flash through it, retest. On the 15-minute bar right now, we do have a really just a big doji right now. So we have to see whether or not this 33 halves lever is going to hold here.
Dolby, you switched over to minis, correct, Dolby?
Oh yeah. We got warmed up with the pulled pork slider, so now we're ready for the for a full sandwich.
Love it. Yes. Amazon debuts shopping assistant. Oh, come on. Yeah.
AI shopping assistant here. Everybody needs one of those, right?
Is that what it is? Is that really what it is?
Yeah, I think you just turn the AI loose and it just starts buying things for you, whatever it thinks it needs to be buying.
I think my mom did that when she got drunk and went on eBay. I think it's like
I was gonna say, my dad would say my mom does that just fine. Doesn't need AI for that.
Yeah, I mean, pretty. You don't need AI to go buy shit online, dude. I can do that sober or drunk.
All right, got it.
Oh, Casey wants to know what my strategy is. That's a good, like the one that I write down or the one that I actually execute live, because there's two different things. I like range breaks on the 5-minute, and I've just recently added a VWAP and an EMA just to get myself aligned. But we can pull up a CL chart real quick because this is kind of where I got the system. So if you want to know what like a range looks like, it's just this right here. Just this little range. And you kind of get this little range that just consolidates back and forth. And then ideally what you want to do is short tops, buy longs, or you could flip it vice versa. But if you do that, then you have to be super fast and making sure that you're out of your trade if you don't get that break. But that's the general gist of it. And you can apply this little range thing to pretty much any time frame you want. You go back and look at the 30-minute. And I got so much shit on my charts. Hold on.
Clicking through there. What do you got?
A bunch of garbage. Okay. Yeah, but you can look at the 30-minute too, right? Same thing. Massive range on the 30-minute. You'd been a happy puppy if you were buying longs and shorting tops. Eventually it ended up breaking out of the 30-minute range and shot all the way back down. So that's it. Just a little range strategy. The tricky part there is having the patience to wait for a second setup if you miss the first one, because you will end up chasing if you don't get it. And then the second thing is just making sure that you have the patience to let the strategy play out, because you can sit in trades for quite a while. And really what you're trying to do is wait for the range break out, because that's where most of the value is. So that's all it really is, a really simple formation. You just put your stops above or below, depending on your direction. Just let it play out. Easier said than done, though, especially if you miss it. That's the hard part, is that FOMO, because you have to wait at least, half an hour, 45 minutes for your next setup. So It can be tricky. It can be tricky.
That's the one thing that I really like as an advantage of trading the NASDAQ is that you can have instant opportunities if you're long on a trade and it's starting to barrel against you. You can flip short in that thing and make back, a misstep of that trade. It moves so violently and wild. That's one of the benefits to trading NASDAQ versus trading something like crude or the S&Ps. It does give you multiple opportunities throughout the day.
Yeah, and I'm looking for, I want to apply this more to NASDAQ as well. It's just I have to get used to kind of how it expands ranges a lot wider than crude oil does. But, I made this system when I was in the trading combine. So the whole thing is designed for the trading combine. So you risk very, very little to try to get, 2 to 1, 3 to 1, 4 to 1, because you can kind of get that edge. If it's stuck in a little range, then there's some advantage there. Basically, you're down to a coin flip and just manage risk. But managing risk is the hard part.
Yes, it is.
It is. I know. Oh my God, I got pinged so much in chat. Holy crap. Chat, I miss you. It's been so long.
Dude, they love you, Dolby. They absolutely love you, man. They love you, man.
Where's my journal? My journal is right here. I can barely read any of the handwriting in it. But you just go by the emotions. It's it's extra scribbly. It must have been a bad day.
If you were to define all of your trading today by one emoji, Dolby, what would that be?
Dude, I don't know. Zero. That's a good point, actually. Let's see here. Here's a good one. What is this one? Yeah, this one. 100%. It's in chat. That is my emoji today. Just exhausted. Exhausted emoji.
Dude, it's been a day.
It's kind of looks like they're blowing out a puff of a smoke. But that's what it feels like, man. Very happy I got there today.
You knew that
one
emoji
was
was
extra long day.
It was
RIPS. We got some buyers coming in here in the S&Ps. Take a quick look at tilt. 50-50, nothing popping there, but there might have been the pullback to get long.
Yeah, we are back long here in the NQs, looking for 35s, kind of giving out here. We have 2 lots on, looking for 35s to break over here on the NQ. But there's a lot of liquidity that's coming in on the offer there that we don't have the strength to push on through just yet. So we'll have to see if that kind of comes into fruition here. Right now, just kind of sitting and waiting to see if we have that breakout trade. Right now, it's a flat top breakout potentiality here on this trade. So again, really seeing if those 35s want to give out or not.
Johnny telling me that Delta's still even. Delta's still even here as we trade sideways for the time being.
Yeah, the way that I see it too on my screen on the NQ, we have negative 2,000 Delta, but my Delta resets at 6 p.m. Eastern time.
Okay.
Oh, nice. Jordan has a question. How do you determine stops on a range break strat? Well, there's 2 ways you can do it. You can either do it based off of how big the range is that you're trying to trade. So what's nice about range strategies is that, let's say it's on a 30-minute chart, then you would probably want to use a little bit wider stops than you would, say, a 5-minute range trade, which you can afford to have tighter stops. So I would say it depends on how big of the ranges you're trading. Because if you are trading a 30-minute or 1-hour range, the wick test, up or down from that can be pretty substantial. So maybe your 5-minute stop wouldn't be able to survive that. So you'd want to take on a little bit more risk, but obviously the reward would be a lot better for a larger range trade. So the bigger the range trade, the more value is in it. The smaller the range trade, the less value is in it. So there's a little 1-minute one here, 11:30. That ended up being really, really good. It just takes patience, though. You have to have the patience for it to set up. It's a lot of waiting. It's a lot of waiting for it to get into the trade, for it to play out, and for the breakout. You can have trades that last 45 minutes in crude oil pretty easily.
I'm curious on the temperature of chat out there. How are you folks feeling? Do you think that the NQ is going to make highs on the close here, highs being above 450? Or do you think that we're going to meander back down to the downside, perhaps maybe below 400 here? If we could run a poll in chat, I think that would give us a real nice temperature on what the room is thinking here.
Are you going to use that and make a trade off of that, Rips?
I just may, if I'm feeling frisky enough, I just may.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Return to volume down.
Yeah, we're starting to get a 1-minute range in NQ. I just don't know what side I want to take, though, because we can't really get above this 36 evens, let's say.
Yeah, it's that flat top area right now that's just refusing to break out.
legendary haircut of the 80s.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
I could never rock one, but
amazing, dude.
You're not wrong.
Classic Guile haircut from Street Fighter, right?
Oh, from Street Fighter?
Oh, great song. Great song.
Dude.
That's good stuff.
Probably the best stage song out of there. Oh, here we go. Rips wants to know, NQ, what will it finish? Let's see. I'm going to vote there. I'm curious. As we are rolling over here, just a touch.
We are. Yes, we are.
We're just banging in a 5-point range right now, 30s to 35s or so.
Dre, how was your trading session today? You've been on air for a long time. You were able to play some trades, or is it a little distracting? I think you're muted.
My bad. I was muted. Took a long, got stopped out pretty much the lows of the day and just saw the market rally from there. But yeah, doing the show and all that, it can be distracting, but still no excuses. The idea was right. The entry was wrong. It happens.
I hate it when that happens. It's the worst.
It happens. What are you going to do? But in terms of this, I feel like this is where shorts get in, and then it just gets squeezed and, they pump it higher. Seen this before.
Speaking of pumping higher, Apple is creeping ever so closely to that coveted 187 level. Also, Amazon is running out of steam. We want, like I said, Amazon above 159. We want to see Apple all the way up to 187, and they're just kind of shuffling around here. So we might wait, 6 more minutes now until the bottom of the hour. Might see that liquidity coming into the market here, and that could really start to shake things up. So we're still holding here, kind of going between break even and up about $100-200 here on this position.
Hey, Rips, what did we see on MOC imbalance? What was the number yesterday? It was pretty big, right? Remember?
I mean, not tremendously large. I believe it was somewhere in the nature between 4 and 6 billion to the sell side. But, that's it's up there, but it's not anything tremendous. If we're talking about going into maybe 10 digits, that's where it can get a little bit crazy. But it was up there, maybe 11 digits. I don't know if we're going to ever get up there, but we'll have to see what happens today. Again, I think that we're going to have some late buyers into the options chain of both Apple, Amazon, and potentially Meta as well, but I'm not seeing a lot of activity coming out of Meta here. We're trying for this range breakout again. We are tippy-topping at the flat top here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if we can get looking over this tippy-top of this volume shelf. Do you have any position on there, Dolby?
No. So the question now is, do you take the short? And this is one of the tricky things with range trades is you don't really want to look at the momentum at all. You really just want to focus on structure. And so it's really easy just to be like, oh, well, maybe I do take the short up here, even though it's against momentum, but should you not? I don't know. And it's hard to chase. It's really tempting. This probably would have been a chase for me, but then if you do end up chasing it, it can come right back down again, still stay within range, but your stop is within the range and then you get stopped out. So you have to be cognizant of that. But a really nice entry, if you did the range trade, it would have been 29 evens or about 30. You would have taken very little.
We are perking up to the top side like crazy here in the NQ. I'm currently up about $500 on this trade right now.
Nice.
And we're really cooking right now. Apple is getting ever so close to that coveted 187 number. Let's see if we can hold this Percocito to the top side. We want to see 445 starting to get taken out there. And if that does come up into fruition, we might have a nice little trade on here. Anybody else out there in YouTube chat? Anybody catch that to the long side? I mean, we're waiting for that flat top breakout. This could be an area where you may want to trim a little bit of your profits in this trade. We're currently up $550 in this position. Anybody else out there catch this beautiful Percocito to the top side?
I don't know. I don't know if chat takes a trade until they see me put a trade on so they can
come on.
I think that's typically their strategy. I think that's why our viewer count is going up in power hours, because people know that they can just get that nice scalp fade.
Yeah, somebody said on Twitter it's the world's best fade, and I disagreed and I just blocked them immediately.
They said I'm the world's best fade?
That's what they said, and I let them know that they were very much misinformed, and then I blocked them.
If I'm the world's best fade, then why is my account balance positive? I mean, come on.
I love it. Real quick, so we got 4 minutes into the poll that Rips wants to know. NQ will finish above or below 17,500. Currently 51%. 52% said below, 48% said higher. So 50-50, Rips. What do we do with that?
I mean, 50-50. That's a coin flip if I've ever heard one. But yeah, we did not hold the highs there. There's the almost close to the bottom of the hour liquidity coming in. We have an aggressive seller coming back down here towards that 35 area. Hopefully, if anybody was holding that there, they trimmed. I didn't take off any of my position. We're still up about $200 in the position. It was coming back down to the entry area. But yeah, we rejected pretty hard there. We didn't get close up through that 45 area. That was the next level I was watching for us to hold. So a lot of wicks up here. A lot of, it's a market where you see profit, you take profit. But I didn't trim any of that position. We're holding it out for the audience here, for the
people,
for the team.
You, Rips.
Chris asks, Chris Mulligan in chat says, Rips, do you know your win percentage? Absolutely. In our live account over the last 11 sessions, we are sitting at an 89.05 win percentage. And that is on 210 total trades. That's 187 winners and 23 losers. And that puts us up in our Topstep live account, $19.7 thousand. Thank you for asking. Great question.
He knew the answer.
Yeah, I had the data ready to go right here.
You sure did. Right. I love it. It's something to be very proud of. Amazing.
Yeah, I don't think I'm even the best person to fade at Topstep, to be honest.
I mean, fade me today for sure. Who is the best person to fade, Dolby?
I'm not saying shit.
You don't want to put that bad juju out there. Come on.
Absolutely.
He left the door open.
I'm not walking through it. It's fine.
No, you're not. Do not. All right.
Money grows.
Market just chopped around.
Money goes green. That's a question. Is there a certain time you quit trading CL? I know a lot of people out of the indices at X hour it's all the same. Yes. 1:30 p.m. Central Time. Crude oil will get very, 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 very quiet. So I'd say between 8 a.m. Central to 1:30 p.m. Central is probably the best time to trade crude. Anytime after that, you might want to switch to equities if you're still itching to place a trade after 1:30 p.m. Central. But yeah, if you switch to a crude chart right now, it's probably not doing a whole lot. If I had to guess, it's probably pretty much flatlined. And yeah, just kind of rolling over very, very slowly. There's not a whole lot of action. So it's a nice dense trade if you like it. You could even just trade between 8 and 10:30. 2.5 hours is enough exposure to CL. Anything after that, I typically get a lot of trade degradation and poor decision making after I've spent 2 hours in front of the charts.
Yeah, that's it's good to be cognizant of when that mental capital is being spent. There's the bottom of the hour liquidity injection here. I do want to try to peel off a lot. We are at 420 blaze it in this position right now. And I'm going to peel off one on the offer there, leaving us with one contract behind. We did peel off. That one was, $420 in the profit. So very, very happy about that.
He's on fire!
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Is that from NBA Jam? What is that?
I think so, yeah. We got the whole soundboard here from NBA Jam.
Boom shakalaka!
Yep, that's definitely is. So you peeled one off. How many do you have left on your position right now?
We have one as a runner here, just seeing if we can jostle for that position to the top side. We're looking for 187 on Apple, and we're looking for Amazon. Oh, by golly, it did it. 159, and Amazon is on the tape here. Let's see if this can have this continuation trade. I want to take a look over here at Meta. Meta is perking up as well, but it's being constrained by the VWAP, so we'll have to see if that does perk up and over there. I see, who is this? Samsim made $700 in Power Hour. Nice work there here in chat.
Well done.
Some nice wins here in chat. Very nice to see that.
I think Power Hour is more profitable than fast markets, actually. If we were to compare P&Ls between the two segments, I think we've seen some pretty big numbers in Power Hour from some of our guests.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think Danny's trades put on some 4-figure winners. I think Rips
he made 4,000. That was a killer trade that he had.
I think Isaac S made some money. So Power Hours where the money's at. Yeah, Dakota's made money. No, Power Hours where people are cashing checks, man. It's awesome.
Yeah, Coach Dakota's been on a rip lately. He's been on a tear. That's my trading buddy right there. I think we're going to start a little bit of a trading team, perhaps for the Topstep Trading League.
Oh my God! Can I be like an assistant to the trading team? I can get your jerseys and stuff, do some of your laundry.
No. I think you should be the starting crude trader for the team, since I'm dog food trading crude.
All right, I'll try. I don't know. Dakota can take up both spots.
We are sending it, by the way. We are cresting above 445 in the NQs here, still holding that final lot on the trade, looking for us to blow up out of that 450 spot to the top side, and potentially encroaching on that 468 3/4 there.
Early MOC imbalance, really 289 million buy side. Dropping the bucket.
Yeah, quick little update on market internals here. NYSE volumes at 500 million shares, which is 22% above its 1-month average. NASDAQ volume at 4.09 billion shares, which is 6% below its 1-month average, which is actually surprising given that Apple is doing their earnings today. Advancers are leading decliners in the NAS by 1.7 to 1, and advancers are leading decliners by 3.2 to 1 in the NYSE.
Yeah, and here's just an example of how it can get kind of dangerous chasing. So if you are a range trade type of person, like missing this 1-minute setup that RIPS has, it's really easy to want to chase after that. And you can get your stops in a really kind of an icky spot. So it's much, much better just kind of have patience. It's not very exciting, but the last thing you want to do is chase, because if you're a range bound trader, this is not a range yet. There is no range, so you have to wait. So I should have taken that one. I should have taken it.
Which one were you looking at there, Dolby?
Looking at the 1 minute chart, there was a nice little 1 minute range between about 113 and 124. About 10 minutes of idleness. Yeah, you see it right there on the screen. I can maybe get a little box around there. Here.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the most exciting of power hours. Let's be honest with ourselves here. This is very much watching paint dry here. So if you're able to knuckle up and catch any type of profitability on this type of trade, hats off to you. It's not easy. It's tough when the markets aren't moving like this. We've had some very docile power hour sessions comparatively to what we're usually used to. I think it's going to open up. Like I said, tomorrow should be very, very interesting. I don't think we got the end of month rebalance that we were looking for yesterday due to FOMC. And that's by design. I think that we'll get sort of a late end of month rebalancing tomorrow towards the close in power hour.
Tomorrow's power hour. Speaking of that, Andre Dolby and Danny trades in power hour tomorrow. If you want more rips, lo and behold, we have rips on for fast markets tomorrow. Buckle up, rips. Non-farm payrolls, man.
Oh, NFPs are tomorrow. That's right. That's gonna be a real doozy on the heels of Apple there. That's gonna be a big doozy. Dolby, are you joining us for fast markets tomorrow?
I don't know if I'm on the schedule for that one. You got to see. I don't get a ton of fast market appearances. I'm more of a power hour type of guy for right now.
I think the people love you here on Power Hour. Got to give the people what they want.
I think they do too.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah. If
so
you're
we're
still watching,
picking back up here. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if you're still watching TopstepTV, you're here for Power Hour. You're here for the excitement. Just not the best hour of the day, right?
Agree.
Look at chat. Chat, you're so sweet.
A lot of love for Dolby in chat.
So
love
much
to see
love.
that.
God, so nice. So nice.
We are perking up here towards those 450s again. There is a big amount of liquidity rested at 450s for the NQ right now. What's shown right now is about 225 lots, but there could be an iceberg sitting beneath that order. We'll have to see what happens if we perk back up to that level and start entertaining that liquidity to the top side here.
Yes, we are. Oh, what did I see there? You were talking about the NASDAQ?
Yep, the Nazi Fresh.
Yeah, 224 sitting there. We got liquidity to the upside in the S&Ps as well. See if it's iceberg or we do trade through it.
Yeah, what's the liquidity situation looking like on the S&Ps here? 49, 27, 3/4, 300 lots.
Yep.
Yeah, who likes taking shorts up here in NASDAQ? Who is the brass cojones to pull off a short? I don't know if it's me.
I'm still in my long and letting that one work here because if we perk above 450s, Apple turns around and starts screaming above 187. This thing could be pretty wild.
Yeah, I mean, VWAP and I got a 15 EMA. They are just up and to the right. Up and to the right. If you're going to pull back, I'll take a look. We're starting to get
would there ever be a Dolby that would take this long here? Is there any kind of setup that you would look to take NQ long?
Yeah, I'll take
Talk
one
to
right
me.
now.
What does that look like?
I would place an order at around 38.5 to see if we can test the bottom of the 1 minute range, maybe get a hair under the 15 EMA, and then look for continuation to the upside. If you're using that to close your long, I'm going to be pissed, though, Rips. I'll just be honest. I'm going to be pissed.
I'm just looking at this kind of slow and grindy. There are offers that are being put up, but we are kind of snagging that liquidity ever so slowly. But if I would never enter up here. I like where my stop's at. I'm back at break even. If I only realize the $200 that I made on this trade, perfectly fine with me. This is in a combine, so like I said earlier, I'm not trading anymore in my live account at all.
Oh, JW has a question. Dolby, what would it take for you to go 15 contracts long right now?
Good question. Great question.
Subscribe to my OnlyFans. That's it.
Oh, come on. Oh,
that's all I need.
dude.
I'm a simple man who got to get the follower count up.
Jesus. God. Welcome to Power Hour, everybody.
This is what y'all are here for.
Yeah, it's the trading version. It's called Only Bids.
Only bids, yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Is that going to be your team name with Dakota? Only Bids? That's a pretty.
Hey, it's not so bad. That's actually a really good
bad.
one. Very creative there.
I might have to join that team.
Easy. Doing push-ups on OnlyFans. Oh shit.
Oh my goodness.
Man.
You guys are gonna get me in trouble. Y'all are gonna get me in trouble. Whatever. I have at least one write-up buffered, right? I haven't gotten written up yet. We're doing great.
So far, so good. They haven't taken us off air yet.
Right. We got James in our pocket. We're good. We're good.
Yes, we do, James. Thank you, James.
He's not going to yoink us. There's no way. I'm still going to work this long here at 38.25, even though Rips is going to probably pull his long as soon as I get long.
The moment that you go long, all right, I'm out. Yeah. That's it. I'm done here.
Dude, oh my God. This is the last time you're ever on Power Hour.
Oh my goodness.
I'm kidding.
I see Pop here. Come, do something.
I mean, things are looking good. We're holding above the 40s for now in the NAS. Things are looking decently okay. I mean, the NVIDIA is continuing to grind higher. Tesla is showing that it's catching a bid here. Apple is looking to tool back up. Amazon is kind of just waffling about up here. There's not any real punch. So I think most of the positional traders have already made their bets for earnings. So we'll just have to see.
So another FOMO thing that can happen with range-bound trades, it's like, you don't really know where you want to place your entry. You're trying to get the best entry possible. So maybe I was a little bit too optimistic trying to get filled at 38.25. I easily could have done 40 evens and would already be up about 7 points with almost no risk on that. So just really simple 1 minute range setup. But I was maybe I should have put it up there instead. I mean, it would have made a world of difference, just a couple ticks. So, a lot of nuance there once you start implementing the range trade.
All right, we are pushing up here for a possible test of that 450 level, and we did just snag that liquidity at 450. We had a big bidder that was looking bid to cover there. Big activity into those 450s right now. So we are pushing up on the remaining lot. We currently are up $350 right now. So I might trail my stop, and if we get this to hold above 450, trailing it up ever so slightly, if we can careen above this right here. There is Apple gunning for that 187. We are perking up very nice here. 453 now over in the NQ. So this trade is playing out beautifully for us here.
Yes. We'll have to dip there. Long from 49.24 half. I think we're going to keep moving here. What did you say happened in Apple there, Rips?
We're getting close to that coveted 187 pull, because I think over 187 we'll start to see a mess of call buyers entering into the market here pre-earnings. So we'll have to see if that unfurls, even though most of the large positioning trades have probably already hit the tape. I might even consider covering here if we do see a flush below 450 at all. My stop right now is at 43 quarters. So I might just let the trade play out. If we get that burst back above 450, maybe trying to pull that out before we hit 460, if that's going to be in the cards for us here.
Nice. Where was your long at? When did you develop this position?
32 halves was the original entry here. So 32 halves is where we're long and strong from.
Yeah, so you were like right in the middle of that 1 minute range I was looking at. That's a super solid entry. That's awesome.
Yeah, that was a very nice pullback. We're chopping around looking for that flat top breakout. We had the flat top breakout, retest, and then long and strong.
Nice.
Hey, Rips, is that how you typically cover or get out of your trades, is with the trailing stop, or do you have targets?
It depends, right? So if you have an idea on a trade where you're looking for momentum, let's just say using whole numbers here, right? So we broke above 50s. We're looking for 60s. If we have enough momentum to push us, and I know that there's going to be a brick wall at the 60s, I might lead into that as we're encroaching upon those 60s. So peeling off on the ask, peeling off on the offer. But on a trade like this where I'm kind of letting it work, I will trail my stop behind, and I will generally never get out of a trade with maximum favorable excursion MFE. I'll usually be getting stopped out on a trailing stop like I am now. My trailing stop would yield about $200 profit on the remaining lot here, and it looks like we're about to get tagged and stopped out there. So yeah, peeled out about $480 on that trade there.
Wow, nice. That's awesome.
And only 2 lots too, by the way. Very, very, very small size, very docile size. Nice and easy trade there.
What is what's 1 point for an E-mini? Is that $100 for NASDAQ?
20.
For NQ?
20.
$20. Okay, got it.
$20, and on a micro, it's $2, 50 cents on a micro, and then $5 on a mini per tick.
Nice. Okay. That's really going to help me in the future. As I put on a 15 lot, I'm really cognizant of what the points are.
Yeah, you put on a 15 lot. It's time to party. You're going
it really
full
matters.
hog there. That's $300 a point.
Incredible. Cool. That's a lot. See how much room.
Yeah, there you go.
You see that 120 lot there on the bid, Rips?
Yeah, I do. And that's one of those things where it's set at 440, but I think that's sort of spoofed liquidity, that the real liquidity is probably nestled between 37, 35 down there. It's an old trick that market makers will do to make people feel very comfortable in a trade. The only real type of liquidity that I really can trust when we're in this type of market was what we saw on that bid to cover going up towards the 50s there. There was somebody who was hankering to get filled. They didn't have the patience. They kept on walking up their bid. And then finally they snapped it through those 50s because they thought that it was probably going to be screaming Willie Beeman all the way up to the 60s there. So they got out into the 50s, and there was probably a late short there that was getting out.
Like it, yep.
So Amazon is reporting the first few minutes after the close. Apple's reporting at 4:30, and Meta, not sure. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but that's the information I have. Apple at 4:30, and Amazon a few minutes after the bell.
Okay, Amazon, Apple, Meta.
So what, a billion trillion for Amazon and a billion trillion for Apple? How much money do these companies make?
Probably 40 trillion in free cash flow, no problem.
It's like, it's crazy. Like we're going to judge these companies making products that literally everybody uses all the time.
So even though we are just having a little bit of fun here, this is a good lesson, a good teachable moment of why we trail our stops behind the position here. And we don't get those hungry eyes. You know, if we had the prescient move, the prescient idea that 50s were going to be the top of that range, you know, we can peel out there on the offer if that's the general consensus of the trade idea that we're putting on. But on something like that, I'm happy to trail my stop once we reach and crest over certain areas in the market. Once we entertain that liquidity at the 50s, that's where I moved my stop, and I got stopped out right there at about 43 halves, I believe is where my stop was.
So 5 minutes starting to get a little bit range bound, coming up against. We'll see if it sticks. We'll see if this range sticks. It's getting a little bit loosey goosey to the downside.
Yeah, I don't. This feels very slow and grindy and arduous type of trade. I'm happy that we peeled off about $480 on that first trade, and that's probably going to be it for my power hour trading. Just because I don't like the way that this tape is looking right now. It's just sloppy and very thin.
Yeah, this might be like come failed moves, come fast moves. Couldn't break above 50 evens, and sellers are going to start piling in. Then maybe find some liquidity down below and try again. So I actually bumped up to a 5 minute chart to see if this will end up sticking here. So I would be interested in getting long, but also after rejection of highs like that, maybe it will find the momentum to dip actually a lot further. And maybe stop out some of the weak longs before 18.5.
Yeah, and the thing is that in 3.5 minutes, we do have the final 10 minutes, the MOC rebalance and all the order matching that's going to be happening in the final 10 minutes. And then, of course, in the final 5 minutes, that starts to get accelerated. Final 2 minutes, final 1 minute starts to get really, really accelerated. So we'll have to see if anybody wants to play, chicken, hot potato, whatever you want to call it. We'll have to see if that's going to be something that is going to unfurl pre-Apple, Amazon, Meta earnings here. Generally speaking, the final 10 are super volatile. But on this type of price action here, I don't know if there's enough displacement, maybe from the prior bid to cover shorts that may come in here in these final 10 minutes. We could see some jostling around, but we'll have to see. The temperament of Apple is kind of throwing me off here because I would have
Yeah,
figured
what do
that
you
we
got?
would have been catching a much stronger bid here in Apple, personally.
Okay.
Is Apple trying to push highs for the day?
Yeah, they're looking. They did already in the last 5-minute candle here, but they're looking. Like I said, that 187 is sort of that whole number trigger point that we want to see on Apple here, which generally, I still think is very, very low. And if the analysts are correct here, 6.5 points away, we're talking about Apple trading 193 halves. I mean, that's not that big of an ask here. So we'll see if that starts to perk up here.
Nice, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, very, very wiki here on these
work
candles.
a pulled pork, actually. I'm going to work a pulled pork. Hold on.
Love it.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Love it.
I'm going to put a 15er at about 32 even.
For a long?
For a long.
Nope. What was that?
My goodness gracious.
We're not going to be in the position for a long time, but I'm going to see if we can just get in, get out real quick.
Bruh.
I don't know about that one. I mean, this is you might be going into the danger zone here, Dolby.
This is not. Oh my God, I got crushed. I
was gonna say you might be going into the danger zone here. This is
that was a good trade. That was a good trade, guys. Hold on, I still have $600 to get lost left. We can save this.
You're going toe to toe with this thing here. Oh my goodness.
Oh God.
We can
big draw of liquidity there at 425 there in the NQs, but you see that sweep down that we saw in Apple there, it bounced right off the 20 EMA. But my goodness, yeah, that thing was looking to break down pretty hard there. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see how this plays out. Fingers are crossed here.
Power hour, baby.
That was rough. That was a rough one. We're still alive though, just barely. Hold on. Actually, hold on. Okay, no, I need to get this account back up above. I need to make $500. Then we might be good.
I think that's possible.
Like I picked the wrong week to quit smoking. Don't worry, you can always join us for Top Quiz. That's right, Dante.
Speaking of Top Quiz, I think we have the winner. We have the winners coming here shortly. Probably after the 250 liquidity injection, we will post the Top Quiz winners.
Yeah, hold on. No, we can fix this. It's fine. Yeah, I got to get
it's
that
solvable,
reset.
right? It's solvable.
Easily,
Love it.
Easily. Obviously, it just goes and touches the 15 EMA. That's where the long was. I'm just kidding. No one knows it.
No.
Yeah, we had a big overhead rejection here above 433 halves. That 50 was not really agreeable with us. So, I mean, the shorts are getting paid on this move right now. But I think that right now, so 5 seconds until the final 10 here. This is where it gets very volatile. Be very, very careful here. And 20s are holding. 420s are holding. Nice. Eddie, is that you? 420s?
Eddie,
my goodness.
Special, man. Welcome if you got them. Okay. Wow.
Talk to us, Dolby.
I don't have a lot. I gotta find an opportunity, man.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that opportunity just might be shoving it into the short side here and just crossing those fingers.
I would never.
Point, click, and pray, as Deanna would say.
Never. Get out of here.
Click, click, pray.
Yeah, point, click, point, click, and pray.
Point, click, and pray.
Yeah, man. Seriously, dude.
The PCP trade, that's right.
Yep.
PCP.
That is right.
Yeah, market got very weak in a jiffy here. Sell side coming in pretty hot. Any MOC numbers out there for anybody? I don't have any coming across my tape here.
Eddie, you got those real quick?
Eddie is 150 million.
Yeah, we got 105 million buy side. Yeah.
150 million. 150 million buy side.
150 million buy side. Correct.
Buy side. Not much.
That is that's some soft MOC right there.
Yeah, that's a real small number. Let's see. All right, let's try another long.
We got the earnings.
Right, yeah, so earnings are going to be coming up after the bell right away from Amazon, and then Apple, I believe, is at the bottom of the hour at 4:30.
Well, we have a second, James. If we want to pull up those Top Quiz winners, if you're ready, let's do that before things get a little bit wild into the close.
Ineligible for funding.
What happened?
I gotta get a reset.
I was just about to tell you the Duke Cannonball, Dobie.
Oh, bummer.
Well, that's fun. What else is fun is We got these hot and fresh out of the oven TopQuiz winners.
Okay,
How are
what we got?
these?
I see the Muffin Man. I did not know that before I said hot and fresh out of the oven. That's
Well done. Well done. Dude. Let's see. Yeah. Rick James.
Good.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Oh, Big Tick Energy is back. That's awesome.
Yep.
Appreciate the consistency.
More reset,
Dakota
please,
Rocks.
in the mix.
Dude.
Classic name, Dakota Rocks. He's getting his own little fan club.
I feel like there's folks in here that hit this board daily, right? If I'm not mistaken, there's folks that are repeatedly on this board.
They're good.
Yeah.
They're good. And there you have it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Wow. Wicked rollover.
Still selling here.
Man,
Still selling here, boys.
Yeah.
Anybody in the chat catch that to the short side, by the way? I'm curious. Anybody else? Well, not anybody. I didn't take it, but anybody in here catching that to the short side? What a beautiful fade.
It would have been a real cheap short, too. Real cheap short. I like how
Looks
on
like
Topstep
Donald
X,
caught it. Alex caught it. Vince got it. Savage caught it. Melanie caught it. Wow, look at that. Congrats, folks.
Wow.
Nice work.
That is awesome.
Very, very nice.
I think chat faded me
This thing
again.
is coming down in a jiffy. We're seeing rolls in NVIDIA, Tesla. We're seeing Amazon starting to roll over. Boy, Meta off a cliff here alongside Google. My goodness.
Guess they know the number, right?
Somebody knows something.
Someone knows something for sure. What a day,
Hold
man.
on, I get to reset my account. Give me just a second.
I love it.
Man's coming back for some more bullets here.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah, be sure to read that credit card number nice, slow, loud, and
Jeez, dude.
Where is it? Topstep X. Smash the reset button. 100% off.
Dude.
Somebody asked that in my stream the other day. They said, Rips, you get free combines and resets. I said, yeah, I wish.
Let's see. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's crazy. Fresh balance. It's amazing.
You back?
Oh,
Get in there,
yeah.
Dolby. Get in
It's
there.
insane. How did that happen? Oh, dude, resets feel good, man. I know why traders like resets, because you're totally absolved of all personal responsibility
Incredible.
once you buy a reset. It's just like you hit the refresh button, nothing bad ever happened to you, clean slate. I feel brand spanking new right now.
I wonder when that update's going to come out for regular brokers, that DLC. Just hit that reset button after you blow your real money
That would
account.
be incredible. Amazing, dude. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah,
All right, we got like 4 minutes left. Yeah, dude, 4 minutes left. Rips, I don't think there's any more tradable moves
As you
here.
say, final 5 minutes. Here we go. A little Percocito
It's
to
true.
the
Let's
top
go,
side,
let's go.
just a little bit.
Let's go. Let's do this. Oh, man. What a power hour, man. You get never fails with you guys, man.
I blame chat for peer pressuring me primarily.
I hope they never stop, though, because it's great for content.
It is. It's definitely. It would have been a good trade, though. I mean, it wasn't like a bad trade. I just didn't have enough bandwidth on it, but it was a nice little bounce off the 5-min right there. Resistance became support. Why not?
The buyers.
Well, dude,
Expectation, by the way, for Amazon is 80 cents on EPS for anybody who cares.
All right, Amazon. Is there Amazon in like a bunch of other countries too? Do other countries have Amazon? They have to, right?
I believe so, yeah. They're pretty big, for sure.
Yeah, they are pretty big.
Dolphy, man. Oh, you cracked me up. Oh, shit, dude. All right, we got 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left.
Dude, I kept this account alive for like almost 2 weeks.
Yes, you did.
Half of y'all in chat are blowing up accounts in like less than 5 days. At least I was able to hang on to it for like a good 2 weeks. And that includes peer pressure, trading a market I don't know, and doing it live for the first time.
I don't think chat also appreciates the difficulty of being a participant in this show, watching chat, reading chat, trying to be as wonderfully witty as Dolby is out here. So you folks you got to give him a lot of credit for what he's doing out here. He's making it happen. I mean, 2 weeks, that's incredible.
Yeah, dude, I haven't traded on like live in probably like 5 years, 10 years, not longer than that, probably 7 or 8 years when I was streaming on Twitch way back in the day.
Wow.
It's wild.
Yeah. Yeah, I was ahead of the curve. But now we have a fresh account. So now this time,
Gucci.
this time it's going to be perfect.
Yeah, I think if you were to go back on Twitch, Dolby, you have to be trading from a hot tub now. That's the new rules for Twitch.
Oh shit! Dude.
That is definitely my backup plan.
Amazing.
Definitely my backup
All right,
plan.
guys, we got 3 minutes left in Power Hour. 3 minutes left till the closing bell. Rips, as always, thank you so much for joining us. You will be here on Fast Markets tomorrow.
I'm
Dolby,
hyped.
as always. You're the man, dude. Thanks for joining us. Everyone loves this. I'll watch you guys do this. Leave us with something there. Some words of wisdom, Rips.
Well, I will say, we have Amazon and Apple and Meta earnings coming after the bell. It's going to really set the tone for tomorrow's trade. I think tomorrow we're going to have a really nice sort of, even though it's not the end of the month, we're still probably going to have that sort of end of month rebalance type of trade here. So I think if you had hungry eyes today and it didn't unfurl very well for you, tomorrow's a new day. And I think Friday is going to offer us a tremendous opportunity. We've had some really choppy opens and I'm gunning for tomorrow. I will see you folks on Fast Market bright and early tomorrow.
Thank you, Rebs. Dolby, leave us with some words of wisdom as well.
Wisdom?
It's not funny. It's not funny, Rebs. What do you mean? Why are you laughing, dude?
I don't have anything wise to say. Let's trade well, manage risk.
Yep.
Don't pull pork 15 lots. I have one reset so far, but next time it's gonna be the most serious trading combine I've ever done.
Wow.
But most importantly, I'm glad Chad is having a good time. I'm having a great time. Anytime with Rips and Andres. Always a pleasure. As always, already an hour has gone by. Cannot believe it.
Yep.
But
Let's fast shout out to all the belt.
And
all the belt
learn a thing and
bellers.
get a laugh.
Absolutely. Eddie, with that being said, Eddie, what do we got tomorrow? And let's close this sucker out.
Well, this goes out to Adobe time.
Looks like I picked the wrong week to quit amphetamines.
And Amazon, I think the only place that they don't deliver is the Amazon. So that might be something you might be watching. But tomorrow we've got opening call with myself and Hoag. As Andre mentioned, Rips is going to be with us for Fast Market. We got Hogan MP. Hogan Ben for Shoulder Tap. Power players, we got Darsh, myself, and Andre. We'll be talking to Darsh. For TopQuiz, we got Brooke and Sarah with Jack coaching. Robert tomorrow going to end it out on a Friday with JD. Back to the Futures, we've got that Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie and Hoag. Power Hour to end the day. Yes, we've got Danny Trades, Dolby, and Andre. So we've got just a few more seconds here. As far as tomorrow's eco numbers, folks, don't go out drinking tonight because we got a lot of meat on the bone here tomorrow. 7:30 before we do see opening call. And there is the close. We do have non-farm payrolls. We do have the unemployment rate and the average hourly earnings month over month. Later in the day here, 9 o'clock, we do have factory orders. We got the Michigan inflation and a Baker Hughes rig count. So that's going to top out our Friday. Gentlemen, I'm calling this, I'm giving you guys a grade of EE. EE is representing education and entertainment. So E squared, well done. I had a great time. I hope everybody else did. Have a great night, everybody, and we'll catch everybody tomorrow early for opening call. Have a great night. Take care.
you.